As the beta of the Night Guardians, Griselda Turner uncovers a secret that could change her destiny. Her true mate is the alpha of a rival pack. But as she tries to approach him, things aren't as simple as she'd hoped. Is she able to convince him to accept her, or is she just another Angelina in his eyes? Want to know how Griselda wins over her alpha? Subscribe to get updates first. Chapter 1. When will I find my mate? My friend Ciara asks me while we continue to walk in the forest, away from our houses so that no one can hear our conversation. You're asking me as if I'm the goddess of wolves. I don't know when you'll find your mate, I say. I look up at the night sky full of stars. Don't you want to find your mate? She questions. I do, but I'm not in a hurry, I answer with a smile. I believe that I'll find my mate at the right place and at the right time. Who do you think your mate will be? A beta. Just because I'm a beta doesn't mean that my mate will also be a beta. He can be a wolf without a rank. I'm the beta of my pack, the Night Guardians. My father was the beta of this pack, but when he was killed in a battle, I had to take over because there wasn't a male in our family to take over the position. Many people were after the beta position. They opposed to the idea of me becoming the beta of the pack. They said that the pack will look weak if a female becomes the beta. But Mr. Hale had complete faith in me. When I had doubts about myself, he was the one who told me that I would be a perfect beta to the pack. And to prove to the people that I deserved to be the beta, I started training hard. Mr. Hale, former alpha, trained me. Under his guidance, I proved to the people that I'm not just a weak female wolf. I proved to be much stronger than them. I'm proud of myself and of my accomplishments. Ciara and I stop at the boundary of our pack. If we walk further, then we would be in another state and on the territory of the strongest werewolf pack in the world, the Dawnfall Depths. It is said that if a werewolf not belonging to their pack steps in their territory, then they straightaway kill him. I watch Ciara looking at their territory. Is it possible that my mate belongs to the Dawnfall Depths pack? She asks. It may be possible, I say. Chris, I want to go there, she says, using my nickname. If you want to go there, then you'll have to tell Alpha Matthew to inform the Alpha of Dawnfall Depths pack that you want to search for your mate in their pack. Can we talk to Alpha Matthew about it tomorrow morning? So eager, I tease her while nudging at her elbow. She just pushes me away from her as I watch the blush spreading over her cheeks. I can't help but laugh at her. My laugh echoes in the forest. We turn around and head back to our houses. I'm still laughing while Ciara is trying to silence me. Can you stop laughing? People will hear us and then scold us for roaming near the boundary in the middle of the night, she says as she brings her hand to cover my mouth. I push her hand away. I gesture towards the empty forest surrounding us. Ciara, no one will hear us because no one lives here. We're not even close to the pack houses. I want to say more, but I feel a sharp pain behind my head. Feels as if I'm hit with something. I hear Ciara screaming my name before I fall on the ground. My vision starts to blur. I focus on Ciara, who quickly comes to my side. She is shaking me violently, trying to keep me conscious. Then a man comes in my view. He smirks at me wickedly. Somehow that smirk is familiar. When I focus on that man's face, I realize who he is. Tim. I once beat him because he tried to forcefully mate with Ciara. I look at his hand. He has a thick tree branch with him. The pain in my head intensifies. That bastard hit me with the branch. I'm going to kill him. I try to get up, but my body feels heavy. Ciara tries to help me get up, but Tim pulls her away from me. I see her struggling in his hold. My blood starts to boil seeing his filthy hands on my friend. I see Tim throwing the branch away and dragging Ciara towards the boundary. Before I slip into unconsciousness, I see that they have crossed the boundary. I slowly open my eyes and find myself lying on the ground. I start coughing as I breathe the dirt. I slowly make myself sit on the ground. My head feels so heavy. I can still feel a little pain at the back of my head. As I rub the spot, my gaze falls on a nearby tree branch on the ground. It has some blood on it. My blood. I bring my hand in front of me and see no blood on my hand. My wound must have healed. Suddenly I feel okay, like nothing happened to me. The wind blows in my direction and I smell Ciara's scent. If I can still smell her, that means I wasn't unconscious for long. I can still get to her, using her scent to guide me. Along with her scent, I can also smell Tim. I just feel like vomiting as his scent fills my nostrils. I try to focus more on Ciara's scent. I quickly get up from the ground. I run towards Ciara's scent, which leads me to the land of the Dawnfall Depths pack. I think of turning into a werewolf to get to her fast, but then I won't have any clothes to wear if I want to turn back into my human form. So, I decide against turning into a werewolf and focus on running fast. I am the second fastest runner in my pack, the first being Alpha Matthew. I run towards Ciara's scent but stop dead on my tracks when I see 5 men emerging from the trees. They must have smelled my scent. They look so tough. Their toughness reminds me that I'm not in my land anymore. I'm in their land. They can kill me anytime. The men are not wearing anything except their shorts. I would have been intimidated by their huge muscles, but since I'm a beta, I have my own strength and power. And I'm not scared by the 5 men coming towards me. Stay where you are, the man standing in the middle says. Power is radiating through him. When he comes closer, I realize that he must be the beta. I obey him while the other 4 men surround me. I'm Beta Turner of the Night Guardians, your neighboring pack, I start to say. A rogue named Tim dragged my friend Ciara here on your territory. He wants to forcefully mate with her. I need to save my friend. I calmly say, but I'm scared from the inside, scared for Ciara. I hope she's okay, I hope she's not hurt. Realization crosses on the beta's face. Does he know Tim? The wind starts to blow again. The wind is so strong that I feel as if I'm going to fly away with the wind. Tonight is really a windy night. The dirt from the ground starts flying in the air, along with the dry leaves. I shield my eyes from the dirt. When the wind settles down, I remove my hand from my eyes. I can see a figure approaching us. He is away from me, but still I can feel the power radiating from him. And I know at once that he is the Alpha. When he comes closer, my heart starts beating faster. His brown hair is in a mess due to the wind. I watch his muscles flex as he walks towards me. He comes to stand directly in front of me. He is looking at me passively, without any emotions. When I look in his blue eyes, I see his wolf calling out to my wolf. And that's when I realize that he's my mate. Chapter 2. For a few minutes we continue to look at each other. I can't believe that the Alpha of the Dawnfall Depths pack is my mate. The Alpha of the strongest werewolf pack in the world is my mate. I look in his eyes. I can still see his wolf. He quickly blinks his eyes and his wolf vanishes. He hid his wolf from me. But why? Instead of loving eyes of my mate, I find his cold eyes staring at me. His face holds no emotions. There's not even a hint of happiness on his face. Hasn't he realized that I'm his mate? He turns to look at his beta. What's the situation? He asks in his firm voice. She's the beta of our neighboring pack, the Night Guardians. She says that a rogue named Tim wants to forcefully mate with her friend and has dragged her in our land. She has come to rescue her friend, the beta informs. The Alpha looks back at me. How does the rogue look like? I tell him about Tim's height, hair and clothes. Tim, the Alpha says. Does he know Tim? Beta Charles, search for the rogue. Take the men along with you, Alpha commands his beta. Beta Charles nods. The beta starts walking towards the forest, probably where the pack houses are. The 4 men who were surrounding me also follow him. I also want to help them in rescuing my friend, but I don't think that I'm allowed to do so because the Alpha didn't say that I can go with the beta. I think that the Alpha doesn't trust me. Now I am left alone with him. When he looks at me again, I look at the ground because I can't bring myself to look in his hard eyes. Seems as if he hates me. But what have I done? I can feel his intense gaze on me. It's making me uncomfortable. I want to tell him to stop looking at me, but I don't think that he'll listen. After all, he's an Alpha and Alphas never listen to anybody. Chris. I hear a familiar voice shout my name. I turn my head in that direction and see my friend running towards me with tears in her eyes. I also see Tim struggling in the hold of the men. The men drag him to the Alpha. The Alpha and Tim are now standing face to face. The Alpha starts glaring at him, which frightens Tim. Tim quietly starts struggling with the silver handcuffs on his wrists, but in vain. He won't be able to break away from the silver handcuffs because silver makes werewolves weak. Ciara engulfs me in a hug. I notice that she's shaking. When I pull away from the hug, I start examining her and look for any bruises on her body, but I find none. Relief washes over me. Thank God you're okay, I say as I hug her again. When we pull away from the hug, I wipe away her dry tears. Just because I banished you from my pack doesn't mean that you can force yourself on someone who doesn't belong to my pack. Tim, I warned you that if I find you doing something wrong then I'll kill you, Alpha says in his deadly voice. Tim starts shaking violently with fear. He joins his hands in a prayer manner as he pleads, I'm sorry, Alpha. I won't do it again. That's what you said before, Alpha says. Ciara and I are shocked when we see the Alpha bringing his hand towards Tim's wrists and breaking the silver handcuffs. How did he break those handcuffs? Tim would have made a run to escape, but Alpha's men were holding him. He tried to break away from their hold, but the men were stronger than him. Alpha brings his hand towards Tim's throat and lifts him in the air. Tim starts struggling to free his throat from the Alpha's strong grip. His feet start shaking. He brings his hands and tries to get the Alpha's hand away from his throat, but in vain. Within seconds, Tim starts suffocating. He starts taking long breaths, trying to breathe in as much air as he can to survive. His face starts to turn blue. Ciara shakes me, trying to get my attention. Griselda, he's going to kill him. Do something. I don't want Tim to die because of me, she say in her panicking state. I know her very well. She won't like if someone's blood is on her hands, even if that someone tried to force himself on her twice. She pushes me towards the Alpha. I helplessly stand as I see Tim struggling to breathe. Please stop, I plead, and at once, the Alpha releases his grip on Tim's throat and Tim falls on the ground with a loud thud. I watch him breathing rapidly, trying to get air in his lungs. Lock him in prison cell and make sure that he rots there, the Alpha commands two of his men. Those men nod and then step towards Tim. They lift him up by his arms and start dragging him away. Alpha turns to Beta Charles and the remaining two men escort the Beta and her friend safely to their pack. Beta Charles and the men nod and Alpha starts walking deep in his forest, probably towards the pack houses without even sparing a glance in my direction. My eyes catch the sight of his burnt hand. His hand must have burnt when he broke those silver handcuffs. When silver comes in contact with the werewolf skin, it burns the skin and also causes unbearable pain. Burns caused by silver take longer to heal. How was the Alpha able to withstand such pain? He didn't even flinch when his hand touched the handcuffs, and he was able to break it. How is that possible? Beta Griselda, Beta Charles calls to my attention. I look at him. He gestures for me and Ciara to walk. We both start walking in the direction of our pack while Beta Charles and his two men follow behind us. When we reach near our territory, I see Alpha Matthew and other people near the boundary. Alpha Matthew is relieved when he sees me walking towards him. Beta Charles and the two men also follow behind me. Alpha Matthew, Beta Charles says as he bows down along with his men in a gesture of greeting. Beta Charles, Alpha Matthew nods at him. Then he turns to face me and asks, where were you, Beta Griselda? It's a long story which I intend to tell you in private, Alpha Matthew, I say. He understandingly nods at me. I turn to Beta Charles and say, thank you for escorting us back to our land. He gives me a polite smile. He nods at Alpha Matthew and leaves with his men. I'll just accompany Ciara to her house and then I'll meet you in the pack house, I say to the Alpha. He nods. Ciara and I proceed towards the direction of her house while the other men start towards their respective homes. After dropping Ciara at her house, I head towards the pack house. The pack house is shared by Alpha Matthew, Gamma Darius, and myself. Gamma is the third in command. When I knock at the wooden door, Gamma Darius answers. I didn't find you near the boundary tonight, I say to him. Someone had to take care of the pack house, he says, and I nod. Matt was worried about you, he says, using our Alpha's nickname. The Alpha, Gamma, and I are so used to each other that we are on first-name basis. It's only when we are outside the pack house that we call each other by our titles. According to Matt, it is to maintain professionalism. He's waiting for you in his study, Darius informs me. Come. He leads me to Matt's study. We both enter the study and find Matt waiting for us as he stands in front of his desk. Chapter 3. Matthew is standing in front of his desk. Darius soon joins him and I'm left alone at the doorway. That traitor. I close the door behind me. When I gave you permission to go near the boundary with your friend, I didn't expect you two to just vanish into thin air. I was worried about you, Griselda, Matt says, calling me by my first name, which is not a good thing. He always calls me by my nickname inside the pack house. He continues, Griselda, you are my Beta, and when my Beta doesn't return to the pack house before midnight, then I tend to get worried. I know that's all I can think of saying. So would you tell me what happened? He asks as Darius listens silently. Tim happened, I say. Tim? Matt asks with confusion. That same confusion is plastered across Darius' face. It's not like they don't know who Tim is. It's just that they're wondering how and why did Tim's name pop up all of a sudden. They both know that Tim is a rogue who once tried to forcefully mate with Ciara. What do you mean? Matt asks. I start telling them everything. I leave the part about the alpha of our neighboring pack being my mate for now. Griselda, if you weren't the beta of this pack, then they would have killed you the moment you stepped on their land, Matt speaks up. They could have killed a non-rank holding werewolf without even thinking twice. I know, I say as I hung my head low. But I was just trying to save my friend. You could have come to me and we could have gone there to save Ciara, Matt reasons with me. It would have been too late if I had come to you for help. That's all I say. Matt remains silent for a while. He sighs and says to me, you were doing what you felt was right. I slightly nod. And dead silence falls in the study. So, you mean to say that Tim belonged to the Dawnfall Depths pack and their alpha had banished him? Darius, who was silent since we first stepped in the study, asks me, breaking the silence. Yes, I answer. He must have tried to forcefully mate with someone in their pack. That must be the reason for his banishment, Matt suggests. Maybe I shrug my shoulders. Tim is mentally unstable. He should be sent to a hospital, Darius seriously comments. Matt and I can't agree more. Next time be careful, Chris, Matt says to me. Matt, you know that I would have kicked Tim's ass if that prick hadn't attacked me from behind, I say in my defense. I don't like being called careless. It's one of the words that other men, who want Beta's position, use to show that a she-wolf doesn't deserve to be the beta of this pack. They are greedily after my position. That's the reason why I didn't want to talk to Matt near the boundary where other men were present. I know, Matt says. It's really late now. Let's call it a night. Darius yawns just in time. Yeah, I'm sleepy. We exchange good nights and retire to our own rooms. When I lie on my bed and close my eyes, the icy blue eyes of the alpha haunt me. My eyes were open before the sunrise. I couldn't sleep well. Throughout the night I kept tossing and turning in my bed. I kept thinking about the alpha and his icy blue eyes. How can a person be so cold? How can a person be so emotionless towards his mate? His passionless face last night is making me doubtful about him being my mate at all. My brain says that he might not be my mate because he didn't embrace or kiss me. He didn't even stop me from going back to my pack. A werewolf who has just found about his mate will never do such a thing. A werewolf who has just found his mate would always try to keep her in front of his sight. Unfortunately, that was not the case with me. The alpha, my mate, didn't even spare a glance in my direction when I was leaving his land. I'm damn sure that he's my mate. When I looked in his eyes last night, I saw his wolf calling out to my wolf. And I know that seeing his wolf in his eyes was not my imagination for sure. I suddenly sit on my bed. I can't believe that I'm obsessing about the alpha whose name I don't even know. You must be calling me irresponsible for that, but I'm not. There are many werewolf packs in the world, and to remember the names of all the alphas, betas and gammas is a hard task. Plus our pack, the Night Guardians, never socialized with the Dawnfall Depths pack. They are not a friendly pack, that's what I've heard. Matt has only met with their alpha once and he told me that their alpha truly lives up to his title. Shaking my head, I force myself to not think about the alpha anymore. I force myself to get up from the bed. After last night my bones are so tired. I didn't even fight with anyone yet I'm feeling tired. Maybe my sleepless night has something to do with my tiredness. I enter my bathroom, take shower and brush my teeth. When I'm dressed up in simple t-shirt and shorts, my stomach starts grumbling. I'm tired with no energy left in me and I'm hungry. What could be more worse? Oh yeah, when your mate doesn't even express a tiny fraction of emotion when he sees you. I have a feeling that I'm going to be grumpy throughout the day. I hope I'm wrong. I head towards the kitchen. There's a marble counter in the center. On the counter, there are apples along with other fruits kept in a basket. I take the stool kept aside and sit on it as I make a grab for the apples. When I grab the first apple, Darius enters the kitchen. Good morning, he says as he heads straight for the refrigerator and opens it. It wasn't a good morning for me, I say as I take a bite. Darius closes the refrigerator door, and I see the orange juice carton in his hand. It's his habit to drink juice daily. He grabs a glass from the cabinet and pours the orange juice in his glass while I chew on my apple. He brings a stool and sits adjacent to me. When he looks at me, he notices the dark circles under my eyes. You didn't sleep well last night? He asks. Yeah, I say and continue to devour the apples. I don't keep a count on how many apples I've eaten. I'm just too hungry to do that. When I'm about to take a bite of another apple, I feel Darius gaze on me. I look at him. What? I ask when I find an amused expression plastered across his face. I'm just wondering that how can so many apples get inside that small stomach of yours? I shrug and say I'm just hungry. You should see yourself. You're eating like a pig, he playfully says, and I shove him. I am not. I defend myself. Good morning, Matt says to both of us as he enters the kitchen. Good morning. Darius replies with the same happy tone. Morning, I say. Matt looks at me and asks, you didn't sleep last night. Are my dark circles really that evident? Something like that, I say. He takes his stool and sits adjacent to me. Is it because of the events that happened last night? He asks. You can say that, I answer. He thinks that I didn't sleep because of Tim kidnapping my friend. What he doesn't know is that my insomnia has got nothing to do with Tim. It's because of that alpha whose name I don't know. Matt, I look at him. What's the name of the alpha of the Dawnfall Depths pack? Chapter 4. Matt looks at me with disbelief. Chris, you have to be kidding me. You don't know the name of the alpha of our neighboring pack. Matt, it's not my fault. There are so many alphas in the world that it's a hard task to remember all of their names. I defend myself. Matt addresses Darius. Why don't you tell her the alpha's name? I look at Darius and find him clueless. Actually, he starts saying as he scratches his head. I also don't know his name. A chuckle escapes my mouth while Matt looks at Darius with double amount of disbelief. Unbelievable, Matt says as he shakes his head at Darius. Now will you tell me the alpha's name? I ask. His name is Ulrich West. And he is a strong alpha, Matt says. What makes you say that? Is it because he's the alpha of the strongest pack in the world? No, it's not that, Chris. Trust me, I've seen that guy fight. He can fight an entire army of werewolves, he says, and proceeds to ask me, do you remember the battle that we had with the Silver Moonstone pack? Yes, the battle where my dad died, I reply. Darius' dad also died in that battle. The Silver Moonstone attacked us with the intention of taking over our pack. But Alpha Ulrich intervened in our fight, and it's because of him that we're enjoying our freedom. He saved our pack from getting ruled by a cruel alpha, Matt says as he recalls the battle. He doesn't seem like a savior to me, I mumble to myself, but obviously Matt and Darius hear me due to their werewolf hearing. What makes you think that? Asks Matt. Have you seen his eyes? They are so cold. He wasn't like that always, Darius says. I look at him, hinting him to explain further. I heard that he was a cheerful kid, he continues, but something happened in his childhood that made him who he is now. What happened? I'm quick to ask. Only the people who are close to him know, he answers. Matt, Darius and I continue to sit in silence for a while, thinking what could have happened to Alpha Ulrich in his childhood. Now, I have a partial idea about why my mate is cold-hearted. I just don't know the exact reason. Also, I want to know why he refuses to acknowledge me as his mate. For knowing the answer, I will have to talk to him. It is noon and I already had my lunch. Currently, I am staring back at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I find no dark circles under my eyes. I'm dressed up to head towards the Dawnfall Depths pack to talk to Alpha Ulrich West. When I enter the living room, I see Matt and Darius sitting lazily on the sofa, watching an action movie. I'm going out, I say as I reach for the front door. Where? Asks Matt as he continues to look at the TV. I'll tell you when I'll return back, okay? If I tell him that I'm going to meet Alpha West, then he'll ask me why, and I don't want to tell him the reason. Not until I have all my questions answered by the heartless Alpha himself. Why don't you tell me where you're going? At least, I'll have a place to search for you when you don't return till midnight, he says while playing the guilt card on me. Okay. I know you were worried about me when I didn't return to the pack house last night. But Matt, you don't need to worry. I am capable of taking care of myself, I try to assure him. Chris, I know that you're capable of taking care of yourself, but you should know that I'll always be worried about you. You're my beta and my friend, and I don't want you to get hurt. I care about you. Seeing his concern for me, I finally decide to tell him where I'm going. I'm going to meet Alpha Ulrich. Why? I knew Matt would ask this. I'll tell you when I'll return, I say, opening the front door and exiting the pack house quickly, not giving Matt the chance to ask any more questions. But I was wrong. He mindlinks me. When will you return? I mindlink him back. Before evening. If I'll be late, I'll inform you. Matt doesn't try to contact me again through mindlink. Mindlink is an amazing feature that high-ranking werewolves have. We can talk with each other through our minds, but only when we are within a contacting range. But mindlink also has its disadvantages. For example, if an alpha doesn't want to talk to anyone, then he can block people's voices from his mind. Whereas no one will be able to block his voice from their minds. I continue to walk towards the boundary as I hear the crushing of dry leaves under my feet. I cross the boundary and set foot on the land of Dawnfall Depths Pack. I keep on walking deeper into the forests in hopes of finding the pack houses. I hope I'm on the right path. I take one more step and I'm greeted by the sight of Beta Charles. He comes walking up to me. Beta Griselda, he greets me. Beta Charles, I nod at him. Can I know the reason for you gracing us by your presence in our land? He grins at me. I chuckle at the usage of his words. Nicely put, Beta Charles, I compliment him. Thank you. He removes his imaginary hat, bows down and puts his imaginary hat back on his head. I'm little surprised by his cheerful behavior. You weren't this cheerful last night, I say, lifting my eyebrow. That was because I didn't know you. I saw you as a possible threat to my pack, he answers. And now you know me. Not really, he says, which makes me chuckle. He continues to say, but you seem to be a trustworthy person. I say. So you came here to have a friendly chat with me? He says, wiggling his eyebrows at me. I laugh. Not really. I came to talk to your alpha. What do you want to talk to him? He asks curiously. He must be thinking that why does a beta of another pack wants to talk to his alpha? That's for him to know, I answer. Can you lead me to his pack house? I request. Okay. Beta Charles starts leading the way. He has a concentrated look on his face which tells me that he has already informed Alpha Alaric about my arrival through mindlink. The reason why I didn't want Alpha Alaric to know that I'm visiting him is because I didn't want to give him time to prepare himself to face me. But unfortunately, he knows that I'm visiting him. After walking for a while, a big pack house comes in my view. When we walk near to it, I feel my mate's presence inside the pack house. Beta Charles walks ahead of me as he opens the front door. After you, he says as he gestures for me to go inside. Beta Charles follows behind me inside. I don't see anyone when I look around. At first, it seems that only me and Beta Charles are in the house. Alpha is in his study, he tells me as he leads me there. When we reach in front of the door, Beta opens it and gestures for me to go inside. I thank him and get inside. When I look ahead of me, I see Alpha Alaric standing behind his desk with the same expression of hatred on his face that I saw last night. From behind me, I hear the closing of the door. Beta Charles must have closed the door. I have a feeling that he has even left the pack house by now. Crap. Now, I'm in a room with the cold-hearted Alpha. What do you want? He harshly demands as he crosses his arms. Chapter 5. I grow angry at the fact that Alpha Alaric demanded me instead of asking me what I want from him. But I mask my anger. Now is not the time to get angry. I won't go round and round, I say calmly. I would like to come to the point, I say in a businesslike tone. Alpha Alaric listens to me patiently. To be honest, I didn't think that the man is capable of having any patience. I know that you know I'm your mate. Now my question is, why didn't you claim me as your mate last night? You're not my mate, he says the moment I finish asking my question. I'm damn sure that I'm your mate. Last night I saw your wolf calling out to my wolf. I put my point forward. I'm a little annoyed because he's refusing to acknowledge me as his mate. You're one of those girls, aren't you? He asks. One of those girls. What do you mean? I ask with utter confusion. What does he mean? You're one of those girls who claim to be my mate so that you can get the Luna's position in the strongest pack in the world, he says in his harsh voice as he comes to stand in front of his desk. How dare you accuse me? I say, finally letting out my fury and rage. I am not after Luna's position. How could he even think that? That's what the other girl said, he says mockingly. I have a feeling that he's making all that up, which makes me even more angry. If you don't want me as your mate, then say it. I try to provoke him. You don't need to make up stupid stories to tell me that you don't want me. If you have guts, I don't want you as my mate. he coolly says before I can even finish my sentence. My heart is in pain when I hear those words. It feels as if my heart has been pierced with a rusted sword. I hide my pain from him because I don't think that he's even worthy to see me in pain. I am about to open my mouth and say something equally cruel to him, but he doesn't allow me to. I hope you've got the answers to your questions. Now it's time for you to leave. He strides towards me, grabbing my arm and dragging me out of his study. When I'm outside his study, he shuts the door at my face. I'm angry and I'm in pain. And to tell you the truth, it's a terrible combination of emotions. My eyes start brimming with tears because my pain overcomes my anger. But I won't let the tears escape my eyes. I won't give the alpha the satisfaction of making me cry. I blink back my tears and try to pretend as if I'm fine. I turn around and I see a man looking at me. He looks like the older version of the person who just kicked me out of his study seconds ago. And I know at once that the man looking at me is none other than Alpha Alaric's father. He has a pity look on his face, and that's enough to tell me that he has heard the conversation shared between me and his son. I try to give him a small smile, but I fail miserably. I make my way towards the front door. When I'm outside the pack house, I make a run towards my pack. I want to get away from the alpha as soon as possible. Within minutes I reach my land. I stop and take a breath. Running has made me breathless. The pain that I was feeling has reduced and is now overcome by my anger. I'm thankful to God for that. I'll rather be angry than being in pain. I walk towards the direction of the pack house. The sun is still shining brightly in the sky. I never thought that I'll be finished talking to Alpha Alaric before evening. I open the front door of the pack house. I enter and slam the door behind me. Hard. Fortunately, Matt and Darius are not in the living room. I straightaway go to the kitchen. I am angry and only a bucket of chocolate ice cream can cool me down. I open the refrigerator and take out the ice cream bucket. Next, I grab a spoon and make my way to the living room. I switch on the television and flip to a movie channel on which a slasher movie is being played. Today is my day. I sit on the sofa cross-legged, making myself comfortable as I keep the ice cream bucket on my lap. I start eating while watching the movie. After a few seconds, I hear footsteps from behind me. But I pretend as if I didn't hear anything and pretend to be engrossed in the movie. What happened to her? Darius asks in a whisper. I don't know, Matt whispers back. Is it safe to go near her? I don't hear Matt's reply. Instead, I'm greeted by his presence. He sits on my right side. I don't pay much attention to him. People getting killed on the TV seem more interesting to me. Seconds later, Darius joins us on the sofa, sitting on my left side. Great. Now I'm sandwiched between my two friends who would ask me their never-ending questions. What's up? Darius asks carefully. The ceiling, I deadpan. I'm in no mood of answering questions. I hear Matt sigh beside me. Chris, what happened? I ignore his questions as I continue to stuff my mouth with ice cream. You went to meet Alpha Alaric, right? On asking you why, you said that you'll tell when you return, he presses. I look at two of my friends who are sitting beside me and find their concerning eyes staring back at me. I sigh. I decide to finally tell them. Alpha Alaric is my mate. Both of them are shocked, just the expression that I was expecting from them. Congratulations. Darius says happily. He has rejected me, I say. Again they both are shocked. Matt shakes his head. He can't reject you. Rejections don't exist for werewolves. I don't know about that. He said that he didn't want me as his mate, I simply say. That's why I'm angry and eating ice cream to cool down my anger. They don't speak for a while. Maybe because they don't know the right words to say to me. Are you okay? Matt asks. I'm not okay, but I'm feeling better, I say honestly while hearing a woman scream from the television. He is an idiot for not wanting you as a mate, he says, trying to make me feel better than I already am. To be honest, I'm ready to spend my life being mateless than being the mate of an alpha who is heartless. I add later, let's not talk about it anymore. Both of my friends nod and we all finally focus on watching the movie. It's evening and I'm finished with watching the movie and eating ice cream. Currently, I'm in Matt's study along with him and Darius. A map of our territory is spread across the desk. We are discussing about increasing security since Tim attacked me last night. We are having a detailed discussion about who should be in the patrol team and at which places should the guards be placed at. Suddenly, we hear a knock at the front door. I'll go, I say while exiting the study and proceeding to open the front door. When I open it, I see Xavier, the leader of our patrol team. Mr. West is here to meet you, he informs me. Mr. West. As an Alpha Alaric's father. My internal question is soon answered when Xavier steps aside and I finally see Alaric's father, who is smiling kindly at me. May I come in? He asks. Chapter 6. I am surprised to see Alaric's father at my doorsteps. Come in, I say, inviting him inside the pack house. Who is it? Matt asks from his study. It's Alpha Alaric's father, I answer. After seconds, Matt and Darius emerge from the study. Mr. West, both of them greet him. Alpha Matthew, Gamma Darius. What are you doing here? Asks Matt. I came here to talk to your beta, Mr. West says, and then turns to me. May I have a word with you in private? Sure. You can go in my study and have your talk, Matt says as he and Darius leave the pack house to give us complete privacy. I lead Mr. West to Matt's study. I enter and he follows behind. Please have a seat, I say as I gesture towards one of the 2 chairs in front of Matt's desk. Mr. West proceeds to sit on the chair while I continue to stand. I know that you're my son's mate, he says. Somehow I'm not surprised. I already knew that he had heard the conversation that his son and I had, the way he was giving me a look of pity back at his son's pack house. I know. I want you to come with me to our pack and live with us, he says next. There's no point in living in your pack. Your son doesn't want me as his mate. But our pack needs you. Pack needs a Luna, he reasons with me. I'm sorry, Mr. West, but I'll rather be mateless than be your son's mate. Alaric will go insane if you're not near him. When a male wolf finds his mate, he always has a need to have his mate in front of him because male wolves are possessive creatures. And if he doesn't have his mate in front of him, then he'll always be worried, and all his worries about his mate will drive him crazy and make him insane. That's what Mr. West is implying. Or so I think. I don't think so, Mr. West. When your son and I finished talking, he was so eager to kick me out of his study, I say. I don't know why he's behaving like this, he says. But Griselda, trust me, Alaric will go insane if you're not near him, and that won't be good for our pack. Mr. West, Alaric will not go insane and nothing bad will happen to your pack. I think he is capable of leading his pack without a Luna, I say. Since Alaric is the alpha of the strongest pack in the world, I don't doubt his leadership skills. But he needs you to carry down his bloodline. He needs to have a son who will lead the pack in the future. I'm not a breeding machine, I say, clearly getting offended by his statement. I'm sorry, he apologizes genuinely. I don't say anything. For a while he doesn't speak. You must be thinking of Alaric as cold-hearted and emotionless, but he wasn't always like that. He starts to say as he recalls some memories. Something bad happened in his life years ago which has pulled all his emotions out of him. I never see him smile or even laugh. I never see him happy. When I wish him for his birthday, all I get is a simple thank you, and that's it. I don't even get a tiny smile from him. I want my son back. And only you can do that. You are the only one who can fill emotions in my son. The only emotions that I'm capable of filling in your son are of hatred, annoyance, anger, and irritation. When your son sees me, he's filled with all these emotions, I say. And just because I'm your son's mate doesn't mean that I can get you back your son. Maybe not, but maybe you can, he says with some hope. And Griselda, I would say this once again, our pack needs a Luna. I know you are firm on your decision, but don't you have the need to see your mate? A mate who is cold to me? Nope, I don't think so, says my brain. But, yes, screams my heart. He's my mate and my wolf desperately wants to see her mate again. Don't you? Mr. West presses. A little, I finally give in to answering him. A smile appears on his face. Then pack your things and come with me to my pack, he says. And if you don't like it there, then you can leave any time, he assures. I think upon his words. Sounds reasonable to me. But what about my pack? I'm a beta and I have my own duties, I say. I think Alpha Matthew will be able to manage without you for some time. If he needs you for some work, then you can come back here, finish your work, and then return to my pack. Isn't it reasonable? I slowly nod. He stands up, feeling happy. What are you waiting for? Go and pack your bags. I exit the study and go to my room and start packing clothes for 1 week. To be honest, I don't think I'll be able to survive living in my mate's pack for even a day. When I'm done packing, I take my bag and head to the living room where I find Mr. Wes talking to Matt and Darius. Matt comes towards me and puts his hand on my shoulder. If you need anything, then don't hesitate to call me. I look at him in confusion. I've told them everything, Mr. West informs me. He must have told Matt and Darius about my decision of going to the Dawnfall Depths pack for a while. I nod at Mr. West. If I would have told my two friends myself, then they would have asked me multiple questions. So, I'm thankful for Mr. West for doing that for me. Take care, I say, and hug Matt. You too, he says. Then, I proceed to hug Darius, saying the same thing to him. When I'm done with the goodbyes, Mr. West leads me to his pack. Mr. West opens the front door of Alaric's pack house. He gestures for me to walk inside first. I enter the pack house and look around the living room to find it empty. Where are the people? And most importantly, where is Alaric? Answering to my thoughts, Mr. West says Alaric has gone for some work. He will be back soon. I hope he doesn't return at all. Come, let me show you to your room, Mr. West says. I follow him to a room. When he opens the door, Alaric's scent hits me. This is your room. He gestures towards the neat and tidy room. No, this is Alaric's room, I state, still getting Alaric's scent from the empty room. Which happens to be your room too, since you're his mate, Mr. West implies. If I share a room with your son, then he will kick me out of his pack before you know it, I say. Mr. West ponders over my words. Plus, I won't be comfortable sharing a room with someone who denies to be my mate. Can I have my own room? He nods at me. He takes me to a room just beside Alaric's. Seriously. I don't want to be in Alaric's room, so you get me a room beside his. Looking at my face, Mr. West says, there are many rooms away from Alaric's, but I want you two to be as near to each other as possible. Maybe his behavior will change if you're near him. Okay, let's try his way. I personally don't think being near Alaric will help him in any way. He will get even more annoyed. I hear people entering the pack house. I hope Alaric is not one of them. After what happened in the noon, I'm not ready to see him yet. I think you should meet a few people, Mr. West says. I keep my bag on the double-sized bed and follow him to the living room. There are 3 people waiting for us, 2 men and a woman. One of the familiar faces is of Beta Charles. Mr. West and I are standing facing the 3 people. He starts saying to them, you must be wondering why I have called you here. Well, I have called you here to introduce Griselda Turner. He gestures towards me, who is the beta of our neighboring pack and who also happens to be Alaric's mate. All the 3 people are shocked. I awkwardly wave at them. They don't respond. They are still in a state of shock. Why don't you all introduce yourselves to her? Mr. West says, breaking their state of shock. Beta Charles comes to me first. I'm Beta Charles Lewis, he says while shaking hands with me. After him, other male comes to me. While shaking my hand, he says, I'm Gamma Daniel Phillips. I smile at him. Lastly, a woman approaches me and says, Hi Griselda. I'm Rosalind West, Alaric's mother. It's a pleasure to meet you, I say while I smile. She seems like a nice woman. You are so beautiful, she says genuinely. Not beautiful than you, I say, and we both laugh lightly. It's good to see mother-in-law and daughter-in-law bonding with each other, Mr. West remarks. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Isn't it too soon to be calling us that? Alaric doesn't even consider me as his mate, I say. Mrs. West, Beta Charles and Gamma Daniel are shocked. Again. I forgot to tell you one thing, Mr. West says to the shocked audience. Griselda is Alaric's mate, but he is not ready to accept that, and I don't know why. I start getting looks of pity. Please don't look at me with sympathy, I request them all. Stop feeling sorry for me. It's night and Alaric hasn't returned yet. His parents and I are sitting on one side of the counter while Beta Charles and Gamma Daniel are seated on the other as we're having dinner. Do you and Mrs. West stay here at the pack house? I ask Mr. West. No, it's just for tonight, he answers. So that Alaric can't kick me out tonight. I say in my mind. Our light conversation is interrupted when Alaric enters the kitchen. When he sees me, he is shocked. Then he starts glaring at me. I look down at my plate and continue to eat. What is she doing here? He asks his father in a tone laced with anger. Chapter 7. She's your mate and she deserves to be here, Mr. West says calmly. She is not my mate, Alaric says slowly. He slams his hand on the counter next to Mr. West's plate. The counter shakes a little due to the impact. Ulrich exits the kitchen and I hear him saying she's trying to fool you all. Mr. West pushes his plate away, getting angry with his son's behavior. He gets up from the stool and leaves the kitchen. Everyone else in the kitchen has stopped eating except me. I continue to eat, not bothering about the heated argument that Mr. West is having with his son somewhere in the pack house. Due to my enhanced hearing, I'm able to hear their every word and so are others. Mr. West, you need to stop behaving like this. Ulrich, and you need to stop thinking that she is my mate. Mr. West, she is your mate. Why are you not accepting it? Ulrich, she is not my mate. She's trying to fool you all just like Angelina. Who is Angelina? Mr. West, she is not trying to fool us. Ulrich, that's what you think. Mr. West, Griselda is your mate and you need to respect her. Stop acting like a jerk. I don't hear Ulrich saying any further. So, I know that the heated argument is over. Mr. West comes back in the kitchen, sits on the stool and resumes eating. Everyone does the same. No one dares to talk again. Mrs. West gets up and takes out a plate from the cabinet. She puts food on the plate, preparing the food tray, probably for her son. Griselda, can you take this to Ulrich's room? She requests as she gestures towards the tray. If I take the food to him then he won't eat it, I say. He'll probably throw the food out his window. Mrs. West looks at me. She doesn't say anything because she knows I'm right. She just takes the food tray herself and exits the kitchen. An awkward silence falls during the dinner. After dinner, everyone retires to their rooms. I lie on my bed and try to sleep, but sleep doesn't come to me. I find it hard to sleep when I'm at any new place, so it takes time for me to adjust to my surroundings. I toss and turn in my bed trying to get some sleep, but after tossing and turning for a while I finally give up on sleep. I sit on my bed and think of calling Matt, but if I call him then he may get worried and may tell me to come back. And I'm not ready to go back to my pack. Yet, it will be too soon for me. The other person who I think of talking to in this late hour is Beta Charles. He seems like a friendly guy and I find it easy to talk to him. I remember the conversation that I had with him today in the noon. He can be my potential friend. I get up from the bed and proceed to go to Beta Charles's room. I hope he's awake. There's darkness in the pack house. I'm grateful that I'm a werewolf because werewolves have the ability to see in the dark. When I reach Beta Charles's room, I think of knocking at his door, but that may wake him up and others in the pack house. I turn the knob and open the door a little as I peek my head inside the room. The room is in darkness. Is he asleep? Beta Charles. I whisper, calling out to him. I see Beta Charles slowly opening his eyes. When he sees me, he is shocked. He immediately sits up and that's when I notice him wearing only his boxer briefs. Blush spreads on my cheeks. I turn my head away from Beta Louis' partial naked body. From the corner of my eye, I see him covering himself with a pillow. Yes, Beta Griselda, he says, and I turn my head towards him. I find him little embarrassed because of his underdressed state. Did I interrupt your sleep? I ask. Not at all, he says. Can I come in? Politely ask. Yeah, sure. I enter his room and close the door behind me. I go to his bed. He shifts and makes place for me to sit on his double-sized bed. Can I call you Charles? I ask. Yeah, sure, he replies. I sit on his bed and tell him I'm finding it hard to sleep. Then you should go and lie down beside Alpha Ulrich. I guarantee you'll fall asleep within seconds, he says. We both share a laugh. I wish that could be the case with me, I say. If your Alpha finds me lying on his bed, then he will push me off the bed. We talk a little until I find my back tired due to the sitting. Can I lie down on your bed? I ask. That would be inappropriate, he says. He is already lying on his bed. It's not like I'm asking to sleep with you, I say as I move him further to create some space for me to lie down. But, he starts to say, but I interrupt him. Chillax, I say as I lie down beside him. Ulrich will kill me if he sees you in my bed, he says. He won't. He doesn't even want me as his mate. So you don't need to worry about him. He doesn't say anything. I remember Mr. West and Ulrich mentioning about some Angelina when they were having a heated argument. Charles, who is Angelina? I dare to ask. She belongs to our pack and is obsessed with Ulrich, Charles tells me. She was so crazy for him that she even started claiming to be his mate. She even tried fooling Ulrich into believing that she is his mate. But Alaric didn't believe her. Oh, I say. So, Alaric thinks that I'm another Angelina. Yeah, something like that. Charles, do you think I'm Alaric's mate? Or do you think I'm pretending to be one? I ask him. I think that you're Alaric's mate, he answers. What makes you think that? Alaric's father believes that you are his son's mate. That's enough reason for me to believe that you're Alaric's mate and my Luna. Griselda, Mr. West is a very smart man. Alaric says that you're trying to fool him, but no one can fool Mr. West. He was our alpha. He is experienced. By looking at any person, he can tell whether a person is lying or not. The thing that is important is to make Alaric believe that I'm his mate, I finally say. I open my eyes slowly, a yawn escaping my mouth. I stretch my hands and accidentally hit something. When I turn to my side, I see Charles sleeping soundly beside me on the bed. I instantly sit up. I look around and find myself in Charles's room. But I thought I had returned to my room. I must have been too sleepy to move my legs towards the direction of my room. I should quickly get out of here before anyone finds me in this room. It won't be good if the alpha's mate is found in his beta's room. I tiptoe towards the door so that Charles doesn't wake up. I exit his room and close the door behind me without making any noise. When I turn around, I see Alaric looking at me from a distance. Shit. Chapter 8. I regret Alaric's room and Charles's room being close to each other. You can't get me, so you're trying to get my beta? He asks cruelly. I am left disgusted at his words. I am not trying to get your beta, I say as I bite down my anger. I pass him to go to my room. Then why do I find you getting out of his room early in the morning? Did you have sex with him? He asks me harshly. How could he? Even he knows that I didn't have sex with his beta, because if I had, then I would have smelt differently. And I smell the same. When a werewolf mates with another werewolf, then their scent changes. I didn't have sex with your beta, and you clearly know that. I say as I point my finger at him. If he remains to be in front of me, then I will totally lose it. I quickly get inside my room and slam the door behind me. I think I'm going to explode with anger. Mrs. West, Beta Charles, Gamma Daniel and I are in the kitchen having breakfast. I quietly eat my cornflakes while they all are looking at me. What happened? Mrs. West asks me, concern laced in her voice. She senses that something is wrong with me. She is right. Alaric accused me of having sex with Charles, I answer. What? Mrs. West and Charles both exclaim in shock. Mrs. West proceeds to ask me, why would Alaric do that? Because he saw me exiting Charles' room early in the morning, I say while I continue to eat my breakfast. What were you doing in Charles's room early in the morning? I tell her everything about not being able to sleep last night, about what I talked with Charles, and about what Alaric said to me this morning. I hadn't intended to sleep in Charles's room, I say. I don't know when I fell asleep. Alaric is jealous, Mrs. West states as a small smile creeps onto her face. And he's going to kill me, Charles comments. Charles, Alaric is not going to kill you, Mrs. West assures Beta Lewis. Then she tells me happily, Alaric is jealous, which means that he has feelings for you. He wasn't jealous. He was rude, I say. Just then, Alaric enters the kitchen. He glances in my direction for a few seconds, then proceeds to go to the refrigerator. He opens it and takes out yesterday's leftover, and then dumps the contents on the plate which he has taken out from the cabinet. Then he leaves the kitchen with his food. Obviously, he doesn't want to have breakfast when I'm present in the kitchen. Soon Mr. West enters the kitchen. Why is Alaric eating in the living room? He asks all of us. Well, because of me, I answer quietly. I hear Mr. West giving out a frustrated sigh. I can feel him getting angry, and somehow I know that he and Alaric will soon end up arguing with each other. Before Mr. West can leave the kitchen, I stop him. Please have breakfast with us. I kindly request him. He knows that I'm trying to stop him from arguing with his son. I'm relieved when he doesn't leave the kitchen and decide to have breakfast with us. When we are all done with our meal, we assemble in the living room because Mr. West has something important to discuss with us. We all stand in a semicircle while Mr. West is standing facing us. He starts saying, as you all know, Griselda is Alaric's mate. Oh please, Alaric sarcastically says. Mr. West shots him a look which silences him. Mr. West continues, Griselda will be staying with our pack for a while. Everyone in our pack will be wondering why the beta of our neighboring pack is staying here. We'll tell them that she is here to learn some of our defense techniques and skills. Why can't we tell our pack that she's our Luna? Charles asks. That's because my ignorant son is not ready to accept the fact that Griselda is his mate, Mr. West answers. She is not my mate. Alaric says angrily as he leaves the pack house, slamming the door behind him. The door comes off its hinges and falls on the ground. I think we need a new door. Everyone, proceed to Alaric's study, Mr. West says in his voice laced with authority. He is really angry with his son's behavior. We are quick to obey him. We all go to Alaric's study and wait for Mr. West. When he enters the study, he closes the door behind him. His anger is gone and he looks composed, for which I'm grateful. If we tell the pack that Griselda is Alaric's mate, then he will be quick to deny it. And I'm afraid that our pack will believe him and think of Griselda as someone who is claiming to be his mate. And people will think of me as another Angelina. I finish for him. You know about Angelina? He asks. Yeah, she does, Mrs. West answers for me. So we can't tell our pack that Griselda is our Luna. We'll have to keep it a secret for now, Mr. West concludes. We all agree with him. He turns to Charles and Daniel and tells them, inform everyone in the pack to gather in front of the pack house in about an hour. I have an announcement to make. Charles and Daniel nod. They both leave the study. After an hour, I find myself standing beside Mr. West at the pack house's doorsteps, facing his pack members who look clueless as to why they have been told to assemble here. Mr. West gestures towards me and says, this is Griselda Turner, the beta of our neighboring pack, the Night Guardians. Everyone is shocked after learning that I'm beta of a pack. I guess it's the first time that they're seeing a female beta. She's here to learn some of our defense techniques. I hope you all will be welcoming to her. Treat her like family. I can't escape all the curious looks that are thrown in my direction. Disperse, he commands his audience. The pack members scatter towards the direction of their houses. Now it's just me, Charles, Daniel, Alaric's parents and Alaric himself left standing. Alaric looks annoyed because he was forced to attend this gathering by his father. Mr. West and Mrs. West are standing side by side facing us now. It's time for us to go, Mr. West says to us. We all slightly nod at him. Mrs. West approaches me and takes my hands in hers. It was really nice meeting you, she says with a smile. Same here, I say, smiling back at her. She pulls me in a hug and whispers, you are perfect for my son. I refrain myself from rolling my eyes. Perfect is not the key word when it comes to me and Alaric. If Alaric would have heard his mother's words, then he too would have rolled his eyes. Mrs. West and I pull away from the hug. We say our goodbyes and Alaric's parents leave and go to their house. We get back inside the pack house. I'm the last one to enter. I close the newly fixed door behind me and join Charles and Daniel on the couch, sitting between them. Alaric has gone to his study. Obviously, he doesn't want me anywhere near him. We're having fighting practice in the noon. You'll be joining us, right? Charles asks me. I'll have to, I reply. For a few minutes, silence falls in the room. But soon that silence is broken by Charles as he asks me randomly, what's your age? 19, I reply. So, what's your story and how did you become a beta? I start telling them my dad died in the Silver Moonstone battle, which your alpha interrupted. Realization crosses on the beta and the gamma's face. They now know which battle I'm talking about. I continue, my dad died and there was no male member in my family to take over the position. So, I had to step up and take responsibility. When I finish telling them, Charles asks me, weren't people against you becoming the beta of your pack? They were and they still are. I say as I give out a humorless chuckle. I think you're the first beta who is a female, he says. Usually, the pack doesn't allow a female to become a beta. It makes the pack look weak. Not that I mean that your pack is weak, he corrects himself quickly. I smile to myself after hearing his words. I don't know why people think that she-wolves are not capable of taking up positions. People just think of us as breeding machines, I say. I don't think of you as a breeding machine. You're much more than that. You are brave. You are courageous, Charles says with seriousness. You're being too kind, I say with a smile as I look at him. For a few seconds I continue to do so. Why are you looking at me like that? He asks awkwardly. He's feeling uncomfortable under my gaze. I wish you were my mate, I say. Charles and Daniel are both surprised after hearing my words. You are so good to me. Why did I have to get Alaric as my mate? I asked to no one in particular as I bury my face in my hands, cursing my fate. Griselda, Alaric is a good person, Charles says. He doesn't seem like a good person to me, I honestly say as I remove my hands from my face. I just wanted a loving mate, but all I get is a mate who doesn't even respect me, who is rude to me, and most importantly, who does not even acknowledge me as his mate. Chris, some things happened in his childhood that made him what he is today. He was not born as a cold-hearted person. A sudden knock at the front door interrupts Charles. I'll get it. I get up from the couch. I don't want to hear any more about Alaric. I answer the door. I find a girl standing in front of me who is smiling at me. She has a backpack with her. When I look at her face carefully, she looks familiar. She looks like Alaric. Is she who I think she is? Hi, she says cheerfully. I'm Alaric's sister. I was right. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and start your adventure with the pack. In the power struggle of this werewolf pack, can Griselda uncover Alaric's hidden secrets? Or will she be entangled by his rejection? How will she face her inner turmoil and the pack's expectations? Join us on an adventure to uncover the secrets of the werewolf pack. Don't forget to subscribe. Chapter 9. You must be Griselda, and says with a smile. Yes, I am. Come in, I say and open the door wider for her to enter. She enters the pack house and I close the door behind her. When I turn around, I find her staring at me. You're so pretty, she compliments me. I don't know why I'm getting that so much. You're pretty too, I compliment her back. She goes towards the sofa, where Charles and Daniel are sitting. She drops the backpack beside the sofa and joins them, occupying the space where I was sitting earlier. I go on and sit on the other sofa. What are you doing here? Charles asks, and as he faces her, he's curious to know the answer, and so am I. She exclaims happily, I'm here to live with you all. Why? He asks cautiously. So that I can know my future sister-in-law. She excitedly exclaims. My eyebrows instantly rise after hearing her words. I smell something fishy. I have a feeling that she's not here just to know me. There's something more to it. But I decide to leave it for now. I think that it would be wrong for you to call me your sister-in-law because your brother doesn't even acknowledge me as his mate. I say to her, and her face falls a little. I don't know why Alaric is behaving like that, and says, I thought that when he'll find his mate, he'll change for good. What makes you think that I'm your brother's mate? I ask just to test her. I really want to know what her reply would be. My dad believes that you're Alaric's mate, and that's enough reason for me to believe that you're my brother's mate, she replies. Okay, I say slowly because I don't have anything else to say. I can't wait to see my little nephews and nieces running around here. And says cheerfully, trying to break the serious atmosphere in the room. A cough escapes my throat, feeling awkward. And I start to say, your brother doesn't even remain in the same room as me. So, your idea of seeing little nephews and nieces will have to be put on hold. I can tell that she's disappointed. How old are you? I ask her, trying to pull her away from her disappointed state. I'm 16, she replies. What about you both? I ask, looking at Charles and Daniel. Alaric, Daniel and I are all 22, Charles answers. Daniel, why are you so quiet? I curiously ask. Since yesterday, Daniel didn't even utter a single word to me, excluding his introduction. I'm not quiet, Daniel answers. I just have nothing to say. Okay. I nod. I hear the study's door open, and seconds later, Alaric enters the living room. His eyes go towards his sister. What are you doing here? He asks her. I just came to live with you guys, and replies. Why? Because I want to. And he starts to say. He folds his arms across his chest. Why don't you honestly tell me why you're here? I've told you, Alaric, I'm here to spend time with you guys because I want to, she replies. Somehow, I find it hard to believe, he says and exits the pack house. Where is he going? I ask, referring to Alaric. To the training ground, Charles answers as he looks at his wristwatch. It's 11 a.m. He always goes 1 hour before the training practice to warm up. I nod my head, processing this information. It's 11:30 a.m., and I'm ready to have my first training practice with the Dawnfall Depths pack. Charles told me that it takes 10 minutes to reach the training ground. I want to be early for my first practice, so I'm ready. I head to the living room where Charles and Daniel are lazily sitting on the couch. I told you guys to get ready, then why aren't you guys ready? I asked them. I want to be early. They will definitely get me late. They are supposed to lead me to the training ground, but here they are, sitting lazily on the couch. They haven't even changed their clothes. Chris, you need to relax. We will get there in time. We've got half an hour. So chill, Charles says coolly. I go towards them and pull them up by their arms. They don't protest, maybe because they are showing respect to their future Luna. I drag them to their respective rooms and push them inside. Get ready. I yell at them. Within seconds, they emerge from their rooms shirtless, wearing only basketball shorts. I am surprised at the state of their partial nakedness. Seeing me surprised, Charles explains it's our dress code for training. The fightings make us sweaty, so we usually prefer to wear minimal clothes. I reply. Suddenly, and appears from nowhere and whistle at the boys. I didn't know that she could whistle. Hello, hotties, she says playfully. She is right. Charles and Daniel are definitely good looking. Their bodies are really well defined. If girls from my pack see them, then they will surely start fangirling. Yeah, we're hotties, Charles says playfully as he grins, showing us his white teeth. I can't help but chuckle. I wish I could come with you guys, she says sadly. I don't want to be alone in the pack house. And if you were allowed at the training ground, then we would have taken you, Charles says to her. I know, she says disappointingly. When will you guys return? After 2 hours, Charles answers. I'm surprised at the duration of the training. 2 hours of training practice. Don't these guys get exhausted? Charles, Daniel and I leave the pack house and head towards the training ground. Don't you think that training for 2 hours in a day is a lot to handle? I ask as I walk between them. Don't you guys get tired? Yes, we do, Charles replies. But we also get the next day off to rest. We are lucky that we have training practice on alternate days, he informs me. Well, it's a relief hearing that. I wouldn't have been able to handle 2 hours of training every day. Is there something else you want me to know? I ask. We have left all the houses behind and continue to walk among the tall trees. You will be the only female who will be present in the training practice, Charles informs me. Normally, she-wolves are not allowed to even go near the training ground. But since Mr. West said that you're here to learn our defense techniques, you'll have to play the part. I know, I say. We walk for another 5 minutes until I see the training ground. The training ground is a clearing with the trees surrounding it in a circle along with the silver chains. It is what I would call a wrestling ring for werewolves. Nearby, I see Alaric using a tree as a punching bag. He's shirtless and sweaty. And angry. Somehow, the tree is still attached to its roots on the ground, but I also know that he is not trying to knock down the tree. If he really wanted to do so, then the tree would have already fallen. Since we reached the training ground, Alaric's punches on the tree have become harder. Maybe it's because of my presence. He surely doesn't want me here. We still have 15 minutes left until the training practice. Other wolves have not arrived yet. I decide to lean on a tree and continue to watch my mate venting out his anger on the tree. He looks so angry, so frustrated, so much filled with hatred. I hope he doesn't kill anyone during the practice. Just 5 minutes are left for the training to start, and the wolves have started arriving. It seems that there are about 100 wolves present. They all are shirtless and in good shape. They all start jogging, jumping and whatnot to warm up. When the sun is at its highest peak in the sky, the training starts. Alaric and Charles enter the training ground while the other wolves surround it. Daniel decides to stand beside me as Alaric starts addressing the crowd. He talks about being alert and demonstrates with Charles some of the ways to defend ourselves. As I continue to listen to him, I notice that the other wolves are standing, keeping a distance from me. After Alaric finishes talking, he tells us to get in pairs and start fighting with our partners. He instructs us not to seriously hurt each other, implying that we are allowed to hurt each other but not to the extent that the other cannot be healed. Daniel and I get in pairs, as do the other wolves. We all decide our spots and start fighting while Alaric and Charles check whether the wolves are fighting the right way and correcting them if their move is wrong. I throw punches and kicks in Daniel's direction, but he successfully dodges them. He too tries to throw some punches at me, but I block all the punches. I sense Ulrich coming near me as his scent hits my nostrils. Damn it, Daniel, you're being too soft on her. He passively tells Daniel with his arms behind him. He spares me a glance and moves on to the other pair. Why can't he say that he wants you to kill me? I whisper with annoyance. Daniel doesn't say anything. I'm not angry with Daniel, I'm angry with Ulrich. He thinks that Daniel is being soft on me, but Daniel is fighting with me the way he would fight any other male wolf. The wolves fighting near us hear me due to their enhanced hearing and throw curious glances in my direction. I don't pay any attention to them and continue to fight with Daniel. After 1 hour of fighting in pairs, Ulrich tells us to stop and gather around the training ground. We all do as he says. He and Charles again enter the training ground. Ulrich starts saying, Beta Charles and I are going to fight now. I want you all to pay attention to our every move. Watch and learn. Charles and Ulrich take their fighting stance. Charles is the first one to attack. He goes straight for Ulrich's jaw, but Ulrich blocks his punch and in turn punches him back. Ulrich's punch turns Charles's face to the side and I see Charles spit blood. Charles decides to get back at Ulrich, and from then on, the fighting takes the form of violence. What I am witnessing is not fighting, it's brutality. They are fighting with each other as if they are enemies. If they continue to fight like this, then I'm afraid that they'll kill each other. I look at the other wolves. They are too shocked just like me. Why aren't they stopping their alpha and beta from killing each other? The ground is literally shaking because of the fight. Ulrich and Charles are both inflicting wounds on each other and healing at the same time. Since they are powerful rank-holding wolves, their injuries and wounds heal faster. But that doesn't mean that they can beat the shit out of each other. Someone should stop them before they kill each other, I whisper to Daniel. No one will be able to step in between them and stop their fight. The only thing we can do right now is watch them and wait for them to stop fighting, Daniel says so that only I can hear. I don't think others are even paying attention to our conversation. They are so busy in watching their alpha and beta throwing each other at the trees. I will have to stop them. I see Ulrich grabbing Charles' shoulder, and before he can punch him and before their fight takes a really ugly turn, I loudly say, I want to fight with you, Alpha Ulrich. Chapter 10. I want to fight with you, Alpha Ulrich. My words echo in the forest. Everyone is looking at me with an expression of shock. Even I am shocked at my own words. Couldn't I have thought of something clever to say to one of the strongest alpha in the world? Challenging him to fight with me was a foolish move on my part. I just wanted to stop the fight between Ulrich and Charles. I knew that they wouldn't just stop fighting if I just tell them to. The only good thing about challenging Ulrich was that I was able to stop their fight. He and Charles have broken apart by now. You want to fight with me? Ulrich asks. I know he's asking me on purpose. I also know that he's giving me a chance to take back my words. He is not in a good mood today. And stepping inside the training ground and fighting him will not be a good option for me. I just saw him fighting with Charles in a brutal way. What if he won't hit you, my wolf says to me. I doubt that. I say back to her. He will never hurt his mate. The truth is he doesn't even acknowledge me as his mate. After saying this to my wolf, she doesn't bother me again. I snap back to reality. And the biggest mistake that I make is look directly in the eyes of Ulrich. His eyes look dangerous. Let's see what you've got, he says as he wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. Charles steps outside the training ground and I step in. I should be shivering at the thought of fighting Ulrich. But surprisingly, I'm not. I face him. I can't believe that I'm going to fight with my mate. It's the first time in history that two people who are mates are going to fight with each other. He gestures for me to make the first move. I straightaway aim for his face. Before my fist can make contact with his nose, he encloses his palm around my fist, blocking my punch. That's all you've got. He taunts me. I grow angry at his remark. It's clear that he hates me. He doesn't need to always look down on me. He thinks that I'm weak, but I'm going to prove him wrong. I start punching him hard and fast, but he blocks my every punch. This annoys me. I aim for his stomach, but again he blocks me. Next, I start kicking him and I realize that today is not my day as he blocks all of my kicks. But I also realize that he isn't fighting back. Why isn't he attacking me? Because you're his mate and he won't attack his mate, my wolf says. Why aren't you fighting back? I ask. Because I'm afraid that you'll break under my touch. He jeers at me. I'm not fragile, I retort. He gives out a humorless chuckle which makes me more angry than I already am. Come on. I say. Fight with me. When he doesn't make a move, I run towards him and push him. But he doesn't even budge. Why aren't you fighting back? I ask, frustrated. I don't raise my hand on women, he says seriously. What if I were your enemy? I ask. You still wouldn't raise a hand on me. You still wouldn't fight me. The fact is you are not my enemy, he firmly says. I walk towards him and stand directly in front of him. Then why do you treat me like one? I whisper. For a few seconds he continues to look at me. Then he slowly starts to walk backwards and stops at a safe distance from me. He turns to the watching audience. Disperse. He commands them. They quickly do as he says. Within seconds, Alaric and I are the only one left standing alone in the forest. When I look around, I find not a soul in my sight. The men were really quick to obey their alpha's command. I don't treat you like my enemy. Alaric's voice makes me face him. He continues, if I had treated you like my enemy, then I wouldn't even have let you enter into my territory. Those lifeless blue eyes of his are looking at me coldly. Now leave and go to the pack house, he commands. No, I firmly say. If he was my alpha, then I wouldn't have dared to disobey his command, but since he isn't, I can disobey him and he won't be able to do anything about it. I have the privilege to disobey him because he isn't treating me the way I should be treated. Fine. Then I will. He says, getting angry at the fact that I disobeyed him. He shows his back towards me and walks away. This is what I don't like about him. We can't even talk to each other for 5 straight minutes. He always has this urge of not being anywhere near me. Looking at him, I don't even get the feeling that he's my mate. He doesn't look at me with love, just like how mates are supposed to look at each other. He looks at me with all the hate he can muster for me. I already knew that he was cold, but still I decided to come and live with his pack. Earlier there was a little hope left in me, but now that hope has died. I thought that things between Alaric and me would change when I would live in his pack, but today I've realized that nothing can happen between us. Before he can walk out of the training ground, I say to him, instead of being angry, rude and cold to me, why don't you just kill me and get over with it? Honestly, I would prefer to be dead than being treated the way a werewolf should never treat his mate. My words halt him in his tracks. He quickly turns and pushes me against a tree, keeping his hands beside my head. His body grinds with my body, his lips just inches apart from mine. I never thought that we would be this close to each other. I don't want to hear you say those words again, he slowly says. The warning and seriousness in his voice silences me. He continues to look at me. I can tell that he's thinking something. But what? I can give anything to know what's going inside his head. I wish I could read his mind. I wish I could know why he's denying me. I wish. Alaric moves away from me and leaves the training ground. The only thing that I can do is watch his retreating figure. Charles's point of view. Daniel and I have been sitting on a tree, hearing the conversation of Alaric and Griselda. I know we shouldn't be eavesdropping, but I can't help it. Alaric is my friend and I care for him. He will be miserable if Griselda leaves him. When Alaric had pushed Griselda against the tree, I thought that he would take her then and there. But I was wrong. I don't know why he's denying his mate. I see him coming in our direction. We hide ourselves more behind the tree leaves. The tree that we are sitting on is very tall, and its leaves are doing a good job at hiding us and concealing our scents. We see Alaric stopping just below the tree we are sitting on. I hope he doesn't look up. If he looks up, chances are that he may see us through the thick leaves and may get angry at the fact that we disobeyed his command by staying and eavesdropping on his conversation. If you two are done eavesdropping on my conversation, then I suggest that you come down from the tree, he says without even looking up. Shit. He knew. Our cover is blown. It's clear as a day that Alaric's words were meant for us. Daniel and I quickly climb down from the tree and stand in front of him. Next time I won't tolerate you both disobeying my command, he says in his alpha tone, which makes us look at the ground, feeling ashamed. When I say disperse, you ought to disperse. Is that clear? Yes, Alpha, Daniel and I say together. Beta Charles, I'm sorry because of the way I fought with you today. Alaric apologizes to me. I don't know what took over me that made me want to hurt you. I know what made you hurt me. I nod at him, accepting his apology. He doesn't say anything more and walks away. I look up from the ground. I thought that Alaric would be really angry at us for eavesdropping on his conversation, but he wasn't. Somehow, I have the feeling that he wanted us to hear his conversation. Let's go to Griselda, I say to Daniel. We head towards the training ground. When we reach there, we don't find Griselda. Where is she? I wonder aloud. She must have gone back to the pack house, Daniel suggests. We head back to the pack house. When we reach there, I knock at the front door. When Anne opens the door, she is surprised to see us. You guys came back early, she says. Ulrich ended the training early, I say, and get in. I look around the living room and find it empty. I go to the kitchen and don't find Griselda there. I also check her room, but she isn't there. When I return to the living room, Anne asks me, who are you looking for? Griselda, I answer. Where is she? I thought she's with you guys, and replies. Where could have Griselda gone? Has she left our pack? Has she left Ulrich? Chapter 11, Griselda's point of view. I have been running for hours. I'm sweaty and tired due to all the running. I stop to catch my breath. After my argument with Ulrich, I didn't feel like going back to the pack house and seeing his face. So, I decided to explore his territory. Currently, standing among the tress, I look up at the evening sky. The stars and the moon will soon appear. I should head back to the pack house before it's late. Instead of running, I decide to walk back to the pack house since my legs do not have the energy to run. I am exhausted. I start walking towards a particular direction, hoping that I'm going the right way. After a few minutes, I find myself still roaming in the forest. The correct word would be lost. I look at the sky, which has turned a dark shade of blue, with the stars accompanying the moon. I wish the stars could show me the way, but I know it's delusional. I'll have to find my way on my own. Before I can take a step, I hear the crunching of dry leaves. Soon I hear quick footsteps in a distance. I take a fighting stance, thinking that enemies are coming in my direction. But I am soon relieved when Charles comes in my view. I relax and approach him. Thank God you're okay, he says, relieved. What are you doing here? He asks as he looks at the tress around us. I was just returning to the pack house, but I kind of got lost, I say sheepishly. Charles opens his mouth to say something but stops when few of his pack members appear behind him. You need to come with me, he says. Somehow, I have a feeling that he wanted to say something else but didn't because of the other wolves being present. I don't ask him questions after hearing the seriousness in his voice. I quietly walk beside him as he leads the way. The pack house comes in my view. I get a tense feeling just by looking at it. Charles goes ahead of me towards the front door. Before he can knock on the door opens and Ulrich appears. He briefly looks at Charles and then looks at me. He glares at me for a few seconds. Why is he glaring? I get a feeling that he's going to shout at me, but he doesn't. He silently goes inside. I follow Charles inside the pack house. In the living room, I find Ulrich's parents and Anne, sitting on the sofa while Daniel is standing in the corner, Ulrich not in sight. He must have gone to his room. The atmosphere in the living room is tense. They all have seriousness plastered across their faces. They are so deep in thought that they don't realize my presence. It's only when I shut the front door that they snap back to reality. The moment their eyes land on me, all get up from the sofa. Mrs. West rushes to me and engulfs me in a hug. Thank God you're okay, she says against my shoulder. When I hug her back, I realize that she is shaking. I pull away from the hug and keep her at arm's length. I see that she's crying. Why? What happened? I ask with concern as I wipe her tears away. Why is she crying? I was worried about you, she replies. There was nothing for you to get worried about, I try to assure her. I admit that I got lost in the forest, but I would have eventually found my way back to the pack house. Mrs. West calms down at my words. Where were you? Mr. West asks while approaching me. I was just exploring your territory. When I was done, it was already evening and I decided to head back to the pack house, but in the process I got lost, I explain. Griselda, Mr. West says seriously. We were worried about you. We thought that something happened to you. I don't say anything. I understand that they were worried about me because I'm their future Luna. If I knew the way, then I would have returned as soon as I could. We are all glad that you're okay, he says, sounding relieved. I nod at him. It's time for us to go. Mrs. West hugs me again before following her husband out of the pack house. When the front door is closed, Anne runs towards me and hugs me. Thank God you're okay. We thought that someone might have hurt you. Nothing would have happened to me, I say while pulling away from the hug. It's not like there is a serial killer who wants to murder me. Plus, I don't have any enemies who would want to hurt me. Who would want to hurt me anyway? I ask, shrugging my shoulders, trying to lighten the mood, and doesn't look me in the eye. When I look at Charles and Daniel, I find them too avoiding my gaze. Am I missing something? They are surely hiding something from me. Guys, is there something I should know? I ask them all with caution. There are lots of things that you should know, but I'm not the right person to tell you. Charles decides to speak. Who is the right person then? I ask. I think that you have a clear idea who that person is, he replies. I know who he is talking about. Ulrich. The person you are talking about won't tell me anything, I say. Maybe you should try asking him, Charles suggests. How the hell am I supposed to ask him when he doesn't even stay in the same room as me? I ask. And Charles, Ulrich will never tell me anything. You clearly know that, I add before heading towards my room in an attempt to avoid talking about Ulrich. The moment I enter my room, I straightaway go to the bathroom to shower. After half an hour of showering, I feel relaxed and at peace. I dry myself with the towel and wrap it around my body. When I return back to my room, I take my clothes out from the backpack and spread them on my bed. Suddenly, my gaze goes towards my bedroom door, which is open. How did I forget to close the door? I go towards it to close it, but before I can reach the door, Ulrich appears at my doorway. Chapter 12. Ulrich is standing in front of me with a passive expression on his face. He is fully clothed while I'm clothed in just a towel wrapped around my body. He continues to look at me while I do the same. I thought that his eyes would wander down to stare at my towel-clad body, considering the fact that I'm his mate, but it doesn't. His eyes remain fixed on my face. I expect him to say something on the lines of, "Don't you have some decency? Do you always change your clothes with the door open?" But he doesn't say anything. While his eyes remain on my face, I see his hand reaching for the doorknob, and he closes the door for me. I continue to look at the closed door for a few minutes. What did just happen? I quickly open the door and look around for Ulrich, but he is nowhere to be seen. I am just about to get back inside my room and close the door, but and appears from nowhere. You should have dropped your towel, she says, throwing her hands in the air in frustration. What? I don't understand. You should have dropped your towel in front of Ulrich. Then he would have come inside your room and claimed you then and there, she explains as if she's explaining to an 8-year-old kid. I highly doubt that. Even if I walk naked around Ulrich, he won't claim me, I say. Why don't you tempt him into claiming you? She asks. Her question instantly makes my eyebrows rise. She continues, if he claims you, then things would change between you two. I give out a humorless chuckle. Claiming me won't make him respect me and acknowledge me as his mate, I say. I'll talk to you when I'm dressed, I conclude and close the door. After getting dressed, I open my bedroom door and find and standing in front of me. Was she waiting for me outside my room, just so that she could continue the conversation that we were having earlier about her brother? If Ulrich claims you, then the bond between both of you will become more strong, and so will your feelings for each other, and says as she enters my room. I close the door behind her. And there is no bond between your brother and me. If there was a bond between us, then he wouldn't have denied me as his mate. And Ulrich doesn't have feelings for me. If he had feelings for me, then he would have marked me, claimed me, and would have said that he loves me. I put my points forward. Griselda, you are wrong, and says, Ulrich has feelings for you. When you went missing, he was so worried. He would have gone crazy if you didn't return to the pack house tonight. The seriousness that weights her words tells me that she's telling the truth. It's almost unbelievable that Ulrich would be worried about me, considering the fact that he denies to be my mate. I thought that he was only capable of emotions of hatred, but I didn't know that a person like him could be capable of worrying about someone else. I know you're finding it hard to believe that Ulrich was worried about you, but trust me, he was, she says. And then she starts telling me what happened in the pack house when I went missing. Anne's point of view, I am alone in the pack house. Ulrich, Charles, Daniel, and Griselda have gone for training practice. I wish I could go with them. I would prefer that over getting bored at the pack house. I am sitting on the couch watching shows which don't interest me at all. Suddenly, there is a knock at the front door. When I open the door, I am surprised to see Charles and Daniel in front of me. You guys came back early, I say. Ulrich ended the training early, Charles says, and gets in. He looks around the living room. Then he goes to the kitchen. It seems as if he's looking for something. When he returns to the living room, I ask him, who are you looking for? Griselda, he answers. Where is she? I thought she's with you guys, I reply. She went with them to the training practice. She was with us until Alaric told all of us to disperse so that he could talk to Griselda alone, Charles tells me. Everyone returned back to their houses except me and Daniel. We decided to eavesdrop on their conversation. We climbed up a tree which was at a reasonable distance from the training ground and were listening to Alaric and Griselda. They were clearly having an argument. Alaric ordered Griselda to leave the training ground, but Griselda didn't listen to him. Alaric was so angry that he himself left. Then he caught us eavesdropping. He warned us not to disobey him again and went somewhere. Daniel and I went back to the training ground to get Griselda, but she wasn't there. We thought that she must have come here, so we also came here. Charles finishes speaking. After his words settle in, I start worrying about Griselda. What if something bad happened to her? I ask, clearly panicking. Charles knows what I'm talking about. We should not assume the worst, Charles says, trying to calm me. After a moment of silence he speaks. I think Griselda went back to her pack. Why would she? I ask. Why wouldn't she? The way Alaric is treating her, I don't think she would want to stay with our pack, he says. I hope she's with her pack. Daniel speaks for the first time since he entered the pack house. I know what he means. He just wants Griselda to be safe just like we do. We should find out whether she's with her pack or not, he suggests. Charles nods and then proceeds towards the front door. Where are you going? Daniel asks him. To Griselda's pack, Charles answers. You just can't go there and ask whether Griselda is with them or not. What if she's not with them? Her alpha will get worried and would demand answers from you which you won't be able to give. Daniel reasons with him. Then what should we do? Charles asks, feeling frustrated and helpless at the same time. We should inform Alaric, Daniel replies. Charles nods, agreeing with him. Charles has a look of concentration on his face which tells me that he's trying to mind-link my brother. I'm not able to reach him. Charles gives out a frustrated sigh after a few seconds of trying to mind-link Alaric. He must have blocked you from his mind, Daniel says. What should we do now? I ask in a little voice. We are running out of options. We have to go to Griselda's pack. That's the only option left, Charles says. I don't think she's with her pack, Daniel says thoughtfully. What makes you think that? Charles asks immediately. She sees you as a potential friend and so she would have informed you before going back to her pack. I can see Charles processing his words. After a few seconds I find Charles agreeing with Daniel. And also, if she wanted to go back to her pack then she would have informed Mr. West, Daniel later adds. Charles nods. We should tell Dad that Griselda is missing, I say. We just can't sit in the pack house and feel helpless. Both Daniel and Charles nod at my suggestion. We exit the pack house and head towards my house. When Mom answers the door, she is surprised to see us. What are you all doing here? She asks with a smile on her face. I speak up, Griselda is missing. Her smile vanishes and soon her face is full of worry for Griselda. We all enter the house and are greeted with the sight of my father. Before he can ask us any questions, I tell him that Griselda is missing. Charles tells him everything what happened in the practice training. Where is Alaric? Dad asks. We don't know, Charles answers. Did you try to mind-link him? Yes, but I wasn't able to reach him. I think he has blocked me. We can't wait for him to return, Dad starts saying. We have to take matters in our own hands. Daniel, tell the patrol team to assemble here within 10 minutes. Daniel nods and gets to work. Dad, Charles and Daniel along with the patrol team have gone in search of Griselda, while Mom and I are waiting in the pack house. As the minutes are passing, her state is becoming worse. She seems so fragile that I'm afraid that she will break. I'm afraid that she'll worry herself to death. She will only be at peace when she sees Griselda safe. After 3 hours of sitting helplessly in the pack house, Mom gets a call. She answers it. After she ends the call, she tells me that Dad has found Alaric and now Alaric is also helping them to find Griselda. I start to see a ray of hope thinking that Alaric will be able to find his mate. It's evening and there's no news of Griselda. I can see that Mom's worry is eating her up. I can tell what she is thinking just by looking at her face. She's hoping that history doesn't repeat itself. Even I'm hoping for the same. Mom has been keeping herself composed from the moment she came to know that Griselda is missing. So now when she starts crying I don't stop her. I just sit beside her on the couch and let her cry on my shoulder. I let her cry thinking that she would somehow feel better after crying. Seeing her cry makes my eyes brim with tears. But I hold them back. I need to be strong for my mother. I don't want anything to happen to Griselda, she says against my shoulder as she continues to sob. I can't help but nod. Minutes turn into hours and Mom hasn't stopped crying. Her soft cries have turned into loud wails. I try to stop her from shedding more tears, but I'm not able to. My soothing words are getting buried under her loud cries. So, I'm forced to call Dad so that he can come here and calm my mother. Within minutes, Dad and Ulrich barge into the pack house. Mom runs towards Ulrich, engulfs him in a hug and starts crying even harder. Ulrich tries to soothe her. Please don't let anything happen to Griselda, she requests. I won't let anything happen to her, Ulrich replies. The tone of his voice tells me he won't let even a strand of Griselda's hair come to harm. He's trying so hard to maintain a passive expression on his face, but I can see through his eyes that reflect his worries. Suddenly, Ulrich pulls away from the hug, and there's a concentrated look on his face. Someone is trying to mind-link him. He turns to Mom and tells her, Charles has found Griselda and they'll be here any moment. Mom visibly relaxes and stops crying. Everyone seems relieved. Ulrich takes Mom to the couch and makes her sit. Dad and I join her on the couch. Daniel also comes back to the pack house. Silence falls in the living room as we all wait for Griselda and Charles to return back to the pack house and end all our miseries. Griselda's point of view. We were all relieved when we saw you standing in the living room, and says as she finishes telling me, and you know the rest. I let her words sink in. Her words tell me that people were worried about me. It was justified on their part to worry about me since I happened to be their Luna. But when Anne was telling me everything, I felt as if she was speaking carefully, like she didn't want me to know certain things that may slip out of her tongue. You said something about history not repeating itself, I say to her. What history were you talking about? Chapter 13. But when Anne was telling me everything, I felt as if she was speaking carefully, like she didn't want me to know certain things that may slip out of her tongue. You said something about history not repeating itself, I say to her. What history were you talking about? She turns her head away, avoiding my gaze. Answer me, I press her for an answer. I don't think I'm the right person to tell you, she says, still avoiding to look me in the eye. I'm tired of hearing that. Why do people always tell me that they're not the right people to tell me anything? I think you should leave, I say to her as I proceed to the bedroom door and open it for her. She gets up from the bed and says, I know you are angry at me for not answering your question, but trust me, it's not even my past to tell you. I admit that I'm a little angry, but that's just because no one is willing to tell me what I want to know, I say. I know that things are being kept from me, and I also know that you all will tell me all those things when the time is right, but today, after seeing Mrs. West cry, I want to desperately know what happened in the past, about what this so-called history of yours consists of. Firstly, it's not even her history to tell, a very familiar voice says from behind me. The coldness in his voice gives me a clear idea who that person is. When I turn around, I'm greeted by the sight of Ulrich standing at my doorway. How come I didn't notice his presence behind me? Meet me in my study within 5 minutes, he says to me without any emotion on his face. How can a person be so emotionless? Doesn't he get tired of wearing the same passive expression on his face every time? He doesn't wait for my reply. He just walks away. Your brother needs to stop ordering around, I say to Anne. She gives me a small smile. He's an alpha. It's in his nature to order around people, she says. But this time he didn't order you. He just told you to meet him in his study. I should better go to his study before he loses his cool, I say, and leave my room, heading towards Ulrich's study. With a slight knock on the door, it opens and I see that the study is in darkness with the only light coming from the lamp kept on Ulrich's desk. And the man himself is sitting behind his desk with his head placed on his intertwined fingers. He looks scary considering the fact that his study is almost dark while being dimly illuminated by the lamp's light. The dim light is highlighting his sharp features. Why is your study in darkness? I ask. I like being surrounded with darkness, he answers. Close the door behind you. I don't want anyone to hear what we're about to talk. I close the door and walk towards his desk. He unclasps his hands. Do you realize how much my family was worried about you, thinking that something bad happened to you when you were just exploring my territory? He asks slowly. I can really tell that he's trying to push down his anger. Do you realize that a Luna has responsibilities? Going missing for hours doesn't count as a responsibility of a Luna. By saying that, are you implying that I'm the Luna of your pack? I ask mockingly as I cross my arms. Last time I checked, you weren't even ready to believe that I'm your mate, and now you're telling me about responsibilities of a Luna. You are not my mate, he says with clenched jaws as he stands on his feet. But my parents think otherwise. They think that you're the Luna of this pack. So I suggest you start acting like one for the sake of my parents. And that means informing them before going to one of your adventures. He's referring to my decision about exploring his territory and getting lost in the forest as adventure, which angers me even more. I wouldn't have gone to one of my adventures if you hadn't argued with me in the afternoon. I say using air quotes. What has our argument have to do with you roaming in the forest? He asks. After our argument, you left and I thought that you must be going back to the pack house, and since I didn't want to see your face, I decided to explore your territory instead of returning to the pack house, I answer. An expression crosses his face. Before I can recognize that expression, it vanishes. Somehow, I have a feeling that the expression on his face was of hurt. But why would he feel hurt? I shake away that thought. Couldn't you have informed someone before proceeding with your exploration? He asks. I was so angry that I wasn't in a mood to inform someone. You are in desperate need of anger management, he comments. Why is he so hell-bent on making me angry? I take a deep breath trying to push down my anger. So do you, Mr. Alaric West, I calmly say. You should leave before we end up arguing again. I'm done arguing with you for today. He dismisses me. I exit his room without saying a word to him. When I enter the living room, I find Charles, Daniel, and Anne sitting on the same couch. I go on to sit on the empty couch. They avoid looking at me, and that's enough to tell me that they heard my and Alaric's conversation. Sometimes I regret werewolves having enhanced hearing. Obviously, now they are feeling sorry for me. After a few minutes of silence, I can't bear it and speak up. Why are we sitting in silence? They all look at me but don't answer. Stop feeling sorry for me, I tell them, looking at their face expressions. After the events that happened today, I didn't think that Alaric would talk to you like that, and says, I thought he would go soft on you considering the fact that you went missing for hours, she later adds. A humorless chuckle escapes my lips. I can't imagine him going soft on anyone. But he is supposed to be soft towards you. You're his mate, she says, her hands moving due to frustration. Try explaining that to him, I say. And doesn't say anything to that. I get up from the couch and proceed to the kitchen. Where are you going? She asks. To make dinner, I reply and resume walking towards the kitchen. You should rest, and says as she approaches me. I'll go and make dinner. I don't need rest, I say to her. I'm not at all tired. My tiredness vanished after taking shower. I'll help you make dinner. She smiles at me. We both enter the kitchen and start preparing dinner. Charles, Daniel, and I sit around the counter with our dinner in front of us. Anne has gone to call Alaric for dinner. Within seconds, she enters the kitchen with Alaric following behind her. She decides to sit beside me while Alaric sits far away from me. I thought that he would have a problem with me being in the same room as him. But I'm left astonished when he doesn't throw any rude comment in my way to make me leave. We all start eating in silence. The moment the meal enters Alaric's mouth, he starts looking at his food with suspicion. Then he looks at his sister. Who made the dinner? I did, and answers. And I know how you cook, so don't lie to me, Alaric says, and I can tell that he's getting angry. I didn't entirely make the dinner, she starts saying. Griselda helped me. The moment Alaric hears my name, he pushes his plate away. I won't eat anything made by her, he says venomously. Technically, the dinner is not made by me. It's made by your sister, I say as I continue to eat while others have stopped eating. Alaric glares at me as he stands up. Before he can leave the kitchen, I say to him, you should know that your sister worked hard to prepare this dinner, and you refusing to eat just because I helped a little will make her hard work go to waste. My words stop him. He looks at me impassively. I see him sitting back in his place and he resumes eating. I raise my brows in amazement. I didn't think that my words would stop him from leaving the kitchen. Maybe he stayed because of his sister. I see Anne giving me a warm smile. I smile back at her and we all continue to eat in silence. After finishing dinner, we all retire to our respective rooms. I lie on my bed, my room consumed in darkness. As usual, I'm not able to sleep. Few minutes pass by and I'm still watching the ceiling. Suddenly, I hear a knock on my bedroom door. Who could it be at this hour? I thought everyone was asleep. Who could be on the opposite side of the door? Chapter 14. I get up from the bed and proceed to open the door. When I open it, I am surprised to see Charles standing in front of me. Hi, he says, giving me a smile. Hey, what are you doing here? I curiously ask. Seriously, what is he doing here in the middle of the night? I just wanted to talk to you, he answers. I hope I didn't wake you up. No, you didn't. Come in, I say, inviting him inside my room. He enters and I close the door. I switch on the lights and find Charles sitting on my bed. I join him. So, what do you want to talk to me? I ask. I thought that you left our pack when you didn't come back to our pack house, he confesses. I thought you became tired of Alaric's behavior and left our pack for good. I admit that I'm tired of Alaric's behavior, but I won't go back that easily, I say. He nods. I'm glad to hear that you won't give up that easily. Giving up is not in my dictionary, I reply, trying to lighten up the mood. Charles gives me a small smile. We sit in silence for a few seconds before Charles decides to speak up. Griselda, you are our only hope of getting us the old Alaric back, he says seriously. Charles, I've heard that a lot. Mr. West has said that and now you're saying that. But I honestly don't know how to give you all your old Alaric back. When we all came to know that Alaric has finally found his mate, we were so happy and we all thought that a mate in his life would change him for good, but he trails off. But nothing like that happened, I finish for him. Yeah, Charles, I start to say, trying to make him understand. Alaric and I are not your usual mates. So, he won't change just because of me. You both may not seem like the usual mates, but you are, he says. What do you mean? I confusingly ask. Griselda, did you ever wonder why Alaric and I were fighting brutally today in the training ground? He asks. I thought that you guys fight like that in every training practice, I say. No. Today was the first time that we were fighting like that, otherwise we fight in a sensible way, he says. Then he goes on to say, today was the first time that I felt as if I was going to die. I was almost scared when I looked in Alaric's furious eyes. You didn't look scared when you were fighting with him. That's because I was busy saving myself from getting killed. Why would Alaric want to kill you? I ask confusingly. Charles looks at me with an unbelievable expression on his face. You are seriously asking me that? I don't say anything since I'm unsure of why he's asking me that question. Today in the morning, Alaric saw his mate exiting his beta's room. And today in the training ground, Alaric wanted to hurt his beta. I don't think you'll take time to figure out 2 and 2 together, he says. You mean to say that Alaric wanted to hurt you just because he saw me exiting your room? I ask. Yeah, it made Alaric quite jealous. He denies to be my mate and gets jealous at the same time. What the hell? I exclaim in anger. You're his mate, so he's bound to get jealous when he sees you with another man. That's the reason why I think that you both are no different than other usual mates, Charles explains. Alaric was jealous when he saw me leaving your room. But that doesn't mean that he can hurt you. I exclaim, feeling completely outraged by my mate's behavior. By now, everyone in the pack house must be awake due to my loud voice. Griselda, it doesn't matter. Alaric apologized to me and I've healed. So let's not talk about it anymore, Charles says in an attempt to calm me. Firstly, he tries to hurt you intentionally and then apologizes. And secondly, you're trying to defend him. Unbelievable. He's my friend. He doesn't seem like one, I interrupt. I know that Alaric and I have grown apart during the years, but we will always watch each other's back. Watch each other's back? I ask, sarcasm laced in my voice. It didn't seem like you both were watching each other's back when you both were fighting today. But then I go on to say on a serious note, Charles, you and Alaric should be best friends since you happen to be the beta and he happens to be the alpha. There should be friendship between you two, which I haven't witnessed yet. And instead of seeing friendship between you two, all I see is a strict professional relationship between an alpha and a beta. Griselda, Alaric didn't have a happy childhood. Things happened in his life which made him shut down to people. All we need to do is open him up and help him live his life the way he should. What things happened in his life? I ask. Charles opens his mouth to answer me, but I hold up my hand, gesturing him to wait. And don't say that you're not the right person to tell me, I say. I will completely lose it if I hear those words again. Well, that's exactly what I was going to say, he says. I sigh. Have all of you memorized those words? Have all of you decided to say those same words to me every time I ask you anything? I'm not the right person to tell you, he says jokingly and starts laughing. I playfully punch his shoulder to stop his laughter. But soon I find myself laughing along with him. When we calm ourselves, Charles says, Ulrich, and Daniel must be awake by now and must be thinking that we both have gone insane because we are laughing in the middle of the night. Yeah, I can't help but agree with him. After sitting in silence for a few minutes, Charles says, I should let you sleep. I nod. He gets up. Good night. Good night. He proceeds towards the door and exits my room as he closes the door behind him. Once again, I'm left alone in the room with my thoughts. I reflect back to all the events that happened today. And it's unbelievable that how can so much happen in a single day. I still can't believe that it has just been one day since Mr. West brought me here to stay with his pack. Knowing very well that sleep won't come to me that easily, I decide against lying on the bed. I go towards the open window in my room. I look outside at the moon in the night sky. The moon reminds me of the goddess of wolves, and I can't help but wonder that why did she make Ulrich my mate? Is she taking revenge from me by giving me a mate who hates me? I wish I could know the answer to that question. I wish I could know the answers to all my questions. Why Ulrich doesn't acknowledge me as his mate? What happened in his childhood? What is his past? Why is he so cold-hearted? I may not be sure of the answers, but I'm sure of one thing. And that is I won't go back to my pack until, and unless I find all the answers. I will unravel the mystery that is Ulrich West. No matter what it takes, I'm going to find the story behind the cold-hearted alpha. Charles, Daniel, and I are sitting around the counter having breakfast. Soon Ulrich joins us in the kitchen. I see him sitting on his stool and helping himself with the breakfast while I continue to stare at him. Doesn't he have a problem with me being in the same room as him? It will take me some time to adjust to the fact that he doesn't have a problem with having breakfast in the same room as me. I continue to stare at him while eating in the process. Before he takes the first bite, he suddenly looks up and catches me staring at him. I don't look away to hide the fact that I was staring at him. I maintain eye contact with him. It's rude to stare, he says slowly. Not only his words tell me, but his tone too tells me that he has a problem with me staring at him. It's not rude when you stare at your mate, I reply. He rolls his eyes and resumes eating. After finishing breakfast, Ulrich goes to his study while the remaining of us go in the living room. What does he do in his study all the time? I ask while pointing towards Ulrich's study. Work, answers Charles. What work? Work concerning the pack. Won't you guys help him? I ask while looking at him and Daniel. We only help him when he needs our help. Most of the time he likes to be alone. I nod at his words. He needs you, Charles later adds. Doesn't seem like it, I say to him. He doesn't say anything. After a while, I'm surprised when I hear Daniel calling my name. Griselda, he says, I want to know something. Okay. You said that you had to take up the beta's position when your father died. But what happened to your mother? She could have taken up the position instead of you, he says. She could have, I start to say. But she refused because of Christina. Who is Christina? My 6-year-old sister, I reply. Chapter 15. You have a sister? And asks surprisingly. Yes, I do, I say with a smile while I remember my little sister's face. I wish I could see her before coming here. I terribly miss her now. When my father died, Christina was only a few months old. So, instead of taking up the beta's position, Mom decided to take care of her. And you had to take up your father's position, Daniel finishes for me. Yes. You must be pretty young when you became the beta. I was trained under Alpha Hale's father for 3 years while my dad's elder brother was temporarily made beta. I was 16 back then when I was given the title, I explain. They all nod understandingly. Suddenly there's a knock at the front door. We all look at each other for a few seconds, wondering who it could be at the opposite side of the front door before and goes to open it. Soon Mr. West joins us in the living room. Hello kids, he greets us with a smile. Hello, we all say together as we get up on our feet. What are you doing here? Charles asks him curiously. I just want to have a word with you all, he answers. Would you like a glass of water? I ask, my manners suddenly kicking in. No, thank you for asking, he says. But I would just like Ulrich to be present here. He then looks around the living room. Where is he? In his study, I reply. Ulrich. He calls out to his son. Soon, Ulrich enters the living room. Dad, what are you doing here? First tell me, what were you doing in your study? Pack work. It's good to know, Mr. West says. And now, since you've mentioned pack work, it's time that Griselda starts looking over the matters concerning our pack since she's our Luna. You want an outsider to look over the matters concerning my pack? Ulrich asks with an unbelievable expression on his face. Ouch, I mumble sarcastically. Stop disrespecting your mate, Mr. West says slowly. She said that she's my mate and you believed her. Wow, Dad, wow. Ulrich says mockingly as he claps his hands. Ulrich, I don't understand why you're so insistent in convincing us that Griselda is not your mate. That's because she isn't. Ulrich shouts and heads to the front door. Ulrich. Mr. West tries to stop his son, but Ulrich has already slammed the door behind him. Mr. West looks at me and says, I apologize for my son's behavior. I'll have to teach him how to respect his mate. He says and proceeds to the front door, but my words stop him. I don't want anyone to teach him how to respect his mate. I want him to learn himself, I say. After a moment of silence, Mr. West tells, and I need to have a word with you, and nods and takes his dad to her room. After a while, Mr. West and Annan return to the living room. Mr. West says to me, take care. You too. He then leaves the pack house. So what did Mr. West say to you? I ask Anne. Nothing important, she answers without meeting my gaze. She's hiding something. I'm fed up of people hiding things from me. I don't press her to tell me. If she doesn't want to tell me, then so be it. I am just about to sit on the couch, but the ringing of my phone stops me. I go to my room to answer the call. Hello. I say without looking at the caller ID. Chris, why didn't you tell me that you'll be living with the Dawnfall Depths pack for a while? Ciara asks. How did you come to know? I ask her. Matt announced to the pack that you've gone to live with them to learn some of their defense techniques and skills, she answers. Matt announced. I ask confusingly. Yeah, he did. Ciara, I'll talk to you later, okay? Okay. I end the call and immediately dial Matt's number. Hi Chris, he picks up on the third ring. Ciara called me and told me that you announced to our pack that I'll be living with Alaric's pack to learn some of their defense skills. Why did you do that? I ask. Griselda, our pack noticed your absence. They started asking questions and I didn't know what to tell them. So I called Mr. West and he told me what to tell our pack, Matt answers. I couldn't have told them the truth of you being Alaric's mate because he was denying you. I had to lie to our pack because Joshua started accusing you of neglecting your duties. If Joshua wasn't your cousin, then I would have thrown him out of my pack. He later adds. Yes, Joshua happens to be my cousin brother. His father and my father happen to be fraternal twins. My grandfather was the beta of the pack. So, when it was his turn to pass down the title, he passed on to my father. Uncle didn't hold any grudge against my father for not getting the title. After a few years, Dad and Uncle found their mates and then Joshua and I were born. But when Joshua grew up and came to know everything, he was angry at his dad for not fighting for the title. Apparently, Joshua is greedy for power. After my father's death, he wanted to become the beta of our pack but couldn't because I was the daughter of the beta and so I was given the title. He was the first one to call me weak. He tried to convince our pack that I wasn't fit for the beta's position and tried to prove that he deserves to be the beta. But Matt's father, who was alpha at that time, had complete faith in me and decided that I would become the beta of his pack because he knew Joshua's greed for power. After being trained under Matt's father, I started taking responsibilities that came with my position, but some people, who had sided with Joshua, didn't like it. And since then, Joshua and his men are conspiring against me, thinking how to replace me. So, it wasn't a shock when I came to know that Joshua was speaking against me. Matt, don't spoil your mood because of him, I say. It's in his nature to spoil moods of others, he says. Let's not talk about him anymore, I say, trying to change the topic. Okay. He sighs. How is Ulrich treating you? He's treating me like a princess. I can't help the sarcasm in my voice. If he's still being a jerk to you, then what's the point in staying with his pack? I've heard that he has a past, I start saying. Maybe knowing about his past may give me a clue why he's denying me. So, when you'll come to know about his past, you'll return back. Yes. Won't you even try to convince him that you both are mates? I don't think that he'll easily get convinced, I say, a little disappointed. Will you be able to live without him? He asks all of a sudden. Silence soon follows after his question. I don't know how to answer his question because I don't know the answer myself. Will I be able to live without Ulrich? Yes, says my brain. You can definitely live without a jerk. But, no, says my heart. You won't be able to live without your mate. My brain and my heart always have conflicting opinions. So it's always hard for me to decide whom to listen to. Chris, it's not important that you answer my question. I just want you to be happy, that's all, Matt says. Take care, Chris, he adds later. You too. And he ends the call. For a few minutes I continue to stare at my phone, deep in thought. Whose call was it? I jump and turn around to find and leaning on the doorframe. Is it her habit to appear out of nowhere? Since how long have you been standing there? I ask her, fearing about how much she's heard. I don't want her to know about Joshua. Since you've been staring at you, phone, she replies as she enters my room. I sigh with relief. Thank God she didn't hear my conversation with Matt. So who called you? She asks again. My friend Ciara. She was missing me, I tell her. Does she know that you found your mate? No. What's the point in telling her when my mate is not ready to even accept me? I say. She comes closer and whispers, do you want him to accept you? There's a mischievous glint in her eyes. Do I want to know what's in her mind? No. I want Ulrich to accept me, but the look you're giving me is making me so scared to even ask you what you have in mind, I say. Don't worry. You don't need to be scared, she assures me. To make Ulrich accept you, you need to do one thing. What? Be naked in front of him. If you enjoyed today's story, don't forget to subscribe to our channel for your next werewolf adventure. Why does Anne insist that being naked will make Ulrich accept Griselda? Will Griselda succumb to Anne's plan? Amidst the complex relationships within the pack, what is the truth? If you want to know the secrets of Griselda and Ulrich, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Chapter 16. Anne, you must have said the word naked 100 times by now, I say. Now you're exaggerating, she tells me. Okay. Maybe not 100 times, but at least 10 times you have mentioned the word naked. Why do you think that being naked will make Ulrich accept me? You are his mate. When he'll see you naked, his inner wolf may come out and he might accept you. I roll my eyes after hearing Anne's ridiculous theory. No, I'm serious, she says convincingly. Why don't you try my method? It might work. I'm not going to be naked in front of Ulrich, I say with determination. But, no buts, I conclude and exit my room to escape from, but she follows behind me. It is night and I'm sitting at the doorsteps of the pack house watching the stars twinkle in the night sky because I'm not feeling sleepy. After his argument with Mr. Weston morning, Ulrich had stormed out of the pack house and had gone somewhere. And he hasn't returned yet. I'm not worried about him getting attacked. No one in their right minds would think to attack one of the strongest alphas in the world. So, I'm not worried about Ulrich being in danger. I am just angry with him for disrespecting his father by storming out of the pack house. He takes his father for granted. When Ulrich will return, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. He needs to learn to respect his father. He is the alpha, but that doesn't mean that he has the freedom to disrespect his father. He needs to truly learn how an alpha behaves. These are the matters concerning Ulrich. Now let's come to his sister. Throughout the day, Anne had been pestering me to be naked in front of Ulrich. She kept requesting, she kept begging, but I didn't listen to her. At the end of the day, she was really sad because I didn't give in to her wishes. I tried explaining to her that being naked in front of Ulrich won't make him accept me, but she wasn't ready to listen. A familiar scent breaks my train of thoughts. When I look ahead of me, I see Ulrich coming my way. When he reaches me, he asks, "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you to grace me with your presence," I say sarcastically. He rolls his eyes. I stand up. "Where were you?" I ask him. "I don't need to answer you," he says with hatred. Before he can walk past me, I block his way. "You need to answer me. I am your mate," I say slowly so that my words may enter his head, and he may find it easy to understand. "Says who?" "Ulrich, I don't know why you are denying me and I don't even care," I start to say. "But don't disrespect your father because of me. Now you will tell me what to do," he asks, becoming furious. "I can't even dare to tell you what to do because you happen to be one of the strongest alphas in the world and I just happen to be a mere beta," I speak, using the right words to bring down his anger. I don't want to argue with him because I know it will be useless. And I'm definitely not in the mood to argue with him in the middle of the night. I continue, I am just requesting you to not disrespect your father. He doesn't deserve to be treated like the way you're treating him. He doesn't deserve to be taken for granted. Respect his opinions. It's not necessary for you to agree with him, but don't be disrespectful towards him. Don't you realize that he gets hurt whenever you are rude to him, argue with him or disrespect him? I don't wait for him to speak. You should consider yourself lucky that your father is alive. If my father was alive, then I wouldn't even think of disrespecting him. My voice cracks at the end of my speech at the mention of my father. I quickly turn around so that Ulrich doesn't see the tear escaping from my eye. I quickly wipe that tear away. There's dinner kept for you in the refrigerator, I inform him, my voice shaking a little. I further add, this time I didn't help Anne. I add the last part so that Ulrich doesn't go to bed hungry thinking that I've helped and to prepare the food. I straightaway go to my room and lie on the bed, burying my face in the pillow. I'm trying so hard to not cry. I really miss my dad. I remember his every laugh and his every smile. And it pains me to know that his laughter won't echo in my ears anymore. I'm feeling sorry for my little sister because she shared very few moments with Dad. How I wish that he would be alive to see Christina speak her first word, to watch her first step, to see her walking for the first time. My heart aches even more to know that my father isn't alive, that he is dead and he won't ever come back. My heart aches knowing that I won't be able to run to him and tell him all my problems in the hope of getting my problems solved. He wasn't just my parent. He was my guardian angel. He was my problem solver. He was my laughter medicine. He was much more than a father. And the thought of never seeing him again makes me cry. Within minutes my cries turn louder. I try to calm myself but the tears don't stop. Suddenly I find myself in someone's arms. My head is on his chest while his hands run on my back in a soothing manner trying to calm me. I instantly stop crying when that person's scent hits my nostrils. I am left confused when I inhale his scent. My mind must be playing tricks on me. That must be it. Otherwise, why would someone who hates me come to my room to comfort me? I pull away from the embrace to know who exactly is comforting me, and I'm shocked to find out that the person who was comforting me earlier is none other than Ulrich. I blink my eyes in an attempt to vanish him into thin air, but he isn't going anywhere. He continues to stare at me. It's unbelievable that I was in his arms a few seconds back. His mere presence in my room is unbelievable. I see his hand reaching for my cheeks and he gently wipes my tears with his thumb. I never thought that the one who makes me cry is also capable of wiping away my tears. Are you okay? He asks softly. I am so dumbstruck after hearing his caring words that I just nod as an answer. I don't think that words would come out of my lips after seeing this side of him. Let's lie down, he whispers. We both lie down on my bed facing each other. He wraps his arm around my waist and brings me closer to him. I am surprised by this gesture. It's hard to believe that the one who has a problem with me being in the same room as him is now lying beside me. But I'm not complaining. I like him being near me. This is what I wanted when I first came here to live with the Dawnfall Depths pack, to be in Ulrich's arms and feel at peace. I rest my head on his chest, closing my eyes as I enjoy listening to his heartbeat. His heartbeat is now my favorite lullaby, and so I find myself surrendering to sleep. I slowly open my eyes with a smile on my face as I remember what happened last night. I still remember Ulrich lying beside me on the bed, but I'm disappointed when I don't find him by my side. Where is he? Bright sunlight coming from the window tells me that I've slept late. I get up from the bed and exit my room in search of Ulrich. I check his bedroom and study, but he's not there. Who are you looking for? I jump and turn around to find Anne standing in a distance. Where did she come from? Ulrich, I reply. Where is he? It's 11 o'clock. He has gone to the training ground to warm up, she answers. Oh, how could I forget that today is training practice? She comes near me and smells me. You smell like Ulrich. That's because I slept with him, I answer. Oh, she exclaims and wiggles her eyebrows. The way she's looking at me tells me that she's thinking something perverted. And I literally slept with him on the same bed. We didn't do anything that you have in mind, I tell her. She's disappointed, but then she cheers up. It's a progress that you both shared the same bed last night. Yeah, it is, I say. I'm going to shower. I have to get ready for the training practice, I inform her. She nods and I return back to my room to have a quick shower. After getting dressed, I head to the living room where I find Charles and Daniel already dressed up, watching television. "Good morning," Charles says when he senses my presence. "Good morning," I greet him as I sit beside Anne. "I saw Ulrich exiting your room early in the morning," he says teasingly. "What's going on?" "Honestly, I don't know," I answer. Last night, seeing Ulrich's side that I didn't know existed was very new to me. His sudden change in behavior confused me a lot. It made me think that what made him enter my room last night. Is it because he heard my cries? I don't know. But it felt good knowing that he was the one to comfort me. The training practice went well. Ulrich didn't pass any rude comments on me. When Daniel and I were fighting, he silently watched us for a few seconds. His gaze on me really made me nervous and self-conscious about myself. Thank God we're back to the pack house. The training left me exhausted. I straightaway go to my room. This time I don't forget to close my bedroom door before going to shower. I don't want a repeat of what happened yesterday. After having a relaxing shower, with a towel wrapped around my body, I emerge from the bathroom. I go to get my backpack, but I'm shocked when I don't find it near the bed. I search the whole room, but still I don't find it. I try to recall where I kept my bag before going to shower. And then it suddenly clicks. I haven't misplaced my bag. It has been stolen. And I know who has stolen my backpack. And I shout at the top of my lungs. She wanted me to get naked in front of Ulrich. I refused. And now my bag is missing. It's her doing. I didn't know that she would go to the extent of stealing my bag just to get me naked. After I had shouted her name, I had expected her to come running to my room, but she didn't. I know she's hiding from me. I'm going to find her and scold her. I go towards the bedroom door, open it slightly and peek outside. There's no one in sight. I quietly step out of my room, clutching my towel to myself as if my life depended on it. I can't even imagine if the towel falls accidentally and someone sees me naked. That would be really embarrassing. I swear I'm not going to leave, and for putting me in this awkward situation. Using my enhanced hearing, I try to hear for any sound in the pack house, but the only sound reaching to my ears is the heartbeat of just one person. Who could that person be? And where have others gone? I head to Anne's room in the hope of borrowing her clothes, since I can't be roaming around in the pack house in just a towel. When I reach her room and turn the knob, I find it locked. I know Anne has locked her room on purpose so that I can't get clothes to wear. But I'll show her that I can even survive without borrowing her clothes. I will borrow Charles' clothes instead. I go to his room. Just before my hand reaches for knob of the door, I debate with myself. Will it be a good idea to wear Charles's clothes? Will Ulrich be jealous if he sees me in his Beta's clothes? Well, I prefer Ulrich seeing me in his Beta's clothes rather than seeing me wrapped in a towel. I turn the knob and find it locked too. This can't happen, I say while violently turning the door knob in frustration. And had it all planned out. She must have told Charles to lock his room so that I couldn't take his clothes to wear. What are you doing? I leave the door knob when I hear that voice. I slowly turn towards the source of that voice and find Ulrich standing in front of his room. How the hell did I forget that his room happens to be just beside Charles's room? So here it is. I'm standing partially naked in front of Ulrich, just like in Wanted. I'm not going to leave her. Chapter 17. So now, I'm standing in front of Ulrich in just a towel. What are you doing? His question roams in my head. Now how to answer that? Should I tell him the truth? Should I tell him that his darling sister put me in this situation? I am tempted to tell him that I like roaming around in a towel just to see his reaction, but I don't think it will be a good idea. I decide to tell him the truth. My clothes were in my backpack, and your sister has stolen my bag. She wasn't even kind enough to leave me my undergarments. Why would she steal your bag? Asks Ulrich. Because she wanted me to be naked in front of you. I can't tell him that because I'll feel embarrassed. You can ask her when she comes back, I tell him. When she comes back. What do you mean? Confusion is clear on his face. She is not in the pack house. Even Charles and Daniel are not here. I inform him, recalling that I heard the heartbeat of only one person, and since Ulrich is standing in front of me, that heartbeat belonged to him. Where are they? He questions. I wish I knew, I say. I expect him to say something, but he doesn't. Without saying anything to me, he goes inside his room. Did I say something wrong? Why did he go inside his room? I think he doesn't want to talk to me. Disappointed, I head to my room. I sit on my bed. I think I'll be staying in the towel for the rest of the day. After a few minutes, Ulrich enters my room with clothes in his hands. You can wear these, he says as he places the neatly folded clothes beside me. Before I can process everything, he exits my room. I continue to look at the clothes. Did Ulrich just lend me his clothes? I think he did. I should thank him. That's the least I can do. It's amusing that he's providing me clothes when his sister is the one who has stolen mine. I take the clothes and wear them. Ulrich's t-shirt is loose on me and his shorts reach my knees. I'm actually feeling kind of weird wearing his clothes with no undergarments. But I guess having clothes on is better than having no clothes on. I head towards his room. When I open his door, I find the room empty. Where is he? I hear for his heartbeat and find it coming from his study. I proceed towards his study. Before going in, I knock at his door announcing my arrival. When I enter his room, I see papers on his desk and find him reading with concentration. I start to say, I want to thank you for lending me your clothes. He looks up from the papers at me and nods slightly. After a few seconds pass by, Ulrich informs me, I tried mind-linking Charles and Daniel, but I'm not able to reach them. I guess they are not even in my territory. We'll come to know about their whereabouts only when they return. I nod at the information. By the way, he says, why didn't steal your bag? You can ask her when she returns back, I tell him. I don't think I'll be able to tell him why Anne has stolen my bag. Anne's point of view. It's very late at night and we are returning back to the pack house. Charles and Daniel are walking behind me with Charles holding Griselda's backpack. The reason why I had stolen her backpack was so that I could get her naked in front of Ulrich. Seeing her naked would tempt Ulrich to mark her and claim her as his. And this would ultimately make him become soft towards her. Along with stealing her bag, I had even stolen the room keys of both Charles and Daniel and locked their rooms. Also, I forced them to come with me, saying that if they won't come with me, I will cross the territory and they will be responsible if anyone harms me. So, they didn't have any other option than to come with me to protect me. I did all this so that Griselda doesn't get any clothes to wear, and that she can be naked for the maximum time possible. I know it's a crazy idea, but I have to do the best to bring Ulrich and Griselda close. The pack house comes in my view. The lights are switched off inside. I guess Ulrich and Griselda are already asleep. We make way towards the pack house. I have an extra key. I open the door with the key and enter inside the pack house with Charles and Daniel trailing behind me. Don't make any noise, I whisper to them. I don't want Griselda to wake up. I know that she'll be angry at me for stealing her bag and clothes, and I don't want her to scold me in the middle of the night. After taking a few steps in the dark living room, the lights are suddenly switched on, and we all give out a short scream at the sight of Griselda standing in front of us with her arms crossed and a serious expression on her face. Griselda's point of view. I have my arms folded across my chest and I'm looking at them with seriousness. Before I can even ask them anything, Charles speaks up. Griselda, I was against the idea of and stealing your bag. I even told her not to, but she didn't listen, he defends himself. Here's your bag. He brings my backpack and keeps it at my feet. Then Daniel speaks, you might be thinking of us as Anne's accomplices, but we're not. And forced us to go with her. After listening to them, I turn my gaze to Anne and ask her, where were you all? We had gone out of the territory so that Ulrich couldn't mindlink Charles and Daniel, and command them to return back to the pack house, she answers. Before I can open my mouth to scold her, she asks, why didn't Ulrich mark you? There's a little disappointment in her voice. Why don't you ask him? I say sarcastically. She really thought that getting me naked in front of Ulrich would make him mark me. I shouldn't have left any towels in your bathroom, she says. And I warn her. Oh, you're wearing Ulrich's clothes. She says all of a sudden as she realizes that I'm indeed wearing her brother's clothes. She starts wriggling her eyebrows. Dinner is kept in the refrigerator. Help yourself, I say to them, completely changing the topic. Before Anne can become happy at the fact that I didn't scold her, I say to her, don't think that I'll let you go that easily. I'm going to have a word with you tomorrow morning. Actually, we're going to have a long conversation tomorrow. And I return back to my room with my bag. Anne's point of view. All the best for tomorrow, Charles says playfully. I shove him. Ouch. He exclaims in pain. Don't tease me, I warn him. And I told you the consequences of your plan, but still you went ahead, Daniel says. Now suffer the consequences. Get ready to get scolding from Griselda tomorrow morning. When I was thinking about the plan, I knew that Griselda would scold me. But tonight, after seeing her with her arms crossed and all, it created a terrifying image of her in my head. And I'm actually scared of the thought of getting scolding from her, I tell them. Don't worry, Charles says as he puts his hand on my shoulder, trying to console me. Everything will go well tomorrow. It's easy for you to say because you're not the one who is get a scolding tomorrow, I say. Who's getting a scolding tomorrow? Ulrich asks as he enters the living room. Oh, me, I say in a little voice. And why? He asks next. By the look at his face, I know that he already knows why. Because I had stolen Griselda's bag, I answer. And why did you steal her bag? I can see real curiosity in his eyes. Why don't you ask her? I say as I try to avoid answering his question. I can't tell him the truth. I can't tell him that I had stolen Griselda's bag, just to get her naked in front of him. Why should I ask her when you're the one who had stolen her bag? He asks back. Answer me. Why did you steal her bag? I was playing a prank on her. The lie easily rolls off my tongue. I know you're lying, he says in a calm and passive tone. My heart starts beating faster at the fact that he caught my lie. No, I'm not, I lie again and try to steady my heartbeat. And I'm not oblivious to the sound of your heart beating at an increasing rate. He tells me, shit. What if I told you that I heard every single word you spoke the moment you entered the pack house? He asks formally. Double shit. He has left me speechless. You wanted me to mark her, didn't you? He asks. I nod. That's the reason why you had stolen her bag, right? I nod again. Did you really think that getting her naked in front of me would make me mark her? He asks disapprovingly. I don't nod. Something in his tone tells me that I should not nod. I know you did, he says. He comes near me. I would have immediately backed away from him if he wasn't my brother. He continues, and I know why you came to live with us in Pack House. I know that Dad sent you to keep an eye on me and Griselda. I know he sent you to make sure that I don't kick her out of the Pack House. I know he sent you so that you both can conspire how you can bring me and Griselda close. Am I right? He raises his voice at the last part, which makes me flinch along with Charles and Daniel. Ulrich, keep your voice down. Griselda will wake up. Daniel advises him. Griselda is already awake. She's in her room listening to us. Ulrich says loudly. And my brother lowers his voice a little. I don't want to see you in the pack house tomorrow. I want you out. Chapter 18, Griselda's point of view. And I hear Ulrich say, I don't want to see you in the pack house tomorrow. I want you out. The moment I hear his words, I rush out of my room. In the way, I come across Ulrich, who's glaring at me. Where is the Ulrich who lent me his clothes this afternoon? He gets inside his room while I head to the living room. The living room is in silence when I enter. I go to Anne and find that her eyes are glossy. Are you okay? I ask. Yeah, she replies. I'm going to my room, she informs me. I follow her to her room to make sure that she's really fine. I find her packing. Why are you packing? I ask. She explains, I'm packing now so that I can leave the pack house early tomorrow. I know Ulrich very well. He would want me to get out of the pack house as soon as possible. You're not going anywhere, I say firmly. But Ulrich said, forget what Ulrich said. Don't pack. You're not going anywhere tomorrow, I say. Good night, I conclude and exit her room. I really think that I should go, and says, getting worried. She's referring to leaving the pack house. We are currently in the kitchen, watching Charles and Daniel preparing breakfast. I would have prepared the breakfast myself, but then Ulrich wouldn't eat it. And you don't need to go, I tell her. Ulrich will be angry if he sees that I'm still here. Is there any time when he's not angry? I ask her. Charles and Daniel chuckle. And you're worrying too much. You need to relax. How can I relax when I know that Ulrich will be angry when he sees me? You're acting as if it's a big deal, I tell her. It's a big deal. He told me to leave the pack house. My presence here is a clear message that I'm disobeying my alpha. He also happens to be your brother, and there's no harm in disobeying your brother once in a while, I say. Charles and Daniel again chuckle. And have you forgotten what I told you last night? We all turn our heads to face Ulrich, who is standing in the doorway of the kitchen. And he's angry as usual. She remembers each and every rude word that you said to her last night. I say to him as I cross my arms. She's not going anywhere, I say with a firm voice. And who are you to decide? He taunts me. I happen to be this pack's future Luna, and this pack house belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. So, even I get to decide who stays in this pack house and who doesn't, I say. My pack's future Luna. He says mockingly. I guess you mean to say that you're my pack's fake Luna. You're crossing your limits, and tries to warn him. And don't try to tell me my limits. He shouts at her. Don't shout at your sister. I equally shout at him. Ulrich comes close to me, our faces inches apart. How dare you shout at an alpha? He says in a deadly tone. You happen to be an alpha, but you're not my alpha. So I can shout at you whenever I want, I say. He backs away from me a little. I was right. You are not my mate. If you were my mate, then you wouldn't have dared to shout at me. You're just an imposter who wants to become my pack's Luna. Ulrich, Charles, Daniel, and say at the same time. I can't believe that you all are ready to believe an imposter over me, Ulrich says. You all have greatly disappointed me. He leaves the kitchen and shutting of the front door tells me that he has left the pack house. I'm done seeing Ulrich disrespecting you. He needs to learn how to respect you, Charles says to me. And then he rushes after Ulrich. I don't try to stop him because I know that he won't listen to me. Are you okay? Daniel asks me. No, I say as I shake my head. How will I be okay when my mate calls me an imposter? I give out a humorless chuckle. I really feel like laughing at my own fate. I got a mate who doesn't acknowledge me as his mate, who disrespects me and who is rude to me. I'm going to my room. I need some time alone, I say, and head to my room. Charles's point of view. Ulrich. I shout at him as I try to catch up to him. Presently we are in the forest away from the houses. Leave me alone, he says as he continues to walk fast. I run to him and force him to turn around so that he faces me. You will have to listen to me, I say to him. You need to respect your mate. Don't try to become my father. Ulrich shouts at me. And Griselda is not my mate. That's what you want to believe. I cross my arms and say, okay, just tell me one thing. If Griselda isn't your mate, then why did you spend the night in her room? I don't need to give answer to you, he says in a deadly tone. He shoves at my chest and then continues to walk away from me. I don't know why you're denying her. I shout at his back as I follow him. Suddenly Ulrich stops walking. I reach him and find that he's looking ahead of him. When I look where he's looking, I become surprised. In a distance, I see a little girl who looks just like Griselda. Is she? Before Ulrich can complete his question, I interrupt him by saying, yes, she is. I look at the little girl and I can't help but wonder that what is Christina doing in our territory? The moment I take a step towards her, she backs away from me. Don't get scared. I try to assure her by holding up my hands in surrender. I mean no harm. Christina relaxes a little. I slowly walk towards her. When I reach her, I go on my knees so that I'm eye to eye level with her. Hi, I say in a friendly tone. You're Christina, right? She nods. I'm Charles and I'm a friend of Griselda, I say. Can you take me to her? She asks softly, in her angelic and melodious voice. Yeah, sure, I say as I smile at her. I stand up on my feet and offer my hand to her. She hesitates a little. Come on, take my hand. I'll take you to your sister, I encourage her. She grabs my hand and we head back to the pack house while Ulrich decides to trail along. Griselda's point of view after spending a few minutes alone in my room, I feel a little better. I won't say that Ulrich's words didn't hurt me. It did. A lot. The cruel words that he said to me are making me think that I made a mistake by coming here. I was better off in my pack living a mateless life. It would have been better than being humiliated by my own mate. I should better get out of my room before Anne and Daniel get worried about me. I leave my room and join them in the living room where both of them are sitting on the same sofa. I sit on the other sofa. How are you feeling? Anne asks softly. I'm feeling better, I reply. She nods. Griselda, Daniel calls me. I look at him. Don't take Ulrich's words at heart, he says, trying to make me feel better. I try my best not to, but I can't help it. He's my mate, and whenever I hear him saying rude things to me, it just breaks my heart. I tell him. My sight becomes blurry. My eyes start brimming with tears, but I quickly blink them away. I'm not going to cry. I tell myself. Coming here was a mistake. I say as my mate's cruel words echo in my ears. Please don't say that, and says. I was better off in my pack living without a mate, I say. I think I should go back to my pack. Please don't, she pleads. If I live here for long, then I'm afraid that Alaric will break me to the extent that I cannot be healed, and I don't want that to happen. I'm already hurt by his rejection and I don't want to get hurt more. It will be best if I leave, I conclude, and get up from the sofa. And 2 gets up and starts pleading frantically. She grabs my arm to prevent me from going to my room to pack my things. Before I can snatch my arm from her grip, there's a knock at the front door. Daniel goes to open it. By looking at Anne's face, I can tell that she is desperate to see Mr. West on the opposite side of the door in the hope that he can stop me from returning to my pack. When Daniel opens the door, I see Alaric and Charles standing at the doorway. When I look down, I'm surprised to see my little sister, Christina, standing between them while she holds Charles's hand. What is she doing here? Chapter 19. For a few seconds, I continue to look at my little sister who is standing between Alaric and Charles. When her eyes land on me, she screams joyfully, "Chris!" She runs towards me and hugs me tightly, and leaves my arm so that I can properly hug my little sister. "Christina," I say as I engulf her tiny body in my arms, making sure that she's not a fragment of my imagination. When I pull away from the hug and look at her, a smile automatically appears on my face. Her mere presence is enough to make me happy. "What are you doing here?" I ask. "I came to see you. I was missing you so much," she tells me. "I was missing you too," I say as I hug her again. "Where is Mom?" I ask as I look behind her, expecting Mom to be standing in the living room, but she's not. I find Christina avoiding my gaze. Actually, she hesitates a little. "I ran away from home to meet you. Mom doesn't even know that I'm here." I'm shocked when I hear that she ran away from home just to meet me. "Christina," I say as I kneel in front of her. "Instead of running away from home, you could have come with Mom to meet me. Now, Mom must be getting worried about you." I try to make her understand. "I told Mom that I want to meet you, but she said no. So, I had no option other than running away from home to meet you," she tells me. After hearing Christina, I am left confused. Why would Mom say no to her regarding meeting me? I make her sit on the sofa and tell her I'm going to be back within a minute. I proceed to my room. I take out my cell phone from my backpack and immediately dial Mom's number. When she picks up, she sounds worried. "Christina has gone somewhere, Criselda." I don't know what to do. She sounds as if she's going to cry any minute now. "Mom, don't worry. Christina is here with me," I inform her. "I should have known," she says. I can hear realization in her voice. "Criselda, I'll be there within 10 minutes. I'll be waiting for you," I say. "I need to have a conversation with you anyway." She ends the call and I go back to the living room where I find everyone, except Alaric, sitting in silence. "Where is Alaric?" I ask. "He left the pack house when you went to your room," Charles answers. I go and sit beside my sister. "Mom is on her way to here," I inform her. "Chris, please don't let Mom scold me," she begs. "I can't promise you that, Christina," I say. "Please." She drags the word while making her eyes big, making her look really cute and innocent. Her innocence always makes me give in to her wishes. I agree. "Yeah," she exclaims cheerfully. "I love you." She hugs me. "I love you too," I say while patting her back. When Mom steps foot in the pack house, she immediately goes to Christina and hugs her. "I was so worried about you," Mom says to her, feeling relieved to see her safe and sound. When Mom pulls away from their embrace, she says, "Promise me that you will never run away from home ever again." "I promise," Christina replies, and they embrace again. The sight of them hugging each other just warms my heart. Someone clears their throat, and it's only when I look at the source of that sound that I realize that Mom didn't come here alone. A smile appears on my face when I look at the person who accompanied Mom to the pack house. "Matt," I exclaim with joy as I run towards him to give him a hug. I engulf him in my arms and then pull away as I grab his shoulders. "It's so nice to see you. What are you doing here?" I ask him. "I came to know that your mother was coming here to get Christina. So, I thought to tag along because I wanted to see you," he answers. "So how are you?" he asks. I don't answer immediately because I'm thinking whether to tell him the truth about feeling terrible upon being called an imposter by my mate, or tell him a lie about living here happily. I settle on saying I'll tell you soon. He gives me a confused look before his gaze goes behind me and I see his eyes go wide. When I turn around, I find that Matt is staring at Anne. The way he is looking at her tells me that he has found his mate. But Anne isn't aware that she happens to be his mate because she's yet to turn 18. And it's only when a wolf turns 18 that he or she is able to recognize his or her mate. As I look at Matt again, I can tell that he is resisting the urge to run to Anne, hug her and tell her that she belongs to him. I look at others present in the living room. They are completely oblivious to his emotions. Well, I don't blame them since he is doing a good job at hiding his emotions. If I wasn't his friend, then I wouldn't have been able to tell that he has found his mate. So, as I happen to be a good friend of his, I take the initiative to introduce them. Guys, I call to the attention of Charles, Daniel and Anne. I gesture towards Matt and tell them this is Matthew Hale, my alpha and a very good friend of mine. I feel proud after introducing my alpha. I then introduce Charles, Daniel and Anne to Matt. I can't help but notice the smile on Matt's face when he comes to know the name of his mate. And I'm feeling happy to see him happy. Griselda, Mom calls me to get my attention. I turn my head in her direction. She continues, I need to have a word with you. I need to have a word with you too, I say. Come with me. I lead her to my bedroom. When we get inside the room, I close the door to have some kind of privacy. I know that the people present in the living room will be able to hear my and Mom's conversation, but I hope that the sound of the closing of my bedroom door will indicate that I want privacy, and I hope they respect my privacy and not eavesdrop on my conversation. Mom sits on my bed while I stand in front of her, waiting for her to speak. Matthew told me that the alpha of this pack is your mate, she says. How much did Matt tell you? I ask her. He told me that your mate is denying you, she answers. Is it true? Yes. She looks shocked after hearing me. She says, when Matthew told me that your mate is denying you, I wasn't ready to believe him, but I guess what he told me is true. Unfortunately, it is, I say. Why is your mate denying you? I wish I knew. Didn't you try asking him? As if he'll tell me. Matthew told me that once you came here to meet your mate and he denied you. If your mate had already denied you, then why did you even come here to live with him in the first place? She asks. Actually, when I think about it, I don't even know why I came to live here in the first place. Is it because Mr. West was able to convince me to live with his pack? I had a little hope left in me that living with Ulrich would make him accept me. I thought he would change. I trail off. Did he? Mom asks. I give out a humorless chuckle. No. I don't think he'll ever change. Then what's the point in living with him? Why don't you come with us back to our pack? She asks. I'll regret if I stay here for long, but I'll regret even more if I return to my pack without knowing why my mate is denying me, I tell her. So you're going to stay here until you come to know why your mate is denying you? Yes, I answer. Are you sure of your decision? She asks. Yeah. Again, silence falls in the room. Mom, can I ask you something? Go ahead, she says. Christina told me that she wanted to meet me, but you said no. Why did you say no? I said no to Christina because Matthew had announced to our pack that you'll be living with the Dawnfall Depths pack for a while to learn some of their defensive skills. So, I thought that there was no need for Christina to meet you since you had come here for official work, she says. She continues, but I didn't know that Matthew was making all that up just so that he could hide the fact that your mate is denying you. I only came to know about the truth today when I reached the pack house to inform Matthew that Christina was missing so that he could send the patrol team in search for her. When I got a call from you informing me that Christina was with you, I was relieved and told the news to Matthew. I told him to inform Alpha Ulrich that I'll be entering his territory within minutes to get my younger daughter. Matthew did inform him. Matthew also said that he'll come with me. Just before leaving the pack house, Matthew just told me the truth about your mate denying you. I don't know why Matthew decided to tell me the truth all of a sudden, but he did. I didn't ask him any questions because I wanted to get to Christina as soon as possible. So he came with me here. And you know the rest, she concludes. After processing her words, I say, okay. After a moment of silence, Mom says to me, I think we should get back to the living room. I nod and exit my room with Mom trailing behind me. When we reach the living room, I am amused at the sight before me. I find that Charles, Daniel, and Matthew and Christina, all of them watching a Disney movie on the television with so much of interest that they don't even notice my and Mom's presence. Guys, I call for their attention. They all turn their heads away from the television towards me. When did you come to the living room? Matt asks me. When your eyes were glued to the television screen, I answer. By the way, it's amusing to watch an alpha, beta, and gamma, the three most powerful werewolves a pack can have, sitting together and watching a Disney movie, I say teasingly. Christina is making us watch the movie, Matt says in his defense. I laugh. I know. Alpha Matthew, Mom says to Matt. I think we should return to our pack. Before returning to our pack, I would like to talk to Griselda, Matt says and then turns to me. Okay. Come with me, I say and return my room with Matt following behind me. We both enter my room and he closes the door behind him. He goes on to sit on my bed, patting the place beside him, gesturing for me to sit. I comply with his wish. So, he says, dragging the word as he's uncertain of what he should say to me. How are you? He asks. I give out a humorless chuckle. I'm definitely not okay because my mate called me an imposter today. Do you want me to tell the truth or should I lie? I ask. Is the truth really that bad that you need to lie? Chapter 20. Is the truth really that bad that you need to lie? Matt asks me. I sigh. I decide to tell him the truth because he's my friend and I don't think I'll be able to lie to him. Today Ulrich called me an imposter. What? He exclaims in shock. How could he? You're his mate. He doesn't think so, I say. If he doesn't respect you, then why are you even staying here? Come with me back to our pack. I knew you would say that. That's the reason why I didn't want to tell you the truth in the first place. Matt stands up and says Ulrich doesn't deserve you. Come with me. He'll only realize what he has lost when you're gone. Matt, I have made up my mind. I'm not going to return to my pack until, and unless I know why Ulrich is denying me, I say. When will he tell you the reason? He won't tell me. I'll have to find out myself. How long will it take for you to find out? I don't know. Matt sits beside me again. Griselda, Joshua is conspiring something against you. If you don't return to our pack within a few days, then I'm afraid that he'll do something drastic, he says, trying to make me understand. Is there any time when Joshua isn't conspiring against me? I ask sarcastically. Griselda, I'm serious. Why are you? I ask. It's just Joshua, I say coolly. There's nothing to worry about. You're not realizing that Joshua is a potential threat. Threat? I ask, humor evident in my voice. He can be a threat to your position and also to our pack, he answers seriously. If he becomes the beta of our pack, then all hell will break loose. He will not become the beta, I assure Matt. How can you be so sure about that? He asks. I place my hands on his shoulders and say, because you won't let him. I don't want him to become my beta, but what if he makes the majority of people side along with him? Then I'll have to take people's consideration into account. If that happens, then I'm going to make sure that Joshua doesn't become your beta, I say confidently. How are you going to do that? He asks. You will come to know when the time is right, I say. Now I don't want to talk about my greedy cousin anymore. Let's talk about someone else. Like who? Matt asks. Like. I pretend to think for a while and then say. In. His ears stand in attention at the mention of his mate. He seems interested and excited now. What about her? He asks, trying to make it less obvious by toning down his excitement level. I bring my lips near his ear and whisper. I know she's your mate. He is taken aback by my words. He is shocked but then soon recovers. He gives out a nervous laugh and says, she's not my mate. Matt, you're my friend. I know when you lie and I can tell that you are lying right now, I tell him. Okay, he says as he nods his head. How did you know? The emotions on your face gave it away, I tell him. Were my emotions too obvious? No, but since I happen to be a very good friend of yours, I was able to see through your facade the emotions you felt for your mate, I explain. Oh, he says. So why didn't you do the typical? I'm quick to ask him. Typical? He asks confusingly. You know, taking your mate in your arms and proclaiming that she is yours, I explain. He chuckles and then explains, when I came here to meet you, I didn't know that I would end up finding my mate. It was so unexpected. When I looked at and I was so happy, but then I realized that she's a minor. And that's the reason why I didn't do the typical. When are you planning on telling her that you both are mates? I question. I'll probably wait until she's 18, he answers. I'm amused by his answer. Will you be able to wait for 2 years to tell her? He thinks for a while and then answers, it will be hard for me, but I think I'll survive. I nod. Chris, since I don't know anything about my mate, can you tell me something about her? He asks. There's one thing you should know about, and I say seriously. What? He asks concerned. That she's crazy. I tell him. Don't call my mate crazy, he says a little defensively. You have no idea what Anne did to me yesterday. What did she do? She had this crazy theory that if Ulrich would mark me then he would go soft on me. So yesterday, she had stolen my clothes thinking that when her brother would see me naked, he would mark me. But nothing like that happened. Her plan backfired, I tell him. When you say naked, do you mean stark naked? He asks for clarification. I had a towel wrapped around my body, I inform him. If Ulrich would have seen you stark naked, then he would have definitely marked you. Matt, don't try to justify Anne's actions. It's obvious for me to justify her actions because she happens to be my mate. So, you mean to say that stealing a person's clothes is justified? I ask. I think it was justified on her part since she had stolen your clothes just so that she could bring you and Ulrich close. I look at him for a while. Why are you looking at me like that? He asks. I say it's good to know that you're defending your mate. And is a lucky girl to have a mate like you. I try to smile at him but somehow I can't bring myself to do that. I'm a little jealous of Anne. She ended up with such a good mate, but I ended up with a mate who hates me. Life has always been unfair to me. First, it was my dad who was killed in the Silver Moonstone battle. Then, I had to deal with my cousin brother who was greedy for power. And then I ended up being with a cold-hearted mate. Sometimes I wish that there would be no mates, that werewolves had the freedom to choose the person whom they want to spend their life with. But Goddess of Wolves had to ruin things. She had to make a mate for every wolf. I wish that werewolves could fall in love just like humans do. I break away from my train of thoughts when I feel Matt's hand on my shoulder as a gesture of solace. By Griselda. Take care, Mom says as she pulls away from the embrace. We are currently standing in the living room and it's time for Mom, Christina and Matt to return to their pack. After Mom, Christina hugs me. Her tiny arms encircle my waist. Bye, she says. Bye, I reply. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too. We pull apart from our hug and Matt steps forward to hug me. Then he pulls away. Try to return back as soon as possible. He says using MindLink. I nod. He along with Mom and Christina leave the pack house. I find Anne staring at the closed front door. I wave my hand in front of her face to bring her back to reality. She looks at me and asks what? Why were you staring at the door? I ask. Just like that, she replies. By the way, you didn't tell that your pack is led by a hot alpha. I roll my eyes. She'll obviously find Matt hot because he's her mate. Well, now you know, I reply. I wish I could see him shirtless, she mumbles to herself as she sighs dreamily. I can't help but smile and shake my head at her. It's wrong for you to even think of some man shirtless other than your mate, Daniel says to her. I can't help but imagine him shirtless, she says honestly. I think I have a crush on him, she later adds. Chuckle. The fact that she has a crush on her mate is pretty amusing to me. I really want her to turn 18 as soon as possible, because I want to see the priceless expression on her face when she comes to know that her crush is her mate. Charles puts his arm around her shoulder and says to her, your crush will fade away when you'll come across your mate. I highly doubt that. I sit on the sofa and others follow my lead. The memories of last night start playing in my head as Alarich's words echo in my ears. And I know why you came to live with us in Pack House. I know that Dad sent you to keep an eye on me and Griselda. I know he sent you to make sure that I don't kick her out of the Pack House. I know he sent you so that you both can conspire how you can bring me and Griselda close. Am I right? I turn to Anne and say, I need you to tell me the truth. She gives me a confused look. And I'm going to ask you a question and I want you to answer it by either saying yes or no, I tell her. I don't want any explanations, okay? She carefully nods. Did your father really send you here to live with us so that you can bring Ulrich and I close? I ask her. Griselda, you need to understand that she starts to say, but I interrupt her. I don't want any explanations and I remind her. Just answer by saying either yes or no. She takes a deep breath and then answers yes. I stand up on my feet. And take me to your father, I tell her. I need to talk to him. Are you angry at him for sending me here to live with you all? She asks. Yes, I'm little angry at him, I tell her. He sent you here to make me and his son close. He needs to know that his involvement is making matters worse than they already are. Did you tell him all the things Ulrich said to you last night? No one replies. Then I'm going to tell him. Please don't, she says pleadingly. Dad will be worried if he comes to know all the things that Ulrich said to me. And there's no point in hiding things because your father will eventually come to know everything, I explain to her. Now please take me to your father, I request her. She gets up reluctantly and leads me to her father's house. I wouldn't have bothered her if I knew the location of Mr. West's house. On our way we remain silent. I don't know what Anne is thinking, but I'm thinking of all the things that I would say to Mr. West. When we reach his house, Anne knocks at the front door and Mrs. West answers. She looks worried when her gaze falls on me. Before I can ask her why she is worried, a familiar scent hits my nostrils. If I'm not mistaken, the scent belongs to Ulrich. But why would he be here? Soon, my doubt is confirmed when I hear him shouting at his father from one of the rooms in the house. Chapter 21. I walk past Mrs. West and inside the house. I go closer to the room where the shouting is coming from. When I reach the room, I find that its door is closed. "Dad, stay out of it," I hear Ulrich say in his deadly voice before I hear his footsteps. He opens the door and when his gaze falls on me, he snidely remarks, "I'm glad you haven't lost your habit of eavesdropping." "Ulrich," Mr. West warns from behind. Ulrich doesn't say anything and just walks past me. The banging of the front door indicates his departure from the house. "How much have you heard?" Mr. West asks as he walks towards me. I can sense that he's worried about all things I might have heard. "Dad, stay out of it," I quote Ulrich's exact words. "That's all I've heard." He looks relieved. "What are you doing here?" he asks confused. "I'm here to talk to you about certain things," I say seriously. "Like, I know that you sent and to live in the pack house to bring me and Ulrich close," I tell him. "Are you here to tell me to stay away from the matters concerning my son and you?" "Yes. Your involvement has made matters worse." "Do you know what your son said to Anne last night?" I ask. "I know. He told me everything. And is not going to stay with you all any longer. She's coming back to this house today. I can tolerate Ulrich being rude to me, but I can't tolerate him being rude to my daughter, Mr. West says. "I'm not going anywhere," and says, suddenly appearing out from nowhere. Was she eavesdropping on our conversation? Mrs. West comes trailing after her and continues, "I want to stay in the pack house." "And you're not going to stay in the pack house," Mr. West says strictly. "But my decision is final," Mr. West concludes. He turns to Mrs. West and says, "Go with Griselda to the pack house and bring Anne's things back." "Okay, Mrs. West replies. "Can't I even go to the pack house to bring back my own things?" and tries to argue back. Mr. West turns to his daughter and says in a warning tone, "You are going to stay here." His words silence Anne. Mr. West goes back inside the room. I place my hands on Anne's shoulders and tell her, "Anne, it will be best if you stay here. Even I don't like it when Ulrich is rude to you." Before she can open her mouth to say something, I stop her. "Take care," I say while giving her an assuring smile. Mrs. West and I exit the house and head back to the pack house. When I knock at the front door, Charles answers. "Where is Anne?" he asks. "She's back at her home," I reply as I get inside the pack house. I lead Mrs. West to Anne's room and help her pack her daughter's things. "How long were Mr. West and Ulrich arguing?" I ask her. At first, they were just talking, but then their conversation turned into arguments and shoutings eventually followed. All this happened within the span of an hour, she tells me. "Didn't you try to stop their arguments?" "Griselda, they are not kids that they need someone to stop their arguments. They are mature enough to solve their own problems and arguments." I don't say much after that. After making sure that all of Anne's things are packed, Mrs. West takes Anne's backpack and we both exit the room. When we enter the living room, Charles's gaze falls on Anne's bag, and that's enough to tell him that Anne is not going to stay with us anymore. When Mrs. West departs from the pack house, Charles confirms so, Anne is not going to stay with us in the pack house. "Yeah," I reply as I sit on the sofa. "Ulrich got what he wanted." "What happened when you went to Mr. West's house?" asks Daniel as he goes on to sit on the other sofa with Charles. "A lot of things," I start to say. "Guess who else was present there?" "Who?" both Charles and Daniel ask. "Ulrich," I answer. And I proceed to tell them everything that happened at Mr. West's house. "That's the reason why Ulrich was angry when he returned back here," Daniel says as realization crosses his face. "Ulrich is here?" I ask surprised. "Yeah. He is in his study," he replies. "Does he like spending his time in his study, or is it because of me that he prefers to stay in his study?" I ask. "He is dedicated towards his pack. That's the reason why he spends most of his time in his study, thinking about the welfare of his pack." But I'm going to be honest with you. Daniel pauses and then continues, he has started spending more time in his study since you came here. I nod at his statement because I know it's true. We all remain silent for a while, each one deep in thought. It's been 5 days since I came to live here in the pack house. I've just got 2 more days to find out the reason why my mate is denying me. I stand up on my feet. Charles and Daniel are surprised to see me standing suddenly. I have decided that I'm going to head to Alaric's study right now. And I'm going to make him tell me the reason of why he's denying me. Not giving myself time to overthink about my decision, I barge into his study and close the door behind me. He looks up from his desk at me with a look of irritation on his face. Haven't you heard of knocking? He asks. I have, but I just wanted to annoy you. That's the reason why I entered your study without knocking, I say. You shouldn't have bothered yourself by coming in my study just to annoy me. Your mere presence has been annoying me since you came to live here, he replies. I know, I say. And that's why I'm here to make a deal with you which will be beneficial to you. What deal? He asks. He seems curious and confused at the same time. I walk towards his desk and place my hands on it. Looking in his cold blue eyes, I say, I know my presence annoys the hell out of you. So, I'm ready to return to my pack right now if you truthfully tell me the reason why you're denying me. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed today's story, please subscribe to our channel, turn on notifications, and never miss an update. In the face of rejection, how will Griselda confront her fate? With Alaric confessing he doesn't want a mate, what will become of Griselda's future? Will she choose to keep fighting or accept the reality? Curious about how it feels to be rejected by your own soulmate? Click subscribe to delve into Griselda's emotional world. Chapter 22. I walk towards his desk and place my hands on it. Looking in his cold blue eyes, I say, I know my presence annoys the hell out of you. So, I'm ready to return to my pack right now if you truthfully tell me the reason why you're denying me. For a few minutes, he continues to look at me while I patiently wait for his answer. He opens his mouth and speaks, Griselda, I already told you the reason why I'm denying you. Don't you remember what I said to you when you first came here to know why I didn't acknowledge you as my mate? I perfectly remember his words, but still I say no. Would you help me to refresh my memory? By the look on his face, I can tell that he knows that I'm doing this on purpose. He exhales deeply, probably because he's tired by my behavior. Griselda, I'm going to tell you the same thing that I told you that day. The reason why I'm denying you is because I don't want a mate. Why are you finding these simple words hard to process in your head? He remarks. Alaric, I say, thank you for helping me to process the fact that you don't want a mate. Now I want to know why you don't want a mate. He stands up, puts his hands on the desk and leans in so that our faces are inches apart now. Asking me why I don't want a mate is like asking me why I don't smile. I don't smile because I just don't smile. Simple. I don't want a mate because I just don't want a mate. His voice becomes suddenly loud at the end, which makes me flinch. I start to say there's always a reason behind everything. He is quick to reply, not this time. I look at him for a few seconds, trying to catch any movements on his face which would indicate that he's lying. When I find no such movements, I turn around and head towards the door. Just as I'm about to open the door, I hear Alaric say, I hope you're going to your room to pack your things. Yes, you are right, I reply without facing him. I can feel tears brimming my eyes. My eyesight is blurring. If I turn around now, then I'm going to cry, and I don't want to cry in front of my so-called mate who is so eager to see me returning to my pack. Griselda, I'm so glad that we had this conversation. And I truly regret of not having this conversation earlier. If we would have had this conversation a few days back, then you would have returned to your pack early. I know, I whisper. I'm finding it so hard to speak. I'm afraid that if I speak then my voice will come out shaky, and I don't want that to happen. It was nice meeting you, he says. A shaky laugh escapes my mouth. I can't help but shake my head at his words. I know how nice you felt by meeting me, I remark. Goodbye, Griselda. I hope we never meet again, he concludes. I nod as I say I hope the same. I open the door and slam it hard behind me. I find Charles and Daniel standing. By their faces I can tell that they heard everything. Charles quickly comes to me and asks, you weren't serious, right? You're not leaving now, are you? Charles, what difference does it make leaving now or 2 days later? I ask. He puts his hands on my shoulders and says, Alaric will be miserable without you. I can't help but laugh. Yeah, right, I say. I should go to my room now to pack my things. I'm going to call Mr. West, he announces and heads towards the front door. He thinks that Alaric's father would be able to stop me from leaving since he was the one to bring me here. Charles, don't, I request him. My words halt him in his tracks. If Mr. West comes here, then he will convince me to stay here longer, and I don't want that. I want to return to my pack. My pack needs me. Okay, he says after a long pause. I won't stop you from leaving. But you should inform Mr. West that you're leaving since he was the one to bring you here. If Mr. West comes to know that I'm leaving early, then he will be disappointed, and I don't want to see him like that, I say. He will be more disappointed if he comes to know that you returned to your pack without informing him. He reasons with me. Charles, I won't be able to face him. I just want to return to my pack. After making sure that all of my things are packed, I pick up my backpack, hang it over my shoulder, and exit my room. When I reach the living room, I say to Charles and Daniel, bye guys. I hope you'll remain in touch with us, says Daniel. I don't think it will be a good idea. I want to forget about Alaric, and remaining in touch with you guys will always make me remember that I have mate who doesn't want me, I say. They both remain silent for a while. It's time for me to go. I break the silence. I'll accompany you to your pack, Charles offers. Before I can open my mouth to refuse, he says, this may be the last time we see each other, so accompanying you to your pack is the least I can do. Okay, I say, finally agreeing to him. After bidding farewell to Daniel, Charles and I leave the pack house and head towards my pack. On our way, we remain silent. When we cross the boundary and walk further into my pack's forest, I see Joshua talking to his followers. One of his followers nudges him to turn around. When he turns around, he is surprised to see me. He walks towards me and says, I thought you were going to return after a week, but you returned soon. Did the Dawnfall Depths kick you out of their pack? Charles takes a threatening step towards him. Before Charles can do something drastic, I gently push him back with my hand. I turn to Joshua and say, I wish I could tell you that Dawnfall Depths really kicked me out of their pack, but then I would be lying. The reason why I came back early is because I was missing my darling cousin. I can't help but be sarcastic as I put my arm around his shoulder. He removes my arm from his shoulder and, while glaring at Charles, asks me, who is he? He is the Beta of the Dawnfall Depths pack, I answer, emphasizing the word Beta. Joshua rolls his eyes. I'll see you later, darling cousin, I say ironically, and walk in the direction of my house with Charles. When Charles and I reach my home, I knock at the front door. Mom answers the door, and when she sees me, she screams my name happily and envelopes me in a bone-crushing hug. I also hug her with the same amount of strength. Before we really crush each other's bones, we pull away from the hug. It's so nice to see you, she says to me with a smile. I can't help but smile back at her. It feels as if I'm seeing you after ages, I tell her. She turns to Charles and says, hello Beta Charles. Hello Mrs. Turner, replies Charles. Mom invites us both inside the house, but Charles politely refuses and says that he just came to drop me off. He bids farewell. After watching him head towards the direction of his pack, Mom and I get inside the house. I look around and it feels good to be back in my house after a long time. Mom, who is at the door? Christina asks as she enters the living room. When her gaze falls on me, she screams my name happily, runs towards me and hugs me. I hug her too. After pulling away from the hug, she says, I missed you so much. I missed you more than you missed me, I tell her. No, I missed you more, she argues. No, I missed you more. No, I mean, Christina gets interrupted by Mom. Christina, your favorite Disney movie is coming on the television. Don't you want to watch it? Mom asks. Yes. Christina exclaims excitingly. But I will watch it with Griselda. Okay, I say. Christina, you switch on the television. Griselda will join you in a few minutes, Mom says. I look at Mom confusingly. She looks at me and says, I need to talk to you. She goes to her room and I follow her. Once inside her room, she closes the door. She sits on the bed and gestures for me to sit beside her. I do as she wants. So, what do you want to talk to me? I ask her. You said that you won't return until, and unless you know why your mate is denying you. And you have returned within a week. So, should I take this as a sign that you finally know the reason why your mate is denying you? She asks. I look away from her and without feeling any emotions I tell her I don't have a mate. Chapter 23. You said that you won't return until, and unless you know why your mate is denying you. And you have returned within a week. So, should I take this as a sign that you finally know the reason why your mate is denying you? She asks. I look away from her and without feeling any emotions I say I don't have a mate. But Ulrich West, I interrupt Mom. Who is Ulrich West? I don't know any person who goes by that name. Griselda, why are you saying that? She asks, feeling worried for me. Mom, I don't want to talk about it. I say to end the conversation. I don't want to talk about Ulrich West. I want to forget about him. I stand up and I'm ready to leave the room, but Mom grabs my arm. Griselda, talk to me. Baby, I'm worried. Please tell me what happened, she requests. I make a mistake of looking at her face. I shouldn't have looked at her. My mom looks so worried due to my unexpected behavior. I take a deep breath and sit back on the bed. I start telling her today, I asked my so-called mate the reason why he's denying me. And he told me that he doesn't want a mate. Why doesn't he want a mate? He doesn't want a mate because he just doesn't want a mate. But Mom starts saying, but I interrupt her again. Mom, you asked me what happened and I told you. Now I don't want to talk about it anymore. I snatch my arm from her grip and leave her room, joining Christina in the living room. We both peacefully watch the Disney movie. Just as the end credits of the movie starts rolling, there's a knock at the front door. When I go and answer the door, I am immediately enveloped in a hug by Matthew and Darius, my two dear friends. When we all three pull away, Matt asks me, why didn't you straight away come to the pack house? I wanted to meet Christina, I reply. By the way, how did you know that I was at my house? The word spread in the pack that you have returned, and we knew that if you didn't come to the pack house then you would probably be at your house or at Ciara's, Darius answers. Smarty pants, I playfully say. That I am, he replies. And we both start laughing. Feels like a reunion. I am happy to be back. So, when are you coming to the pack house? Matt asks. Before I can open my mouth to speak, he says, you can stay at your house for today if you want. If I stay the night here then it will be very difficult for me to say goodbye to Christina and come to the pack house tomorrow, I say. So I'll be coming with you guys now. Okay, Matt says. I get inside the house and pick up my backpack from the sofa. Mom, I'm going to the pack house. I announce to Mom, who hasn't come out of her room since we had the conversation, and I don't think she would come out of her room now. But you came just now, Christina complains. And you're going so soon. I bend a little to cup her little face. I know, but you also know that I have to return to the pack house since I'm the beta of this pack. And you can visit me any time, you know? She nods her head. She hugs my waist. I hug her and kiss the top of her head. We pull away and Matt, Darius and I leave my house and head towards the pack house. After keeping my backpack in my room, I join Matt and Darius in the living room. You said that you won't return until you know the reason why Ulrich is denying you, and you have returned today. So, do you finally know the reason why he is denying you? Matt asks. I took a deep breath and say, firstly, I don't want to hear his name ever again because hearing his name boils my blood. And secondly, I asked him the reason why he's denying me, and he told me that he doesn't want a mate. But why doesn't he want a mate? He questions. 'Cause he just doesn't. I say. I'm tired of giving answer to the same question. Don't you want to know the reason? I shake my head and say no. I don't want to know. What I want is to forget about him. I want to forget that he even exists. That may not be possible since he happens to be the alpha of our neighboring pack. Darius speaks for the first time. I give him the look. Darius, your words are not helping, I tell him. Sorry, he quickly apologizes. Let's forget that this conversation ever happened, I say to both Matt and Darius. Actually, Darius says uncertainly, I want to talk about something. About what? I ask. About why your mate is denying you. He quickly corrects himself. What do you want to say about that? Thought came to my mind. Maybe something might have happened in his past and because of that reason he doesn't want a mate, he suggests. What would have happened in his past? It's not like some girl broke his heart or something that he doesn't want a mate, I say sarcastically. Maybe that's the reason, he says with a serious face. My so-called mate doesn't have a heart. He has a stone instead of a heart, I tell him. And anyway, your theory is illogical. We wolves are supposed to fall in love with our mate. We don't have a choice of falling in love with someone else. Even if we try, we won't be able to fall in love with someone who isn't our mate. Darius doesn't say anything. But Matt does. Didn't you try to find out about Alaric's past? He asks me. I tried, but everyone whom I asked told me that they are not the right people to tell me about his past, I answer. Did you ask him about his past? He doesn't used to even remain in the same room as me, so how the hell was I supposed to ask him about his past? I ask. Both remain silent for a long time. Let's end this conversation, I say. They nod their heads in agreement. In the evening, there's a knock at the front door. Darius gets up to answer the door. Before he can open the door, I say to him if it's Mr. West, then tell him that I'm not here. Why? He questions. For now, do as I say. I'll explain later. I reply and go to my room to hide from Mr. West. I don't want to see the look of disappointment on his face due to my early departure from his pack. I hear the front door opening. Hello, Gamma Darius, I hear my mom greet Darius. What is Mom doing here? Hello, Mrs. Turner. Please come in. Darius invites her inside the pack house. I just came here to talk to Griselda. Where is she? She's in her room. I'll go and meet her, Mom says, and soon I hear her footsteps before there's a knock at my bedroom door. Griselda. She calls my name. I open the door for her and let her in. I'm sorry for not coming out of my room when you were leaving the house, she apologizes. It's okay, I say. I was thinking about some things. She starts to say, I know I said to you to return to our pack if your mate doesn't respect you, and you returned. But I have just got a question to ask you. Will you be able to live without your mate? Mom, I don't know about that, but I just know that I won't be able to live with a person who doesn't want me. I'm so much better off without my mate, I say. I don't want you to be miserable without him, she says. Mom, I will be miserable if I'm with him. I tell her. Are you sure about that? Yes. I can live without my mate. You've been doing that for 6 years, and I don't find you miserable without your mate. I have been miserable since your dad died, okay? Mom's voice becomes loud all of a sudden as tears fill her eyes, threatening to escape any minute now. I have been pretending to be alright ever since because I had 2 daughters to raise on my own. Everyone thinks that I have coped with your father's death, but the truth is that I am still miserable without him. Mom starts crying. I think I went too far. I shouldn't have mentioned Dad in this situation. She continues, I am miserable without my mate, and I don't want you to be miserable without yours. I care about you, Griselda. I want you to be happy, not to be miserable like me. She cups my face. I wipe her tears as my own tears threaten to escape my eyes. I hug her. I'm sorry, Mom, I apologize for making her cry. I didn't mean to make you cry, I say as I pull away from the hug. I know, baby, Mom says. Mom, I want you to know that Alaric has been rude and disrespectful towards me. And the main thing is that he doesn't want to be with me. Mom wipes her dry tears and says, I just want you to be happy. I nod. After Mom leaves the pack house, Matt, Darius and I assemble in the kitchen to make dinner. So, tell me, Darius says while he takes out the frying pan from the upper cabinet. What? I ask. Why you don't want Mr. West to meet you? I came back here without informing him, I tell him. Chris, you should have informed him, Matt says. I know, but I didn't want to see him disappointed because of my early departure from his pack. He will come here when he comes to know that you have returned to your pack, Matt says. I know. So, you're not planning to meet him when he comes here? He asks. Yeah. When he comes here to meet me, you will have to lie that I'm not here, I say. 2 days smoothly went by. Everything was back to normal. No one dared to mention Alaric's name in front of me, and I was very thankful for that. After having breakfast, Matt, Darius and I were in Matt's study discussing about our pack. Suddenly, there's a knock at the front door. Darius goes to answer it. After a few seconds, he comes back. It's Mr. West, he informs me. Chapter 24. Suddenly, there's a knock at the front door. Darius goes to answer it. After a few seconds, he comes back. It's Mr. West, he informs me. What? I exclaim in shock. I had totally forgotten about Mr. West. What should I do? Darius asks. Tell him that I'm not here, I say as I rush towards my room to hide. Tell him that I've gone for the run. I get inside my room and close the door. Thank God that the pack house is soundproof, otherwise Mr. West would have been able to hear all the chaos inside. I hear Darius opening the front door. Hello, Gamma Darius, I hear Mr. West greeting Darius. Hello, Mr. West, Darius greets him. May I come in? Mr. West asks politely. Oh sure. Darius replies. I'm here to meet Griselda. Where is she? Mr. West asks. Instead of Darius answering, I hear Matt saying, she has gone for the run. That means Matt has joined them in the living room. Hello, Alpha Matthew, Mr. West greets Matt. Hello, Mr. West, Matt greets him back. Do you have any idea when Griselda will return? Mr. West asks him. I'm not sure. But I think it will be late when she returns, Matt replies. Why do you want to meet her? Mr. West says, I think you already know the answer, Alpha Matthew. I want to talk to her about her early departure from my pack. And then there's a pause. I'm getting the feeling as if she's here at the pack house. No, she's not. Darius says too quickly. I think I'm going to kill him. Mr. West says, I know she doesn't want to meet me, but I would just like her to know how sorry I am for Alaric's behavior. He pauses. I think I should go. I hear him leaving the pack house. When I hear the front door closing, I join Matt and Darius in the living room. You should have met him, Matt says to me. I didn't want to see the disappointed look on his face, I tell him. Chris, he didn't have a look of disappointment on his face. He had a look of guilt on his face. You should have met him and talked with him. I couldn't bring myself to face him, I tell Matt honestly. Please let this go. Okay, he says. But one day, you'll have to meet him since he lives in the neighboring pack. I'll worry about it when that day comes, I say. It was another day. Matt, Darius and I were watching a vampire werewolf movie on the television. Why do humans prefer vampires over werewolves? Darius asks. How can they like blood-sucking creatures? It will always be a mystery, I tell him playfully. Suddenly, Matt's phone starts ringing from his study. He goes to his study to answer the call. After a few minutes, he comes back to the living room and informs us. Midnight Valley Pack is hosting the socials to introduce their new Alpha, Beta and Gamma, and we are invited. I'm not going, I announce. Matt sits beside me and says, but Chris, every Alpha, Beta and Gamma is supposed to be present there. That's the reason why I don't want to go, I say. I don't want to see Alaric's face. You cannot be hiding from him forever. One day or another, you'll have to face him, Matt tries to make me understand. When I don't say anything in response, he continues, attending the socials is your responsibility as you happen to be the beta of this pack. If you don't attend it, then Joshua will get another opportunity to call you irresponsible, and I know very well that you don't want that to happen. After a moment of silence and after processing all his words, I sigh. Okay, I say unwillingly. I will come with you guys to the socials. Matt gives me a bright smile. So when is the socials? I ask him. Next Saturday. Friday. After Matt handles the responsibility of the whole pack to Xavier, who happens to be the leader of the patrol team, Matt, Darius and I head towards the airport since we have to fly to another continent to attend the socials. It's Saturday when we land. Someone from the Midnight Valley Pack has come to receive us. We get inside his car and drive off towards the pack. When we reach there, the guy leads us to Pack House, which is really huge. It's the largest pack house that I've ever seen in my life. The room that we get is cozy with 3 single-size beds and a LED TV attached to the wall. This pack is surely rich, I comment as I look around the room. There is rich paint on the walls and the beds look extremely comfortable. Matt and Darius agree with me as they nod their heads. Darius runs towards a bed and jumps on it. This bed is bouncy, he says. I'm loving it. We all put our luggage in the corner and lie on our beds to relax due to jet lag. We have got a long time to relax since the socials is in the late evening and it's just noon right now. When evening arrives, Matt, Darius and I start preparing for the socials. We open our suitcases and take out our outfits for the occasion. I go in the attached bathroom to change into my outfit while Matt and Darius decide to change in the room. When I come out of the bathroom, I find Matt and Darius dressed in black suit and tie. When their eyes land on me, there is a look of surprise on their faces. Maybe because I'm wearing the same thing that they are wearing minus the tie. I'm wearing ladies' suit with my hair in a high ponytail. You're looking sexy, Matt compliments me. You're also looking sexy, I compliment him back. You're going to turn every man in the socials gay, I say playfully. Matt and Darius laugh. Don't you think it was little too much of an exaggeration? Matt asks. I laugh in response. Your outfit is awesome, but don't you think it's a little masculine? Darius asks teasingly. I'll wear my stilettos, I say, and I take out my black stilettos and show him. I put them on and continue. People judge you by the way you dress, and I don't want to wear a feminine dress since I don't want the men in the socials to think that I'm a weak beta. You know, they still haven't gotten over the fact that women can be placed at high ranks. Whenever they see me in such gatherings, most of them have a look of disbelief on their faces. Why can't they trust women with responsibilities? I think they are afraid that women will prove themselves to be better leaders than men. Matt answers with a smile. I smile back at him. Matt believes in women empowerment and equality. I'm really proud that he's my alpha. I put eyeliner and nude shade of lipstick to complete my business look. When it's time, we all head towards the back of the pack house where the socials is being held in a hall. When we first arrived at the pack house, I didn't notice that there's a hall behind the pack house. Well, maybe because the hall got hidden by the big mansion-like pack house. When we get inside the hall, we are greeted by the sight of power holding men talking to each other in their groups. Even though everyone is busy in their own world, I feel as if everyone is looking at me. Well, that's how you feel when you're the only woman amongst men. We walk further inside the hall. It really feels like we are attending some royal function due to the waiters walking around, serving champagne and other food items. This pack has a lot of money, I comment. I take a glass of champagne as a waiter passes by. Matt and Darius follow my lead. And soon we find ourselves engaging in small talk while sipping champagne. After few minutes, former alpha of the Midnight Valley pack calls to our attention. All the men turn towards the center of the hall where he is standing, wearing black suit, just like all the men. He says loudly, on behalf of my pack, I would like to welcome all of you to the socials. I hope you are enjoying yourselves. As you all know, we are gathered here to introduce the new alpha, beta and gamma of this pack. Now, I would like to call the future leaders to the center. 3 guys go towards the former alpha and he starts introducing them one by one. After their introduction, the former alpha raises his champagne glass to toast, saying to the new leaders of this pack, "Cheers." Everyone says cheers, as they clink their glasses together. Then the new alpha, beta and gamma start meeting the other leaders. As I turn around to face Matt and Darius, my gaze goes behind them and I see Charles and Daniel standing in a distance. When Charles locks gazes with me, there's the same look of joy on his face that I have on mine. He runs towards me and hugs me. I steady my champagne glass as I hug him back. "It's so good to see you," he says as he pulls back from the hug. "Same here," I say with a smile. We all greet each other by shaking hands. Just as I'm about to say something, I see Ulrich walking towards us. Chapter 25. Just as I'm about to say something, I see Ulrich walking towards us. When he reaches us, he greets Matt and Darius and vice versa. The atmosphere has suddenly become tense. The fact that Ulrich hasn't greeted me, and I have not greeted him, doesn't go unnoticed. "Hello, Beta Griselda," Ulrich finally greets me. "Hello, Alpha Ulrich," I say in a very formal tone. "I thought that I'll never see you again, but here we are," he says, clearing, showing his dislike of seeing me here. He is adding fuel to the already blazing fire. Somehow I managed to stay calm. By now, you must have come to know that fate has a twisted sense of humor. Why don't we toast to that? I ask as I raise my glass. He doesn't say anything and just walks away from us. I take a sip of my champagne and I too walk away. I go towards a corner, wanting to be alone for a while. "Are you alright?" Matt mind-links me. "Yes. I just need to be alone right now." I mind-link him back. I watch people talking to each other while I stand alone. Suddenly, the new alpha of this pack approaches me. "Hello. I'm Alpha Brent Johnson." He introduces himself as he smiles at me. "Hello. I'm Beta Griselda Turner." I introduce myself and congratulate him on becoming the alpha. "Thank you," he says with a smile. "If you don't mind me asking, why are you standing here all alone?" He asks curiously. "I wanted to be alone for a while," I tell him. "Why? Aren't you enjoying yourself here at the socials?" "No, it's nothing like that. I'm enjoying myself. It's just that it was overcrowded there, so I came here." I lie easily. "'Kay," he says. "I just came here as it is the responsibility of the alpha to look after his guests." "It's good to know that you've taken up the responsibilities already," I say to him. "Well, I had to. Dad got drunk and now he's sleeping soundly at his house," he says, and we both chuckle. "So, is Beta Charles your mate?" he asks all of a sudden. My eyebrows rise in surprise. "Beta Charles? As in Beta Charles Lewis?" I ask him in clarification. "Yeah. What makes you think that he is my mate? I ask. I saw you both hugging a while ago, he answers. So I assumed. He trails off. So, you assumed the usual, I state. He nods. Beta Charles and I are not mates. We are friends who are meeting after a long time, and that's the reason why we hugged. Okay, he says. So have you found your mate yet? He asks. Alaric's face comes to my mind. I shake my head to shake away the thought. No, and I'm not in a hurry to find him, I say. What about you? Have you found your mate? No, but I'm in a hurry to find her. I want to meet her and spend the rest of my life with her, he says. It seems as if you're already in love with her even though you've not met her, I say, feeling a little bit amused by his love-stricken face. He just laughs. Then he extends his hand for me to shake. It was nice meeting you, he says. I shake his hand and say it was nice meeting you too. He takes my leave. Suddenly, I find Alaric standing beside me. I ignore him as I look the other way and silently sip my champagne. He starts saying, I was thinking about what you said earlier about fate. After hearing Alpha Brent, I have realized that instead of pairing you up with Charles, fate paired you up with me, a heartless alpha. Now that's what you call fate's twisted sense of humor. Let's drink a toast to that. He raises his champagne glass. Cheers, he says. To his surprise, I clink my glass with his and say cheers before drinking the whole champagne and walking away. On the way, I place the empty glass on a table and head straight to my room. After getting inside my room, I go to the bathroom to change into comfortable clothes. When I come out, I find Matt and Darius along with Charles and Daniel in the room. I look at Charles and Daniel and ask them, what are you both doing here? We just came to make sure that you are all right, Charles says. They must have seen Alaric and me talking. I'm perfectly all right, I tell them as I put my suit back in the suitcase. So you're not going to have dinner? Matt asks me. No. My stomach is full, I say as I sit on my bed. You guys go ahead and have dinner without me. They all look at each other and then leave the room. I lie on my bed and think about how the socials could have been much better without Alaric's presence. I don't know how much time passes by when Matt and Darius return back to the room. When I get up from the bed, I also find Charles and Daniel in the room. I look at them in confusion. When Matt sits beside me, I realize that he is holding a plate full of various food items. You didn't have dinner? I ask him as I glance at the plate. This is not for me, it's for you. He tells me as he puts the plate in front of me. But I told you my stomach is full, I try to make an excuse. Chris, that's not a convincing lie, Darius says as he comes closer. And just by drinking champagne doesn't make one's stomach full. He says in a matter-of-factly way. So, are you willing to eat on your own or do I have to spoon-feed you? Matt asks me. Matt. I start to protest. Chris, it's not good to sleep with an empty stomach, he says. Come on, eat. I reluctantly take the plate and start eating. After chewing down some of the meal, I look at Charles and Daniel and ask them, what are you guys doing here again? Well, Matthew said that he might need our help to forcefully feed you if you didn't eat on your own, Charles answers. Matt. I complain. Chris, you are really strong. Different scenarios were playing in my head, like you might push or kick the plate away when I try to forcefully feed you, and I needed people to hold you steady for that, Matt says in his defense. Wow, Matt. You have just indirectly called me violent, I say playfully. They chuckle. They all sit on the empty beds and continue to talk. Griselda, I was wondering, don't you feel weird being the only women among men in such official gatherings? Charles asks. To be honest, I feel very weird, I reply. I totally feel out of place. Attending such gatherings makes me feel as if I've made a mistake by coming. We continue to talk for another hour before Charles and Daniel retire to their room. When Matt and Darius change into comfortable clothes and sit on their beds, I tell them I'm going to be back within a minute. I'm out of the room before they can ask me questions. After roaming in the pack house, I finally find Charles and Daniel's room. I knock on the door and the door is opened by Daniel. What are you doing here? He asks, feeling surprised. Can I come in? I ask politely. He welcomes me inside his room. When I look around, I find Charles sitting against the headboard of his bed. I'm really glad that Alaric is nowhere to be seen. When Charles's gaze falls on me, he's surprised. What are you doing here? He asks as he stands up and approaches me. Daniel closes the door and stands beside Charles. I'm here to thank you guys, I tell them. They both look at me confusingly. Why? What did we do? Charles asks. You both came to my room along with Matt and Darius to check up on me. It means a lot, I say. Also, earlier, I had rejected your friendship when I said that we shouldn't be in touch with each other because I wanted to forget about Ulrich. But today I've realized that I'll not be able to forget him since I'll be seeing him in such official gatherings. I don't want to lose your friendship because of him. So, I'm here to extend my hand of friendship. Can I be your friend? I ask both of them. Griselda, we have always considered you our friend. Our friendship started the day you came to live in our pack house, Charles says sincerely, which makes me smile. It's already late, guys. We'll talk tomorrow, okay? I say to them as I want to get out of this room before Ulrich comes in. Okay, they say together. Good night, I say. Good night. Before I can open the door, Charles suddenly says, wait. I want to talk to you. I turn around and look at him in confusion. What do you want to talk about? I ask. First, I need you to sit down, he says. Okay. Then I look at the 3 beds in the room. I decide to sit on the middle bed while Charles and Daniel sit on the bed beside it. So how are you? Charles asks. I'm fine, I say as I give him a confused look. Do you miss Ulrich? He asks. I can't help but roll my eyes. No, I reply. Not even a bit. He looks at me for a while. How can you not miss your mate? He asks. Because my mate is cold-hearted. I answer in a matter-of-factly way. Are you happy without him? I'm on cloud 9. I exclaim cheerfully. Charles doesn't say anything for a while. By the look on his face, it seems as if he's in deep thought. I hope you're telling the truth, he says. I just want you to be happy. I don't want you to be miserable like me. Like you? I ask confusingly. I don't seem to understand. I'm miserable without my mate, he says. I raise my eyebrows in surprise. You have a mate? I ask him. Why didn't he tell me that he has a mate? I had a mate. What do you mean you had a mate? I ask. My mate is dead. Chapter 26. My mate is dead. I'm left shocked after hearing Charles's words. I look at him. His eyes are brimming with tears. Before tears can escape his eyes, he blinks them away. What? How? I ask, not knowing how to frame my question properly. Ulrich, Daniel, Rebecca, and I were just exploring our territory in our wolf form. Suddenly, some humans came out of nowhere and they had rifles with them. And they started firing at us. One of the bullets hit Rebecca and it wasn't an ordinary bullet. It was a silver bullet with the coating of wolfsbane. Rebecca fell on the ground. And after that I went crazy. I ran towards the men dodging their every bullet. When they realized that I'm a mad wolf coming to kill them, they ran for their lives. I would have gone after them but Ulrich mind linked me, telling me that Rebecca needed me. I ran back and I found my mate lying on the ground with a shirt covering her human body. The wolfsbane had turned her back into her human form. When I knelt beside her I started crying because I knew that she was going to die because there's no cure for wolfsbane. I couldn't do anything to save her and I regret that the most. I wish I could save her. I look at Charles. It seems as if he has just relived the incident. Daniel places his hand on Charles's shoulder. For a few minutes there is silence in the room. When Charles composes himself he says, I found my mate but I lost her. And I'm miserable without her. Ulrich is my friend and so are you. I don't want you both to be miserable without each other. After a pause he continues, after dropping you at your house, when I returned to my pack house, I had barged in Ulrich's study and had tried to knock some sense into him because I know how it feels to live without a mate. But Ulrich is thick-headed. He wasn't ready to listen to me but I hope you will. I don't want you both to go through what I'm going through. I look at him and carefully choose the words to speak. Charles, to be honest, I'm not going through what you're going through and neither is Ulrich. We are not miserable without each other. In fact, we'll be miserable if we are together, I tell him. Don't you want a family? He asks all of a sudden. What? I'm entirely confused after hearing his question. When I found my mate, starting a family with her was the first thought that came to my mind, he says. I already have a family, I state. I have my mom and I have my little sister. You said that you won't give up. What happened to that? He asks. I lost hope, I tell him. Ulrich and you are mates. You both are supposed to be together, I interrupt him. We don't want to be together. Ulrich doesn't know that he loves you, Charles tries to convince me. I can't help but laugh. If Ulrich loved me then he wouldn't have denied me, I say. At that moment the bedroom door opens and enters Ulrich. What are you doing here? He asks surprisingly. I just came to say goodnight to Charles and Daniel, I say as I stand up. Then I turn to Charles and Daniel. Good night, I tell them. I head out of the room but not before hearing Charles and Daniel saying goodnight to me. When I enter my room, Matt asks me, where were you? I had gone to meet Charles and Daniel. I tell him as I lie on the bed. Why? Asks Darius curiously. To thank them for checking up on me earlier, I reply. By the way, the new Beta and Gamma were asking about you when they came along with their Alpha to meet us at the socials. You should meet them before we head back to our pack, Matt tells me. I will meet them tomorrow, I say. Tomorrow, all the leaders will have breakfast together in the hall. He informs me. You can meet them there. We're going to have breakfast together with the other pack leaders tomorrow. I ask, feeling annoyed that I'll have to see Alaric's face again. Yes. I wake up early than usual. Matt and Darius are peacefully sleeping. When I push the curtain aside and look out the window, I find that the sun is on the verge of coming up in the sky. I take out a t-shirt and jeans from my suitcase and go to the bathroom to change into them. After coming out of the bathroom, I wear comfortable shoes and head outside the pack house for a morning walk. After returning back to my room, I find Matt and Darius wide awake. Where were you? Matt asks as he approaches me. He looks worried. I went for a morning walk, I tell him, feeling a little guilty. We were so worried when we woke up and didn't find you in your bed, he says. Next time if you do such a thing, please inform me. I would have told you, but you were sleeping so peacefully that I didn't feel like disturbing you by waking you up. I try to make an excuse. If I would have woken him up and told him that I'm going for a morning walk, then he would have asked many questions. Griselda, why do you always do things without telling me? He asks me. When did I do something without telling you? I ask. He gives me the look. Do you want me to list all the things that you've done without telling me? Okay. I admit that I've done some things without telling you, but you'll also have to admit that I'm not a kid anymore. You don't need to get worried about me when you don't find me in front of your eyes. I'm a beta. I'm capable of taking care of myself. Griselda, I know that you're capable of taking care of yourself, but what's the harm in telling me where you're going before you go somewhere? Matt asks. I don't speak because I've got nothing to say. He puts his hands on my shoulders and say, Chris, you're not only my beta, you are my friend. I care about you. I don't want any harm to come to you. I know. Let's get ready for breakfast, he says. After getting ready, we head to the hall. Today, I find all the men wearing normal and comfortable clothes. In the center of the hall, there's a long table with chairs surrounding it. And on the table, there are delicious food items. All the people are still talking in their small groups. Why aren't they joining the table? Am I the only one who feels as if elephants are running in my stomach? When I spot Alpha Brent, the new alpha of this pack, talking to other two men who must be the new Beta and Gamma, I say to Matt and Darius, I'm going to meet the new Beta and Gamma. We'll also come with you, Matt says, and together we head towards the new leaders of this pack. When we reach them, I greet them and introduce myself. They also introduce themselves. I hope you're feeling well now, the new Beta says. I give him a very confused look. Yesterday, when we met Alpha Matthew and Gamma Darius during the socials, we asked about you, and they told us that you've gone to your room because you weren't feeling well. So are you feeling well now? He asks. I'm feeling better, I say. I think we should have our breakfast, Alpha Brent says and announces for everyone to be seated. The chairs have our names on it, so we sit accordingly. I'm surprised when I find Alaric seated across me. You've got to be kidding me. Everyone starts eating as they do little talks in between. When I look at Alaric again, my appetite vanishes. When Darius sees me picking at my food, he asks, what happened to you? I thought you were hungry. I was, but my hunger died, I tell him. By the look on his face, I can tell he knows the reason why. Are you sure you don't want to eat? He asks. The food is delicious. No, I don't think so. Well, you're missing out on the delicious food, he says as he fills his mouth with food. That's disgusting. I say. Not as disgusting as compared to you eating like a pig, he says teasingly. I nudge at his elbow. I do not eat like a pig. Then why don't you prove yourself? He says. I know what you are trying to do. You're trying to make me eat. Yes, I'm trying to make you eat. Now eat, he says as he points at my plate. I don't want to eat, I say. If you don't eat, then I'm going to forcefully feed you. And I won't care about all the people who will give us weird looks. You're not serious, right? I ask him. You will come to know if you don't start eating. Unwillingly, I pick up my spoon and start eating. After having breakfast, we head back to our room. When we finish packing our things, we head out of the pack house with our luggage. We find Alpha Brent along with Ulrich, Charles and Daniel waiting by a SUV. When we approach Alpha Brent, he says to me, Beta Griselda, you didn't tell that Dawnfall Depths is your neighboring pack. Well, now you know, I say. You said that you and Beta Charles are friends meeting after a long time. But how is that possible when you both are pack neighbors? He asks. Ulrich gives Charles a confused look. Beta Charles and I are always busy because of our duties, so we hardly get time to meet each other, I reply. You all should get in the car, he says to all the people present. The driver will drop you off at the airport. Ulrich will be in the car with us. You've got to be kidding. Chapter 27. Since the car is a SUV, there is enough space for us and our luggage. We all get inside the car. Matt, Darius and I decide to sit at the back seats while Charles and Daniel decide to sit on the middle seats. Ulrich sits on the passenger seat. It's obvious that he's trying to maintain distance. After bidding farewell to Alpha Brent, we head to the airport. During the ride, there is perfect silence. Charles and Daniel are facing each other, and the expression on their faces tells me that they're talking through MindLink. Don't you think that there's too much silence in the car? Darius MindLinks Matt and me. Neither Matt nor I respond. We finally reach the airport after that silence-filled ride. At the check-in, I find that Ulrich and I are boarding the same plane. I cannot believe how bad my luck is. When we get inside the plane, we make our way to our respective seats. After getting settled, it is announced that we should fasten our seatbelts. We do as we are told to do, and soon we take off. After reaching the pack house, I straightaway go to my room and collapse on my bed. I'm exhausted. My eyes slowly start closing, and soon I find myself sleeping peacefully. I'm woken up by Ciara shaking me violently. Griselda, it's evening. How long will you sleep? She asks. I sit up on my bed as I rub my eyes. There are peaceful ways to wake someone up, I say to her. I called your name many times but you weren't responding, she says. So I had to use a violent way to wake you up. Why are you here? I ask. Aren't you happy to see me here? She asks, faking hurt. Honestly, no, I jokingly say. She nudges at my elbow. By the way, I'm angry at you, she seriously says as she folds her arms. What have I done? I ask as I run my fingers through my hair. You didn't even meet me after you returned from the Dawnfall Depths pack, she says. A lot was going on, so I trail off. Like, she asks. I don't want to talk about it, I tell her as I look away. If I tell her that my mate denied me, then she will be worried and I don't want her to get worried because of me. Chris, we are best friends and best friends don't keep secrets from each other, she says. I look at her. She's my best friend. I know that she cares for me, but I don't want to tell her about the person whom I want to forget about. Chris, please tell me, she requests. When I don't say anything, she says, if you don't want to tell me, then it's fine. I understand that you don't trust me. Ciara, it's not about trust, I tell her. I trust you more than I trust myself. It's just that things are complicated. I'll help you to uncomplicate things, she says as she gives me an assuring smile. I decide to tell her about Ulrich. After all, she happens to be my best friend. I take a deep breath. My mate has denied me, I finally tell her. What? She exclaims in shock, just the expression that I expected from her. When did you find your mate? Who is he? Why did he deny you? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I hold up my hands to her, telling her to stop. Breathe, I tell her. Asking so many questions must have left you breathless. She rolls her eyes at my sarcasm. Who is he? She asks calmly. Ulrich West, the alpha of the Dawnfall Depths pack, I reply. He is your mate. She asks surprisingly. Unfortunately. Why has he denied you? She asks next. He doesn't want a mate. I shrug my shoulders. But why? He says that he doesn't want a mate because he just doesn't, I say, quoting exact words of Ulrich. But there must be some reason. I don't know. Haven't you tried to know the reason? Honestly, I want to let this matter go altogether. I don't want to run behind him to know why he's denying me. I want to forget about him, I tell her. Will you be able to forget about him? Ciara, I've lived with that guy for a week and the way he treated me, I think I'll easily forget about him. How did he treat you? She questions. He was rude to me. He was disrespectful to me. He even called me an imposter. He said that I was pretending to be his mate so that I could get the Luna position in the most powerful pack in the world. He really said that? She asks shockingly. I can tell that she doesn't believe me. I don't blame her. She has this misconception that all the werewolves love their mates, that they can sacrifice their lives for their soul mates and all that crap. Well, the truth is that there are some werewolves who don't want their mates like my mate doesn't want me. Do you really think that I would make that all up? I ask her. No, but I really find it hard to believe that a werewolf has said such things about his mate, she tells me. I don't say anything to that. How many people know that Alaric has denied you? She asks. From Alaric's pack, his beta, his gamma, his parents and his sister know. And from our pack, Matt, Darius, Mom, and now you know. She is silent for a while before speaking up. Won't you do anything to make him accept you? You've got to be kidding me, I tell her. Didn't you hear what I said? He called me an imposter. He said that I'm pretending to be his mate so that I can get the Luna's position in his pack. Why would I do anything to make that person accept me? I don't understand one thing. Why would he say that you're after Luna's position when you already have a position as a beta? She asks. I can tell that she's puzzled. Luna doesn't have any authority over her pack, but a beta does. A Luna is not allowed in making decisions for the pack while a beta is. People say that a Luna's job is to just produce children, but a beta's job is to look after the pack when the alpha is unavailable. Why would anyone be after the Luna's position knowing very well that once you become a Luna, people are just going to look at you as a breeding machine? If you ask me, being a Luna sucks. I can't help but laugh. I don't know whether she said all that just to make me feel better, or whether those were really her opinions. Nonetheless, I would just say that she's being a true friend. She made me laugh when I least expected it. Her listing the disadvantages of being a Luna was hilarious. All the things she said are true, and that makes it even more hilarious. Now, I'm proud of Alaric denying me. I'm better off without him than being with him as the Luna of his pack. I love you, friend, I say as I hug Ciara. I love you too, friend, she says as she hugs me. When we pull apart, she says, I think it was cruel of your mate to say that you were after the Luna's position. I mean, how did he even come up with that? There's a story behind it, I say. What? She asks. I explain, when I was living with his pack, I came to know that there was this girl in their pack named Angelina who claimed to be his mate. And obviously he said that she wasn't. Was this Angelina girl after the Luna's position? Ciara asks. I don't know. I haven't even met her. Then you should meet her and clarify things, she suggests. Maybe Alaric misunderstood you because of this Angelina girl. Maybe he thinks that you're pretending to be his mate, and maybe that's the reason why he is denying you. You also need to clarify things with him. You need to make him realize that you're really his mate. He already knows that I'm his mate. But he doesn't want me. It's a simple fact, Ciara, I tell her. We should meet Angelina and find out what really happened, she says, ignoring what I said just now. No, I tell her. I'm never going to the Dawnfall Depths pack, I say with determination. Next day. I hate you, I say to Ciara as we walk towards the pack house of the Dawnfall Depths pack. She had earlier told Matt to inform Alaric that we'll be visiting his pack. I'm damn sure that Alaric is unhappy with this unpleasant news. Even I'm unhappy that I'll have to see his face. I really hate Ciara for bringing me here. If she wouldn't have emotionally blackmailed me, then I would have been peacefully sitting in my pack house. I know you love me, she says. And you're soon going to thank me when we clarify things and when Alaric accepts you as his mate. I shake my head at her and say, there's no harm in imagining things that won't even happen. She nudges me. Why are you being such a pessimist? There's no harm in being a little optimistic, you know? Why be optimistic and get all the hopes up just to see them crashing down? I ask. She doesn't say anything. When we reach the pack house, we find a guy standing in front of the door. When he sees us, he greets us with a smile. Hello. I'm Benjamin, the leader of the patrol team. Beta Charles told me that you will be visiting our pack. He told me to wait for you so that I could take you to him, he says. He's not here in the pack house. I ask him. No one is in the pack house. Alpha Alaric, Beta Charles and Gamma Daniel have gone to the training ground for practice. I'll lead the way, he says and starts walking towards the forest. Actually, Benjamin, I say, stopping him in his tracks. We don't want to disturb them in their training. To be honest, I don't want to see Alaric, and that's why I'm making excuses. I continue, we're here to meet Angelina. Can you give us directions to her house? I will escort you to her house, he says with a smile. Ciara and I follow him as he leads the way. After reaching Angelina's house, we thank Benjamin and he leaves us to do our business. Ciara knocks on the front door. The door is opened by a girl who looks the same age as me. Are you Angelina? Ciara asks her. Yes, replies the girl. If you're moved by Griselda's courage, don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more story updates. Why does Alaric refuse to acknowledge Angelina as his mate while Samara is certain of their bond? What secret is Alaric hiding? If you want to know what's hidden in Alaric's heart, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Chapter 28. Are you Angelina? Ciara asks her. Yes, replies the girl. Charles said that the girl was obsessed with Alaric, but she looks normal to me. To be honest, she is pretty. Hi. We actually don't know each other, but we came here to clarify some things which concern you, Ciara says. She's doing all the talking while I silently watch her. Come in, Angelina says as she welcomes us inside her house. Once we are settled in the sitting area, Ciara says to Angelina, we want to ask you about Alaric. Angelina's heartbeat increases at the mention of Alaric's name. What about him? She asks. Why am I getting the feeling that she's excited to talk about him? Before Ciara can speak, I beat her to it. Do you really think that Alaric is your mate? I ask Angelina. She answers confidently, yes, I do. Then why did he say that he's not your mate? I don't seem to understand. Why are you asking such questions? She asks. Because I believe that you and Alaric are mates and I want to unite you guys, I lie. But why? Angelina asks confusingly. Angelina, let me tell you. Alaric and I were off to a bad start when I came here to live a while ago. And I want to do something to make him happy. If I make him realize that you're his mate, and if I'm able to unite you guys, then maybe he'll consider starting a fresh beginning with me in the form of friendship. I lie again. I haven't lied this much in my entire life. Ciara kicks my leg and whispers to me, what are you doing? She's completely angry with me, but she's trying to act cool. Angelina doesn't notice any of this because she's busy processing all my words. We patiently wait for her to say something. When she opens her mouth, she says, no one in my pack believes that I'm Alaric's mate and you do. It means a lot to me. She gives me a smile. I smile back at her. So tell me, Angelina, why do you think that he doesn't believe that you're his mate? I ask. To be honest, I have no idea, she says. Maybe he thinks that you're after the Luna's position and maybe he thinks that's the reason why you're pretending to be his mate, Ciara speaks up. I glare at her. She's going to ruin everything. That's a serious accusation. Angelina exclaims. She's clearly offended. Before Ciara can say any further, I put my hand on her arm, a gesture to tell her to stop. I apologize on behalf of my friend, I say to Angelina. Ignoring my apology, she asks, does Alaric really think that I'm after Luna's position? Does he really think that I'm pretending to be his mate? Did he personally tell you that? Before I can answer any of her questions, an old lady enters the living room. She's surprised to see me. She smiles at me. I smile back. I think she is Angelina's grandmother. Angel, my medicines have finished. Can you get them for me from the nearest pharmacy? The old lady kindly asks Angelina. Granny, is it necessary to get your medicines now? Can't I go and get them in the evening? Angelina asks. Angel, it will be soon time for my pills which I have to take after lunch. So, it's really necessary for you to get my medicines now. And also, I don't want you to go to the pharmacy in the evening because it will be dark by then. Granny, I'm not a kid anymore. I know that, darling. But you should also know that no matter how old you become, you'll always be a kid to me, the old lady says sweetly. By looking at them, I can tell that their grandmother-granddaughter relationship is strong. Okay, I will get your medicines now, Angelina says. Then she looks at us, please wait for me until I get Granny's medicines. Okay, I tell her. She gets up. She takes some cash from her grandmother and heads out of the house. The old lady smiles at me as she comes to me. Ciara and I stand up to greet her. She bows down a little as she says, hello, Luna. Chapter 29. The old lady smiles at me as she comes to me. Ciara and I stand up to greet her. She bows down a little as she says, "Hello, Luna." Ciara and I are left shocked after hearing her words. How does she know that I'm Alaric's mate? When Angelina's grandmother stands straight, I say, "You have mistaken me. I'm not a Luna. I'm a Beta. You may be a Beta now, but you will be the Luna of this pack in the future," she says with a smile. "I cannot believe that you're here. I'm honored that you've graced my house with your presence. I'm Samara. You have really mistaken me. I haven't even found my mate," I lie. "Sure you have," she says. "The moment I first laid my eyes on you, I knew you were Alpha Alaric's mate and the Luna of this pack. But when Mr. West introduced you to our pack as the Beta of the Night Guardians, I was confused. Why didn't he tell the pack members that you are the Luna of our pack? He didn't tell the pack members that I'm their Luna because I'm not. How can I be the Luna of this pack when Alaric has denied me?" I immediately put my hand over my mouth. I wasn't meant to say that, but it just slipped from my mouth. "Alpha Alaric cannot deny you," she says. "What makes you so sure about it?" I ask. "If he wanted to deny you, then he wouldn't have saved your pack from the Silver Moonstone," she says. "I don't understand." Samara starts explaining, "My father was a Beta while my mother had Alpha blood running in her veins. It was rare that an Alpha and a Beta could be mates, but my parents were mates after all. They married and had me. It is believed that the child of an Alpha and a Beta has special powers. I have psychic powers. One day I had visions of your pack getting attacked. I also had a vision of our future Luna belonging to your pack, but that time, your face was a blur, so I couldn't really tell exactly how our future Luna looked like. I told Alpha West about my visions. After hearing me, he immediately rushed out of the pack house to save your pack from getting destroyed by the Silver Moonstone pack." I am utterly confused by her words, and so is Ciara. "I don't believe you," I say. "No werewolves have special powers. I knew you wouldn't believe me. There are various books on the Alpha-Beta offsprings. I'm sure your Alpha must be having those books. You can go through them," Samara says. Ciara and I don't speak for a long time. We are just trying to process things. Does Samara really have psychic powers? Did she really had visions of my pack getting attacked by the Silver Moonstone pack? All the things that you said, are they true? I finally ask her. "Why would I lie to you, dear?" she asks. I look at her and somehow I know that she's telling the truth. "You said that Alaric intervened in the battle because he wanted to save me and my pack. If that's the case, then why did he deny me?" I ask. "Did Alpha Alaric really deny you?" she asks. "Yes," comes out as a whisper. Samara holds my hands and says, "All I know is that he really cares for you." "Granny, I'm home," Angelina announces as she gets inside the house. She handles the medicines to Samara. She then looks at me and says, "Let's resume our conversation. Angelina, I'll clarify things with Alaric." "Don't worry," I tell her. Then I turn to Ciara. "We should get going." We say our goodbyes and leave the house. "Alaric really loves you," Ciara tells me once we're outside the house. "Lower down your voice, otherwise someone will hear us," I say to her as we continue to walk. "Let them hear. The fact is Alaric cares for you. Chris, he saved your pack just to save you. Why do you find it so hard to believe? Were you with me while I was living in the pack house with him? Were you with me when he called me an imposter? Were you with me to see how he treated me?" I ask. How can I easily believe that he cares for me when he was the one who accused me of pretending to be his mate? Ciara is silent for a while before she speaks. "Why don't you ask him?" I shake my head at her. "I don't want to even see his face, and you're telling me to ask him? Chris, you've come to know a lot of things today. Don't you think you should clarify some things with Alaric?" "Ciara, if you have forgotten, we came here to clarify things with Angelina, not with Alaric," I tell her. "Angelina's grandmother told us so many things. Don't you have even a little curiosity to know how much of it is true?" I stop walking and so does she. "Will you return to your pack without even confronting your mate? I can't believe that I'm back here at Alaric's pack house. Even Ciara is with me. I'm here with a purpose. I won't go back to my pack without confronting Alaric." I hear footsteps nearing the pack house. And soon, Alaric enters the pack house followed by Charles and Daniel. When he sees me, he's shocked. "What are you doing here?" "Today I met Samara, Angelina's grandmother," I tell him. Immediately, all the blood drains from his face. Chapter 30. I hear footsteps nearing the pack house. And soon, Alaric enters the pack house followed by Charles and Daniel. When he sees me, he's shocked. What are you doing here? He asks. Today I met Samara, Angelina's grandmother, I tell him. Immediately, all the blood drains from his face. But soon he recovers. How does he do that? Charles and Daniel leave the pack house, Ulrich tells them. Then he looks at Ciara. You also. If he's telling Charles and Daniel to leave, then it means that they don't know about Samara's visions. Do they even know that Samara has psychic powers? Why should they leave the pack house? I ask. Even they deserve to know the truth. What are you guys talking about? Charles asks confusingly. I'm talking about the day when my pack was attacked by the Silver Moonstone pack, I tell him. What did Samara tell you? Ulrich asks me. She told me that she had visions of my pack getting attacked. She also had a vision that her future Luna belonged to my pack. She told you about her visions and you intervened in our battle to save my pack. Now my question to you is, if you didn't want to mate, then why did you save my pack? Why did you save me? I ask as I cross my arms. He's silent for a while. He's thinking of how to answer my question. Guys, what's going on? Charles asks. When no one responds, he turns to his alpha and asks him, is that the reason why you saved her pack, because you knew that your mate belonged to her pack? Ulrich, why don't you say something? Charles tries again. Yes, I knew my mate belonged to your pack. Ulrich says to me loudly. I didn't want a mate, but that didn't mean that I would have let the innocent people die. Don't think that I saved your pack because of you. I look at Ciara. I hope you're satisfied with his answer. I already told you. He doesn't care for me. Let's go. I walk past Ulrich and head out of the pack house with Ciara following behind me. I guess she's disappointed that things didn't turn out the way she had hoped for. She had hoped for Ulrich to profess his undying love for me. But the opposite happened. Ciara never expected to hear from his mouth that he doesn't care for me. How can a werewolf not care for his mate? She asks as we head towards our pack. Well, that's Ulrich for you, I say. Before she can go in the direction of her house, I stop her and ask, where are you going? To my house, she answers. I grab her arm and tell her, you're coming with me to the pack house. I start dragging her towards the pack house. Why? She asks as she tries to release her arm from my grip. Because Matt is going to ask a lot of questions and I want someone to answer them for me. Charles's point of view. After Griselda and her friend exit our pack house, I turn to Ulrich and ask, I believe you've got some things to tell us. I've got nothing to tell you, he says. Really? I ask in a challenging tone. He doesn't respond. His behavior is making me frustrated. When will you stop hiding things from us? I ask. If Griselda wouldn't have come here, then we wouldn't have known about Samara's visions. I didn't even know that she had special powers. Ulrich doesn't say anything to that. Ulrich, we happen to be your Beta and Gamma. Daniel speaks for the first time. You had rushed out of the pack house the day Griselda's pack got attacked without telling us anything. I think you owe an explanation to us. Tell us what happened on that day. We want to know everything. We want to know the truth. Ulrich starts telling us. When Samara came to our pack house on that day to tell me about her visions, I immediately rushed out of the pack house to save the Night Guardian's pack, because I knew whatever Samara saw in her visions would eventually come true. How can Samara have visions? She's a werewolf and werewolves don't have special powers, Daniel states. She's not an ordinary wolf, Ulrich replies. She's an alpha-beta offspring. Alpha-beta offspring? I ask curiously, prompting him to explain. The child of an alpha and a beta is called alpha-beta offspring. It's very rare for an alpha and a beta to be mates. So when an alpha and a beta who happen to be mates have a child, the child is blessed with some special power. Samara is an alpha-beta offspring, so she has special powers, he explains. So Samara had visions and she told you. Now I want to know, did you save the Night Guardians because you knew that your mate belonged to that pack? I question. Yes. Chapter 31, Charles's point of view. So Samara had visions and she told you. Now I want to know, did you save the Night Guardians because you knew that your mate belonged to that pack? I question. Yes. Then why did you lie to Griselda? I can't help but ask him. I want her to stay away from me. As the alpha of this pack, I order you Beta Charles and you Gamma Daniel to not mention this conversation to anyone, he says with his authoritative tone and gets inside his study. I'm really angry at him. If he wouldn't have ordered me, then I would have rushed to Griselda and told her everything. I head to his study to talk to him. When I enter the study, I find him looking at his bookcase. Don't you think that Griselda has the right to know that you saved her pack because of her? I ask him. He ignores me as he takes out some of the books from the bookcase, sits at his desk and starts reading. Ulrich, I've asked you something, I say to him seriously. He still continues to ignore me. His behavior makes me so angry that I slam his book close with so much force that his desk shakes a little. I'm talking about your mate and you're busy reading a book. I ask. He doesn't say anything. He just calmly looks at me. When my gaze falls on the title of the book, I'm shocked. Why are you reading this book? I ask even though I'm afraid of hearing his answer. Because I want to break my bond with Griselda. He says without any emotions. Suddenly, I hear someone rushing out of the pack house. When I leave the study and enter the living room, I find the front door open. When I look at Daniel, he has a shocked expression on his face. And came here. She heard everything, he informs me. Griselda's point of view. After Ciara finishes telling Matt and Darius everything, there's a long silence in the living room. I wait for Matt to ask questions but he doesn't. Why aren't you asking any questions? I ask Matt as I break the silence. To be honest, I have no questions to ask, he says. The day that I bring Ciara over the pack house to answer questions on my behalf, Matt doesn't have any questions. Isn't it ironic? You are lucky that Matt doesn't have any questions today, I tell Ciara. Can I go home now? She asks. I can tell that she wants to go home before Matt comes up with a question as she also doesn't like answering his questions. I nod my head and she leaves the pack house. After a few minutes, I hear violent knocks at the front door. Matt, Darius and I look at each other in confusion. Who could it be at the front door? When Darius opens it, I see Anne standing at the doorstep. And she looks worried. She rushes inside the pack house towards me. Ulrich wants to break his bond with you, she tells me. After hearing those words, my world turns upside down. A heavy silence falls in the living room. I immediately rush out of the pack house. I need to confront Ulrich. Matt, Darius and Anne don't try to stop me. They just silently walk behind me. When I cross the boundary, I walk in the direction of the pack house. When I see it, I rush towards it. I loudly knock on the front door. Daniel opens the door. I enter the pack house. Where is your alpha? I ask him. Chapter 32. When I see it, I rush towards it. I loudly knock on the front door. Daniel opens the door. I enter the pack house. Where is your alpha? I ask him. I'm here, says Ulrich as he enters the living room with his arms crossed. I stand directly in front of him. So, here's my darling mate who wants to break his bond with me, I say. He rolls his eyes. You're overreacting, he says without any emotions. I'm overreacting. I ask as I put my hand on my chest. I've just come to know that you want to break our bond and you're telling me that I'm overreacting. Yes, you are overreacting, he says. But I don't understand why are you overreacting when you already know that I don't want a mate. It shouldn't surprise you that I want to break my bond with you. You really hate me, do you? I ask. Yes. And if you've come here to convince me to not break our bond, then let me tell you. Who said that I'm here to convince you to not break our bond? I ask as tears fill my eyes. In fact, I'm here to encourage you. Everyone in the living room gasps in shock. Even Ulrich is shocked but soon recovers his calm state. I continue, even though breaking our bond is dangerous, even though we might die while breaking our bond, I'm here to encourage you. I guess it's better to die rather than live with the fact that your mate hates you. And even if we survive after breaking our bond, I'll be the happiest girl in the world because then I will be able to move on. Maybe I'll be able to find a guy who would treat me the way I deserve to be treated. There's heavy silence in the living room. When the silence becomes unbearable, I tell Ulrich, when you're ready to break our bond, inform me and I'll be here. After saying that, I head out of the pack house. I wish I wouldn't have come across my mate. I wish we wouldn't have crossed each other's path. That way, I would have saved myself from the heartache. That way, I would have saved myself from this misery. That very same day, I had driven myself to my father's grave. Usually when I had any problems I would go to my dad and he would solve them. Even after his death, I still continued to go to him to share my problems hoping that he would somehow guide me to the right way. Right now I'm standing in front of his grave. Hi Dad, I say as I look at his gravestone. If someone saw me here talking like this then they would totally think that I'm crazy. I miss you Dad. Why didn't you return to me after the battle? I ask even though I know that I won't get an answer from him. Dad, I found my mate, I tell him. I know that you must be thinking that why I'm sad after finding my mate. Well, here's the reason. First, my mate wasn't ready to acknowledge me as his mate. He also called me an imposter. He even accused me of being after the Luna's position. That hurt me a lot, Dad. I just want you to get up from your grave and kick his ass. I can't help but chuckle at my childish wish. At the same time, a tear escapes my eye. When Ulrich finally admitted that I'm his mate, he told me that he doesn't want a mate. And today I came to know that he wants to break his bond with me. As more tears escape my eyes, I violently wipe them away. I don't want to feel weak. Is something wrong with me, Dad? Don't I deserve to be his mate? Why is he so cold? Why does he hate me? Is it because he thinks that I'm too weak to be his mate? Or is it because he thinks that I'm ugly? I think you're the most beautiful girl that I've ever met, says a voice from behind me. I turn around to face the person who said those words. What are you doing here? I ask. Chapter 33. I think you're the most beautiful girl that I've ever met, says a voice from behind me. I turn around to face the person who said those words. What are you doing here? I ask. I just came to see how you're doing, he says. So, you followed me here to my father's grave. Yeah. Stalker, I remark. A smile plays across his face. He walks towards me. You really love your dad, right? He asks. Yes, I reply. I wish he would have been alive to give me advice on how to cope with my current situation. Charles keeps quiet. Charles, why does Ulrich hate me so much? I ask. Griselda, he doesn't hate you, he says. He hates me. He admitted it today. Griselda, I can assure you that Ulrich doesn't hate you. Yes, he does. That's the reason why he wants to break his bond with me. Griselda, there's something you should know, he says seriously. Ulrich saved your pack because he Ciara. He exclaims in frustration. I really want to tell you, but he ordered me to not tell you. No matter how much I want to go against his order, you know I can't. I can totally understand him. When your alpha orders you to do something, you cannot go against his order no matter how much you try to. I turn back to my father's grave. Dad, this is Charles and I consider him as one of my best friends, I say as I pull Charles to my side. He smiles at me. Hello, Mr. Turner, he says while looking at Dad's grave. I can tell that he's not making fun of me but is genuinely trying to make me feel better. You've got a wonderful daughter, sir. I can't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? He asks. Because you're talking to my dad as if you're my boyfriend who's meeting my dad for the first time, I say. He laughs along with me. After sharing a laugh between us, we go silent. Griselda, you're brave, Charles says all of a sudden. Why do you think that I'm brave? I ask. You're brave because you continue to visit your father's grave even after so many years, he says. I last visited Rebecca's grave at her funeral and after that, I couldn't bring myself to visit her grave again. Her grave is a constant reminder of my helplessness as I watched her die right in front of my eyes. I couldn't do anything to save her. Every day, I think of visiting her grave, but I know that I will break down at the sight of her grave. I don't want to go through all that pain again. He wipes his tears away. I know he's trying to be strong. I think you should visit her grave, I say. He shakes his head. I won't be able to. Charles, I can tell that you're trying to run away from reality. You know that your mate is dead, but you don't want to believe it. You think that all this is a never-ending nightmare, but you need to realize that this is reality. You need to face the harsh reality that your mate is dead. You should visit her grave. You will feel better. Trust me, I try to convince him as I put my hand on his shoulder. He looks at me and slowly nods his head. Charles and I are standing in front of Rebecca's grave. Charles has a pained expression on his face as he looks at his mate's grave. I cannot do this, he says and turns around. I grab his arm when he tries to walk away. I turn him so that he faces me. I see a tear rolling down his cheek. I wipe that tear and grab his shoulders. Charles, listen to me. You can do this, I tell him. He looks uncertain. I gently push him towards his mate's grave. Go on, I tell him. He slowly walks towards Rebecca's grave. When he reaches her grave, he looks back at me. I give him a reassuring smile. He looks back at his mate's grave. Hello, baby, his voice quivers a little. I can tell that he's trying hard to not cry. He suddenly falls at his knees. I miss you so much. Please come back to me, baby, Charles literally begs. Watching him in this state is heart-shattering. I need you, he whispers, and then he starts crying. I go to him as my eyes too brim with tears. I'm feeling so emotional and weak right now after witnessing Charles's love for his mate. I kneel beside him and start rubbing his back in a soothing manner. You are visiting Rebecca after a very long time. I don't think that she will be happy if she sees you crying, I softly say to him. After hearing my words, he stops crying. I get up on my feet. It's time to give Charles some privacy with his mate. I'll be waiting for you by your car, I tell him, and walk away. After leaning against Charles's car for a few minutes, I see him approaching me. When he reaches me, he hugs me. Thank you so much, he says against my shoulder. You're welcome, I say as we pull away from the hug. Are you feeling better? I ask him. Yeah, he replies. Charles, you're brave, I tell him. Why do you think that? Is it because I just visited my mate's grave after a very long time? No, I say. It's because you cried. Not all men dare to cry. They think that crying would make them look weak. It was brave of you to cry, Charles. You weren't afraid of anyone seeing you crying. You were just expressing yourself. You know, crying once in a while is okay because it makes you feel good, it makes you feel better, it gives you time to think about things and helps you to cope with them. He nods his head. I think we should head back to our respective packs, I say to him. Yeah. I turn around and head towards my car. Griselda. Charles calls from behind me. I turn around and see that he's walking towards me. Can you do me a favor? He asks. What favor? I ask confusingly. I want you to help me make the cure for wolfsbane, he answers. Charles, there's no cure for wolfsbane. And that's the reason why I want to make the cure, he tells me. Do you want to make the cure because you couldn't save Rebecca? I question him even though I already know the answer. Yes, he answers. But I also don't want to feel helpless again when I see people die because of wolfsbane. It's the worst feeling when you see someone dying, and you can't do anything about it. But how will we make the cure? I ask. Books and research, he says. But Charles, as far as I know, there's no cure for wolfsbane written in any of the books. But there are books written on wolfsbane. We can use them to make a cure. I don't understand, why do you need my help? I'm not a doctor or a scientist that can help you discover the cure. Why don't you get help from Ulrich or Daniel? I ask. After Rebecca's death, I was very depressed. When I came out of depression, I decided that I would make the cure. I told Ulrich and Daniel about it, and they were very supportive of me. With the help of some selected doctors and scientists, we started a research for making the cure, but since we were not able to figure out the cure, we stopped the research. Now, after visiting Rebecca's grave after so many years, I want to resume the research and I need your help, he explains. If doctors and scientists were not able to figure out the cure, then what makes you think that with my help, you'll be able to discover it? I ask. I don't know whether we'll be able to discover the cure or not, but I just need all the help that I can get. If you want, we can also involve Alpha Matthew and Gamma Darius in this research. I'll ask them about it. I'm sure they'll be interested in this research, he says. When should we start? I ask. What about tomorrow? Okay, I say as I nod my head. Okay. Then you, Alpha Matthew and Gamma Darius, can drop by my pack house tomorrow. Can we do the research in my pack house? I ask. After all the things that happened today, I don't want to face Ulrich again. I know I keep on saying that I don't want to see him, but circumstances always bring me face to face with him. I know you don't want to come to my pack house, but we don't have any option. We need equipment for the research, and the equipment is kept in the laboratory of my pack house. You have laboratory in your pack house? I ask as I'm utterly surprised. Yeah, he replies. Why do you have a laboratory in your pack house? I ask curiously. Because Daniel was studying science, but he left it a long time ago. But he still continues to do some experiment in the lab, he answers. Wow. I didn't know that Daniel is a scientist. Well, he isn't a scientist. But he has knowledge of science, Charles tells me. So, I hope that I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Yeah. We both say our goodbyes and drive towards our packs. When I enter my pack house, I see Matt and Darius sitting in the living room with serious faces. They're so deep in thought that they don't even realize that I'm back. Why are you guys so serious? I ask them. When they look up at me, both of them stand up and Matt approaches me. Are you okay? He asks. Yeah, I answer. I need to talk to you guys. But before that, I'll just wash my face and come back here. I'm sure that I'm looking like a wreck now after all the crying. I head to my room and get in the bathroom. After washing my face and combing my hair a little, I return to the living room. So guys, are you interested in making a cure for wolfsbane? I ask them. Why do you want to make the cure? Matt asks. I don't want to make the cure, but Charles does, and I'm going to help him. Do you guys want to help him too? We cannot help him make the cure because there's no cure for wolfsbane, he says. But we can try to make a cure, I say. I think that trying to make the cure is just a waste of time and effort because we won't be able to ever make a cure for wolfsbane, he reasons. Matt, it wouldn't kill you to be a little optimistic, I tell him. If you don't want to help Charles, then it's fine. I will help him. What about you, Darius? I ask as I look at him. I'm sorry, Griselda, but I'll have to agree with Matt. I don't think that there's a cure for wolfsbane, he says. Okay, I say. I guess I'll be going alone to Charles's pack house tomorrow. What? You'll be going there even after what happened today? Matt asks as he's shocked. Yes, I simply say. Will you be okay? He asks. His face shows that he's concerned for me. Yeah, pretty much, I give a vague answer. Can't you tell Charles to come over here? He asks. I can clearly tell that he doesn't want me to go. I don't blame him. He probably thinks that I'll break down if I see Ulrich again. For making the cure, we need some equipment, and Charles has the equipment in his pack house. So, I don't have any option other than going there, I tell him. If you're going over there, then I'm coming with you, Darius says to me. Darius, if you're worried that I'll break down, then let me assure you I won't, I tell him. I'm very sure that I won't break down when I come face to face with Ulrich. I'll be prepared for tomorrow. Next day, when it's time, I head to the Dawnfall Depths pack alone. Darius wanted to come with me, but I had stopped him. I didn't want him to come just so that he could babysit me. When I find myself standing in front of the pack house, I knock on the front door. Charles opens the door and gives me a very bright smile that almost blinds me for a second. He's too happy to see me. He opens the door wide for me and I enter the pack house. It's good to see you, he says with a smile. I can already tell that, I remark. Just then, my so-called mate emerges from the kitchen and enters the living room. It's because of him that I broke down yesterday. And now I'm going to irritate the hell out of him for that. Chapter 34. Just then, my so-called mate emerges from the kitchen and enters the living room. It's because of him that I broke down yesterday. And now I'm going to irritate the hell out of him for that. Hello, I greet him with a smile. He doesn't say anything. He just continues to look at me passively. I know you hate me, but can't I even get a hello from you? I ask. No, he says rudely. Will you ever stop being rude to me? I ask. No, he says again. It wouldn't kill you to talk nicely to the beta of your neighboring pack, I say. He rolls his eyes. Before we can further converse, Charles grabs my arm. Okay, Griselda, enough with the talking. Let's get to work, he says as he pulls me to a room. It's only when I get inside the room that I realize that it's not a room but a laboratory. I look around. There are bookcases that reach the ceiling, there's a computer and various equipment that I don't know the names of. Also, there's an experiment section where I see Daniel pouring a colorful liquid into another test tube. He then places the test tube in the test tube stand. When he realizes my presence, he looks at me and gives me a smile. I smile back as I walk towards him. You're looking like a scientist with your white coat on, I tell him. He laughs. Charles says, when I came back yesterday and told Daniel about my plan of making the cure, he was so happy that he had immediately rushed to the lab to do experiments. That's good to know, I say. So, shall we start working on making the cure? Daniel asks us. It's been over a week since we started our research. Even after reading a number of books on wolfsbane, we weren't able to figure out the cure. And even if by chance we are able to make the cure, how will we be able to check its effectiveness? How would we know that the cure works? Guys, I give up, I say to Charles and Daniel. We cannot make the cure for wolfsbane. If we try, we can, Charles says with hope. I know this means a lot to you, but to be honest, we are where we were a week ago, I tell him. We're not progressing. Making the cure for wolfsbane is like trying to find a drop of water in a desert. I'm sorry, Charles, but I cannot go along with this research anymore. Charles, I think Griselda is right, Daniel says. We're not even sure of what we're doing. We don't even know what we're doing is right or wrong. If we continue with this research, then chances are that instead of making a cure, we may make a deadly poison. Charles stays silent. I know that he's thinking whether to go on with this research or to stop it. Okay, Charles finally says. I can hear the defeat in his voice. We'll stop this research. After exiting the lab, we head to the living room where I find Alaric sitting on the couch reading the book titled Breaking the Bond. Well, I'm not surprised. Whenever I used to come here for the research, I used to find him reading books on how to break the bond between mates. I sit beside him on the couch as I put my arm around his shoulder. He becomes stiff. So, when are we breaking our bond? I ask, faking enthusiasm. I don't know about the bond, but I will surely break your arm if you'll not remove it from my shoulder, he says menacingly as he continues to read. I move my lips closer to his ear and whisper, I would love to see you try. I'm damn sure that you'll love to hear the breaking of your bones too, he says. Why are you so rude? I question him as I pretend to be curious. He turns his head and looks at me. Our faces are so close, making our noses touch. Don't test my patience, he says as his breath fans over my face, making me feel good even though I know that it shouldn't. You have patience? I ask him mockingly. I continue to maintain eye contact with him, even when I feel him grabbing my arm firmly and removing it from his shoulder. He then breaks eye contact as he goes on to sit on another couch. I also follow him to the next couch. He groans in frustration as I sit beside him again. I can't help but chuckle at his reaction. You're enjoying this too much, right? He asks. I won't deny, I reply, humor evident in my voice. You know what? I'm just going to ignore you, he says, and he looks down at the book as he resumes reading. Ignore me as much as you want to. I'm not even dying for your attention, I tell him. He doesn't say anything. So the ignoring has begun. Since he's wearing a V-neck shirt, I start tracing his exposed collarbone. This is where I would have marked you if you didn't hate me, I mutter. Take your hands off me, he says harshly. I thought you were ignoring me. I ask with a smirk on my face even though he is not looking at me. Take your hands off me, he says again with much more harshness. I won't, I say. They're my hands and I can do whatever I want with them. Anyway, I want to ask you a question. He rolls his eyes, which is a clear indication that he's in no mood to answer any of my questions. Why are you so cold? Isn't there any warmth here? I ask as I place my hand over his chest. I find that his heart is beating really fast. Why is your heart beating so fast? He suddenly closes his book with force and gets up to proceed towards his study. He slams the door close behind him. What's up with him? I ask Charles and Daniel, who were silent throughout my interaction with their alpha. There's a smile on Charles's face. Your closeness affects him, he says. Yeah, it does, I say. It makes his blood boil. Not in that way, Charles explains. Your closeness affects him in a good way. No, it doesn't, I say in a matter-of-factly way. Why don't you try to kiss him? What? I ask as I give him a really confused look. Kiss him and then you'll know how your closeness affects him in a good way. And what will I establish from that? I think you'll know on your own, he says as a smile plays across on his face. The same smile is also on Daniel's face. I have no idea why you both are smiling and I'm finding it weird, I tell them. Just kiss Alaric and you'll know, Daniel tells me. He'll push me when I'll try to kiss him, I inform him. No, he won't, Charles says with confidence. Why should I even try to kiss someone who hates me? Alaric doesn't hate you and you'll come to know that when he'll kiss you back. Now go, he says as he pushes me towards Alaric's study. I look at the study's door for a few seconds. Should I really go in? I don't think about it too much as I open the door and enter the study. I close the door behind me. When I look ahead, I find Alaric seated in his chair with his face in his hands. I can hear him breathing heavily. Go away, Griselda, he says, his face still buried in his hands. How did you know that it was me? I ask. I know you're sent, he answers in an obvious tone. Okay, I say slowly as I'm uncertain of what to say. I walk to stand in the tiny space between him and his desk. Go away, he says again as he senses my presence close to him. I put my hands on his shoulders. I feel him visibly relax under my touch. Or is it my imagination? I remove his hands from his face. He's refusing to look at him. I see a conflicting emotion on his face. He suddenly stands up. Before he can say anything further, I grab his face and plant my lips on his. Chapter 35. I remove his hands from his face. He's refusing to look at him. I see a conflicting emotion on his face. He suddenly stands up. Before he can say anything further, I grab his face and plant my lips on his. And I'm left surprised when he immediately responds to my kiss. He puts his hands on my waist and gently places me on his desk. He pushes my legs apart as he comes to stand between them so that no space is left between our bodies. Our bodies are pressed against each other as we continue to kiss each other hungrily. I didn't know that a soft kiss could turn so intense. Alaric's hands roam over my body as if making sure that I'm really present in front of him. The whole situation is too overwhelming for me. I never thought that the person who had come to hate me would ever kiss me. He pulls me closer to him as our kiss turns more passionate with the involvement of our tongues. His tongue is busy exploring my mouth while my tongue is busy exploring his. As my hands were tracing his well-defined muscles through his t-shirt, I was finding it hard to grasp the reality. And with the eagerness that Alaric was kissing me, the same could be said for him. But soon he pulls away. We both find ourselves breathing heavily due to our heated kiss. I try to grab his face so that I can kiss him again, but he grabs my wrist. He lays his forehead on mine and with his eyes closed, he says softly, "Go Griselda before I lose my control with you." "Why?" I whisper, sensing a little desperation in my voice. He shakes his head as he says, "I don't want to live my past again." At the very moment, Alaric looked vulnerable and I developed a strong need to comfort my mate. But his words had left me so confused that I couldn't help but ask him what past. When I had come here to live with him, I wanted to know about his past since everyone kept telling me that they were not the right people to tell me, implying that Alaric should be the one who should tell me about his past. And today, when he has finally mentioned about his past, I can't help but be curious. If I'll know about his past, then I'll be able to understand him. And maybe then there will be some hope for us. "It's better if you don't know about my past," he says as he pulls away from me. "But I'm your mate, Alaric," I try to reason with him. He doesn't say anything. He just grabs my wrist as he pulls me up from his desk and walks me out of his study. "Stay away from me, Griselda," he says before closing the door on my face. I'm so confused after what happened in the study. At one moment he was kissing me and at the other he was telling me to stay away. Is it because of his past that he's trying to push me away? What happened in his past? I turn around to face Charles and Daniel, who are avoiding my gaze. They've heard everything. What happened in Alaric's past? I demand an answer from them. "We cannot tell you, Griselda," Charles says. "Why?" "It's Alaric's past and he should be the one to tell you about it." "He will never tell me," I exclaim in frustration. By now, I've come to know that it's because of his past that he's pushing me away. If I'll not know about his past, then how will I understand him? "Don't you want Alaric and me to be together?" "We want you guys to be together, but you need to understand that we can't tell you about his past," Charles says. "But we can tell you how you can make Alaric tell you about his past." "How?" I ask eagerly. "Try to be close to him physically, mentally, and emotionally," he advises. "Try to understand him and make him try to understand you. If he learns to trust you, then he will tell you about his past." I'm in deep thought regarding his advice. Think he's right. As no one will tell me about Alaric's past, I will have to make the man himself tell me. But if I try to get close to him, he'll just push me away, I say. "If you're determined to get close to him, then no force will able to push you away. Not even Alaric," Charles says. After a few days, I hear my pack members talking about some rogues who had entered and exited the territory of the Dawnfall Depths pack without getting noticed. I also hear that Alaric is furious. I decide to visit his pack to know what actually happened. When I enter his pack house, I find Charles in the living room since Daniel was the one who opened the front door. When Charles looks at me, he says with a smile, "Long time no see." I roll my eyes. It's just been a few days. Before he can say anything, I hear Alaric shouting at someone in his study. "Benjamin, I didn't make you the leader of my patrol team just so that you can let the rogues enter and exit my territory without getting noticed." I don't hear Benjamin saying anything. I head towards the study. "It's not a good time to go in there," Charles says from behind me. "You only told me to get close to him, and that's what I'm trying to do right now," I tell him. "But trying to get close to him when he's angry is not a good idea, you know? I'm willing to take the risk," I say as I push the study door open. I find Benjamin and Alaric standing face to face in the center of the room. Alaric looks furiously angry while Benjamin has head hung low in shame. Alaric flicks his eyes to me. Before he can say anything, I stand behind him and place my hands on his shoulder. What are you doing? He asks. Trying to calm you, I reply in a matter-of-factly way. Benjamin looks at us confusingly. Griselda, just leave, Ulrich says with clenched jaws. Why are you so angry? I ask. Benjamin didn't let the rogues enter your territory on purpose. Your territory is vast and it's not possible to keep a check on every part of your territory all the time. Don't be angry at him. It's not like any of your pack members got hurt. Ulrich sharply turns around to face me. But those rogues could have hurt my pack members. There's no use of getting angry. You are the alpha of this pack and I understand that it's obvious for you to get worried about your pack members. But the fact is none of your pack members got hurt. And that's what matters, I explain. And also, getting angry is not good. It stops you from thinking wisely. All wrong decisions are taken when a person is angry. You need to let go of your anger. Breathe in and out. I demonstrate to him. He rolls his eyes at me, but I catch a little smile playing across his face before he hides it. Griselda, I'm calm now, he says. He's not angry anymore. Can you leave the room so that I can talk to Benjamin? Okay, I say and exit the study. Charles and Daniel clap their hands and welcome me with a smile as I enter the living room. Well done, Charles says to me. You were able to calm Ulrich. Hats off to you. To be honest, there was a moment when I felt as if he was going to kick me out of his study, I tell him. Before Charles can say anything, Benjamin emerges from the study. Thank you, Beta Griselda, he says with a smile. For what? I ask confusingly. For defending me, he answers. If you wouldn't have defended me, then Alpha Ulrich would have probably removed me from my position. You're welcome, I say with a smile. He then leaves the pack house. I turn to Charles and Daniel. Why didn't you try to defend Benjamin? I ask them. If we would have tried to defend him, then matters would have turned worse, Charles answers. And you should know that Ulrich is touchy when it comes to rogues, and he has been more touchy ever since Kurt escaped our prison. What? I exclaim in shock. Kurt, the former alpha of the Silver Moonstone, who had led the attack on my pack, has escaped from prison. Chapter 36. What? I exclaim in shock. Kurt, the former alpha of the Silver Moonstone, who had led the attack on my pack, has escaped from prison. When did he escape from your prison? I ask Charles. Do you remember the night when you entered our territory without permission, and we had surrounded you until Ulrich came? He asks me. Of course I remember. That night, Tim had tried to forcefully mate with my friend and had dragged her to your territory, I say. That very same night, Kurt had escaped from the prison and we were searching for him before we came across you, he tells me. Did anyone else escape the prison? I ask. Luckily, no. Only Kurt was successful in escaping. Why didn't you tell me about his escape? Ulrich wanted to keep his escape a secret. But why? I can't help but ask. Everyone has heard about the Silver Moonstone battle and the viciousness of Kurt. Many people died in that battle and it was all because of Kurt. The news about Kurt's escape will create terror among people, Charles explains. But we can't keep Kurt's escape a secret for too long. What if he tries to attack any pack? We need to warn all the alphas about Kurt's escape from prison. I get interrupted by Ulrich as he enters the living room. I've already informed all the alphas about Kurt's escape. They will be cautious from now on. Before he can head out of the pack house, I ask him, where are you going? To the prison, he replies without even looking at me. Why? I'm having a feeling that Kurt entered my territory along with the rogues last night to free his companions from prison. So, I'm going over to interrogate his companions locked in the prison. I'm coming with you, I say as I take a step towards him. No, you're not, he says. You're going back to your pack. Then he turns to his Beta and Gamma. I want you both to monitor all the activities in our pack while I'm at the prison. Charles and Daniel nod at their alpha's command. Ulrich leaves the pack house. I think I should get going, I say. Charles and Daniel nod their heads. And soon I leave the pack house and head towards my pack. When I enter my pack house, I find Matt and Darius standing in the living room giving instructions to our patrol team's leader, Xavier, to increase security around our pack's territory. Xavier nods at all the instructions and leaves the pack house. I can't believe that Kurt escaped from the Dawnfall Depths pack's prison. They have the best prison in the world, Matt says as he sits on the couch. How was he able to escape from their prison? That doesn't matter, I say. What matters is that we need to find Kurt before he attacks any of the packs. But where should we find him? He could be anywhere. I think we should start searching in his pack, I say. You mean to say that we should go over the silver moonstone pack? Darius asks. No, I say. Both Matt and Darius give me confusingly looks. What I mean is that I'll be going to the silver moonstone pack alone, I tell them. No, Matt says as he shakes his head. You're not going alone. We'll be coming with you, he says as he stands up. Matt, you're not thinking wisely, I tell him. If we all go to the silver moonstone pack, then who will protect our pack if our pack gets attacked by Kurt? He has attacked our pack once and he won't hesitate to do it again. You and Darius need to be here to protect our pack. I won't let you go alone, Matt says. Darius will go along with you and I'll stay here. No. We need 2 strong leaders to protect this pack. I'll have to go alone, I try to reason with him. It will be best if we wait for Kurt's next move. I turn to him. Kurt killed my father and I won't sit here idly and wait for him to strike first. I'm going to find him. I'm going to the silver moonstone pack alone and that's final. Chapter 37. It will be best if we wait for Kurt's next move. I turn to him. Kurt killed my father and I won't sit here idly and wait for him to strike first. I'm going to find him. I'm going to the silver moonstone pack alone and that's final. We're worried about you, Griselda, Darius says. What if Kurt just comes out of nowhere and attacks you on your way? So, you doubt my abilities to defend myself? I ask. No, we don't doubt your abilities, Matt cuts in. But we just don't want you to get hurt. I won't get hurt, I try to assure both of my friends. If we let you go alone, then we will be worried. It would be better for all of us if someone accompanies you. Xavier will go with you to the silver moonstone pack, and that's my order, Matt says with finality. I can't even protest since he has ordered me. I guess I have no option other than let Xavier accompany me to the silver moonstone pack. After shifting in our wolf form, Xavier and I carry our clothes in our mouths and start running towards the silver moonstone pack. I have been there once with Mr. Hale, Matt and Darius to appoint a new alpha since their former alpha, Kurt, was imprisoned for life for attacking my pack and killing many people. Beta Derek Collins is given the responsibility to lead his pack until Kurt's sister Lucy becomes ready to take over the alpha's position. It will the first time that a female will become the alpha of a pack. When Xavier and I are on the territory of the silver moonstone pack, we shift back in our human form, wear our clothes and head towards the pack house. I enter the pack house with Xavier following behind me. When Beta Derek sees me, a look of surprise crosses his face. Hello, Beta Griselda, he greets me. Hello, Beta Derek, I say. What brings you here to my pack? He asks. Kurt, by now you must have come to know that your former alpha has escaped from the prison. He nods his head. I walk closer to him as I say, I hope you're not helping him by providing him a hideout in your pack. You have a doubt on me? He asks. I always had doubt on you, I say. Tell me one thing. When Kurt led an attack on my pack, why weren't you by his side? Because I knew what he was doing was wrong, he answers. Didn't he order you to help him attack my pack? I ask. No. Somehow I find it hard to believe, I say while scrutinizing him. Beta Griselda, if Kurt would have ordered me to help him attack your pack, then I would have been by his side, and even you know that, he says. I remain quiet. He continues, Kurt had told me about his plan of attacking your pack and he had even asked me if I wanted to help him. I had refused immediately and had tried to convince him to not execute his plan, but he didn't listen. He was very determined to attack your pack. And why was he so determined? I cannot tell you, he says as he avoids my gaze. Why? It's something that I don't want to talk about. Okay. I won't force you to talk about it, I say. I hope you won't mind if I look around your pack. Why don't you say that you want to search my pack to see whether I'm hiding Kurt or not? He asks. Words don't matter, actions do, I simply say. Come on, Xavier. We both start searching in the pack, going in every place and in every house. After an hour of searching, only one house is left to search. When I knock on the front door of that house, a woman answers. Hello, Beta, she greets me as she senses my beta power. Hello, I greet her. We're here to search for your former alpha, Kurt. She looks at me shockingly. He's not here. Then you won't mind if we search your house, I say as I push her aside and enter her house with Xavier following behind me. All the members of the house come in the living room after hearing the commotion. Why would we hide someone who has killed so many people? Asks one of the members. If you are not hiding Kurt in your house, then you've got nothing to worry about, I say to all of them. Before I can walk past them to search their house, a familiar face catches my eye. It's the face of an elderly woman. "What are you doing here, Samara?" I ask her. "I'm not Samara. I'm her elder sister, Tanya," she says. "Samara didn't tell me that she has an elder sister," I say. "Beta Griselda, I think we should search the house," Xavier says to me. I nod at him and we both walk past the people to search the house, but not before I hear Tanya sigh in relief. After searching the house and finding no sign of Kurt, we return to the living room. I walk towards Tanya. "I want to talk to you in private. Let's go outside." After telling Xavier to wait inside the house, I head outside with Tanya following behind me. We walk deeper into the forest until I find a place where I can talk to her without the fear of anyone eavesdropping on our conversation. I turn around to face her. "Would you mind telling me why Samara didn't mention that she has an elder sister?" Instead of answering, she questions me. "How do you know her?" "I have met her," I reply. "I have answered your question. Now answer mine." "I cannot bring myself to tell you. It's something that I want to forget about," she says while avoiding my gaze. I still carry the burden of the mistake that I made a few years ago on my shoulders. "What mistake did you make?" She hesitates but then decides to speak up. "I made a mistake of telling Kurt that Alpha Alaric's mate belonged to your pack, and that's the reason why your pack got attacked." I don't understand. I'm utterly confused right now. "Kurt wanted revenge," she says. And then it suddenly clicks. I thought that Kurt had attacked my pack because he wanted to rule my pack, but I was wrong. I was so wrong. When Kurt had come to know that Alaric's mate belonged to my pack, he led the attack so that he could kill Alaric's mate because he wanted revenge from him. But I can't seem to understand one thing. Why would Kurt want revenge from Alaric? I asked Tanya. "It's because Alaric killed Kurt's father." Chapter 38. Why would Kurt want revenge from Alaric? I asked Tanya. "It's because Alaric killed Kurt's father." "What?" I exclaim in shock. "You didn't know that?" She asks, feeling surprised. "No," I shake my head. "But why did Alaric kill Kurt's father?" I can't help but ask. "Only a few people know the answer to that question and I'm not one of them," she says. "Can you tell me more about it?" I ask as I can't help but take advantage of the situation. Since all the people around Alaric are tight-lipped about his past, I have no option other than knowing about his past from Tanya. Alaric was just 10 years old when he killed Kurt's father, Tanya starts telling me, but I interrupt her. "You mean to say that a child killed an alpha?" I ask, not ready to believe her. Granted that Alaric had alpha blood running in his veins, but it's nearly impossible for a kid to kill an experienced alpha. It may have been possible if Alaric would have already turned into a wolf, but werewolves shift for the first time at the age of 16 and he was just 10 years old back then. "People don't call Alaric the strongest alpha in the world just like that, you know," she says. "He was able to kill an alpha just in his human form," she adds to justify her point. Tanya's words were roaming in my head while Xavier and I were running in our wolf forms towards our pack. Alaric had killed Kurt's father. So Kurt wanted revenge. When Kurt came to know that Alaric's mate belonged to my pack, he had attacked my pack so that he could get his revenge by killing Alaric's mate. As soon as I set foot in my territory, I change into my human form and wear my clothes quickly. I rush towards the pack house and barge inside. Matt and Darius stand up when they see me enter the living room. When I finish telling them about my conversation with Samara's sister Tanya, Matt says, "I knew that Alaric killed Kurt's father, but I never thought that the reason why Kurt attacked our pack was to get revenge." "Wait a minute," I say. "You knew that Alaric killed Kurt's father and you didn't bother to tell me about it." "I didn't tell you about it because I know that any matter relating to Kurt is a touchy subject for you," Matt says in his defense. "Matt, I happen to be your beta. You just can't keep hiding things from me." I say. I'm really angry at him. "I was just concerned for you, Griselda," he says. I hold up my hand. "I don't want to talk to you right now," I say and head to my room, slamming the door behind me. Why do people hide things from me? I lie on my bed and think things over. I have the full right to be angry at Matt. He is my friend. He is not supposed to hide things from me. Just then I hear the opening of the front door. "Alaric wants you and Griselda at his pack house right now," I hear Charles say. "But why?" Matt asks. "I don't know," Charles replies. "Alaric just told me to get you and Griselda." After a minute, my bedroom door is opened by Matt. "Alaric wants both of us at his pack house right now," he says. Why would Alaric want me and Matt at his pack house? Before I left his pack house, I remember that he had gone to prison to interrogate Kurt's companions. Maybe they have told him something about Kurt, and maybe Alaric wants to share that information with me and Matt. A few minutes later, Matt and I find ourselves standing in the living room of Alaric's pack house. The other people present in the living room are Alaric, Charles, Daniel, and Samara. I look at her in confusion. What is she doing here? I turn my head to face Alaric as he starts speaking to me. You must be wondering why I've called you here. Well, here's the reason. I've called you here to break our bond. If you find this episode captivating, don't forget to subscribe and turn on the little bell, so you won't miss the thrill of the next one. Will Alaric ever reveal the secrets that led him to break their bond, or will this mystery forever haunt their severed souls? If you want to know what's behind Alaric and Griselda's bond, make sure to subscribe to our channel. Chapter 39. I turn my head to face Alaric as he starts speaking to me. You must be wondering why I've called you here. Well, here's the reason. I've called you here to break our bond. I am shocked at his words, but I'm not the only one who is left shocked. The other people present in the living room are shocked as well, but not as shocked as me. Alaric, have you lost it? Charles is the first one to react. Why are you shocked? You were the first one to know that I wanted to break the bond with my mate, Alaric tells him. I'm going to call Mr. West. He will knock some sense into you, Charles says as he heads towards the front door. Call whoever you want. No one will be able to stop me from breaking the bond, Alaric says firmly. Charles still proceeds towards the front door and soon leaves the pack house to call Mr. West. Alaric, why are you doing this? I finally speak up. I thought that there is some hope for us, I say, remembering the kiss that happened between us in his study earlier. There was never an us, he says. Samara, start the process. What process? Matt asks. The process to break the bond between me and Griselda, Alaric answers. But it is dangerous. You both can get killed. Matt says. I'm ready, I say as I lock gazes with my mate. But Matt tries to say, but I interrupt him. Matt, I already told you. I'll rather be dead than live with the fact that my mate doesn't want me. My own words hurt me to an extent that I thought that I would fall on my knees due to weakness. My eyes are glossy. I'm trying to hold back my tears. For this process you both need to hold each other's hands, Samara instructs me and Alaric. He walks towards me and I walk towards him. When we stand directly in front of each other, Alaric and I hold each other's hands. Samara starts mumbling something. Even though I have werewolf hearing, I'm not able to make out her words. Slowly I feel myself getting weak. My head starts to ache. I start feeling dizzy. I feel the bond breaking slowly, and it's painful. I hear the faint voice of Mr. West telling to stop, but I think it's too late to stop. I feel as if the life is being sucked out of me. Alaric and I collapse on the floor. I hear people screaming. As we lie on the floor and as people rush to us, Alaric and I look at each other before I find my eyes closing and being embraced by darkness. Chapter 40. I slowly open my eyes and find Matt and Darius looking at me with concern. They breathe a sigh of relief when they realize that I'm conscious. When I look around, I find myself in my own room. I remember that I was in Alaric's pack house. Then how did I get here? Maybe Matt carried me to here. I sit up on my bed. How are you feeling? Matt asks me. Empty, I say. Is this how it is supposed to feel when your bond is broken with your mate? For how long was I unconscious? I ask. A very long time, Matt answers. I turn my head to look out from my window to find the stars shining in the sky. He proceeds to ask, are you feeling any weakness? No, I say. But I'm feeling lonely. Isn't it strange? You guys are here, but I'm still feeling lonely. Maybe it's a side effect of my broken bond. Let's have dinner, Matt says while avoiding the matter altogether. After having dinner, we all head back to our rooms. I lie on my bed and look at the ceiling. I don't feel like sleeping. Does a broken bond make you insomniac too? Since I'm not feeling sleepy, my mind has got into the thinking mode. During these few months, a lot of things happened and I met a lot of people. But my mind decides to think about that person who hates me. My mate. Well, my ex-mate. Is Alaric going through what I'm going through? Is he feeling empty, lonely, and insomniac just like me? I shake my head. I don't want to think about my ex-mate. Just then I hear someone knocking at the front door. Who could it be at this odd hour? I hear footsteps and then the opening of the front door. I'm here to meet Griselda, I hear Charles say. I sit up on my bed. What is he doing here? I hear footsteps nearing to my room. And soon my bedroom door is opened and Charles pops his head inside my room. What are you doing here? I ask. Just came to check up on you, he replies. Can I come in? I nod my head. He enters my room and sits beside me on the bed. How are you? He asks, concern laced in his voice. Pretty okay, I say. You know, I regret coming across Ulrich. I don't. In fact, I'm glad that you came across him. If you wouldn't have come across him, then I wouldn't have met such a wonderful person like you, he says. I don't say anything. He continues, by now you must have come to know that Ulrich has lost his mind. Otherwise, who breaks the bond with their mate? I really don't know what's going inside his head. When he woke up, he drove us all out of his room and he locked himself in. A chuckle escapes my lips. A sad one. I bet he must be celebrating all by himself, I say. He's an idiot for breaking his bond with you, he says. And I'm a fool for thinking that there was some hope for us. You're not a fool. I am, I say while nodding. I pull my lips inside my mouth in an attempt to hold back the tears which are threatening to come out of my eyes. You know, Charles, I continue, I'm a strong person, but Ulrich makes me feel so weak. I've never felt this weak in my entire life. Tears start escaping my eyes. But you know what, I'm not going to weep for him. I wipe my tears. I'm going to move on and live a happy life without him. Charles gives me a sad smile. I wasn't able to move on, but I hope that you do. After that conversation with Charles, I had made a promise to myself that I'll move on. So, I started keeping myself busy with my duties and responsibilities as the beta of this pack. As days passed, I realized that I was really moving on with my life, that I was ready to live a happy life without my mate. I don't need my mate to keep me happy when I have friends like Matt, Darius, Ciara, Charles, and Daniel, when I have my mother and my sister Christina with me by my side. Christina's 7th birthday is approaching in a few days, so I'm at my house preparing invitation cards along with my little sister and mom. The living room is in a mess with bits and pieces of colored paper sprawled around, but I really don't care about all the mess. I care about the smile that is on my sister's face. She's really enjoying making the cards, and seeing her happy makes me happy too. There's a look of concentration on her face while she's cutting a colored paper. She's looking cute. And the silver glitter that is glued to her face is making her look even cuter. After we finish making the cards, Mom takes Christina to the bathroom for a nice bath, while I start cleaning the living room. When I'm done with the cleaning, I sit on the couch for some relaxation. Christina soon joins me. I'm really excited for my birthday, she exclaims cheerfully. Will we have the puppet show and the magic show for my birthday party? She asks with hopeful eyes. I smile at her and nod yes. She wraps her tiny arms around me and says, thank you. I wrap my arms around her and smile. She's my little sister, so I'll have to fulfill her every wish. We talk for a while before I take 2 invitation cards with me to the Dawnfall Depths pack. Christina wants to invite Charles for her birthday party. After the night I had that conversation with Charles, he started to frequent my pack. Whenever he used to visit me, he used to visit Christina too. He used to bring chocolates for her and used to even give her piggyback rides. So, Christina took an instant liking to him. And now she wants to invite him for her birthday party. Before going to his pack house, I head towards Mr. West's house. When I knock on the front door and answers. When she looks at me, she immediately hugs me. We're seeing each other after a long time. We pull away from the hug and she invites me inside. When I enter the living room, I find Alarich's parents sitting on the couch watching TV. When they see me, they get up with a look of surprise on their faces. Mrs. West walks towards me and engulfs me in a hug. I hug her too. When she pulls away, she says with a gentle smile, "It's nice to see you." I smile back at her. Before I can say anything to her in response, Mr. West speaks up. "I'm sorry, Griselda," he says guiltily. "I couldn't stop Samara from breaking the bond." "No worries, Mr. West," I say while giving him a sad smile. Ulrich didn't want to be with me and I didn't want to be with him. So it was best for us to break our bond. I look at all of them. They look sad. They never expected that Ulrich would break his bond with me. Anyway, I say while trying to bring cheerfulness in my voice. You all must be wondering why I'm here. Well, I'm here to invite you all to my sister's birthday party. Since Matt is going to be there for Christina's birthday party, I thought of inviting in too. I want to surprise him. He has done a lot for me, so I want to do something for him. I want to make him happy. If he sees his mate at Christina's birthday party, then he'll surely be happy. I want all of you to be present for the party, I say while handling the invitation card to Anne. We will definitely be there, she says with a smile. After saying our goodbyes, I head towards the pack house. I don't want to see Ulrich. I hope he's not present there. When I knock at the front door of the pack house, Daniel answers. Hey, what are you doing here? He asks surprisingly with a smile playing across his face. Can I come in? I ask while smiling back at him. Yeah, sure, he says and moves aside. I get in. Daniel and I head towards the living room. Charles, look who's here. He calls out. I see Charles emerging from the study. When he sees me, he walks towards me and hugs me. I too wrap my arms around him. Over his shoulder, I see Ulrich coming out of his study. Chapter 41. I see Charles emerging from the study. When he sees me, he walks towards me and hugs me. I too wrap my arms around him. Over his shoulder, I see Ulrich coming out of his study. We look at each other. There's no emotion on his face. Even I'm not feeling any emotion towards him. Not even emotions such as anger and hatred. It's so good to see you, Charles says while pulling away. What are you doing here anyway? I look at Charles and Daniel and tell them, I'm here to invite you both to Christina's 7th birthday party. I give Charles the invitation card. What? She's already turning 7. He asks while looking at the card. Yes, I reply. She's growing up so fast. I laugh at Charles's words. I know, I tell him. Please do come for her birthday party. If you don't, then she's going to kill me first, then she'll kill you, I joke. Charles and Daniel laugh. You know, I wouldn't miss her birthday party for anything in the world, Charles says with a smile. Today is Christina's birthday. She and her friends are in the backyard along with the parents enjoying the birthday party while Matt, Darius, Charles, Daniel, and I are in the living room having a conversation about never growing up. I can't help but notice how Matt is looking at Anne. You're acting like a lovesick puppy. I mind-link him. He looks at me and throws daggers in my direction. Chuckle. He shakes his head and resumes staring at his mate. I wish we could remain children for our whole lives with no worries and tensions, I say. I completely agree with you, Charles says. There are many stages in life and childhood is the best stage among them. We all nod our heads in agreement. You know, whenever I look at Christina, I can't help but imagine Griselda as a kid. He continues. He looks at me and says, you both look so similar. Before I can say anything to that, Christina comes running inside the living room. Charlie and Chris, what are you doing inside? Let's go outside and dance, she says as she starts dragging me and Charles outside. We are in the backyard now. There are kids dancing to the music playing through the speakers, while the adults are watching them with adoration. Christina also starts dancing, urging us to dance along with her. Charles takes my hand and starts spinning me around. Then I spin him around. Christina laughs at us. I don't blame her. Charles and I are terrible dancers. We're not even going along with the rhythm of the music. We're just shaking our legs, hands and head. When I look at my friends standing in a distance, I find them laughing at us too. Charles and I rush towards them and make them dance along with us. Christina's birthday party was a success. Matt, Darius and I are back at the pack house after bidding farewell to Charles, Daniel and Anne. Thank you so much for inviting, and today Matt says to me, it was really nice to see her after a long time. I just wanted to see you happy, I tell him. He starts to say, you know, when you were dancing with Charles today you looked happy. He makes me happy. You can never be sad when he's around. He's a wonderful guy. You know what, you both would make a wonderful couple, he says before heading in the direction of his room. What? I'm completely taken aback by his blunt words. He stops in his tracks. Griselda, you've clearly heard me. Charles and I as a couple. You must be joking, I say. You know that I'm not joking, Matt says seriously. Chris, it's time for you to move on. I am moving on. No, you're not, he says. I can see that you're trying to be happy, but Griselda, you cannot be happy when you're lonely. You need someone. You need a companion. And to be honest, I see that companion in Charles. You need him as much as he needs you. After his mate passed away, I interrupt him. You know about his mate? I'm supposed to know about his mate since he's the beta of my neighboring pack, he replies. Griselda, everyone needs a companion. Even you do. Even Charles does. But we don't have feelings for each other. You will if you both give a second chance to love. Nightshade Venture Pack is organizing the socials to introduce their new leaders. It is dangerous to keep the socials when everyone knows that Kurt is roaming around freely. He can hurt any pack when the leaders are away. So, it was decided that only the Alpha and Beta will attend the socials while the Gamma will stay back with his pack for security purpose. When Matt and I reach the pack house of Nightshade Venture, we find that all the leaders are already present. When Charles sees me, he walks towards me and hugs me. I'm feeling awkward since Matt's words are still roaming inside my head. Charles pulls away when he realizes that I didn't hug him. What's wrong? He asks. I look at him and then I look away. Ever since I had that conversation with Matt, I don't think that I'll be able to look at Charles in the same way. Nothing, I reply as I try to smile at him. He somehow doesn't look convinced. Before he can ask me any further, the former alpha of the pack starts introducing the new leaders. After the introductions, all the leaders head for lunch. Charles decides to sit beside me at the dining table rather than sitting with Ulrich. We all start eating. Chris, what's wrong? Charles asks again. Nothing is wrong, I assure him. It's just that Matt said certain things to me a few days ago. What did Matt say to you? I'll tell you later. Meet me outside the pack house when you're done with your meal, I tell him. When I'm finished with my meal, I head outside the pack house and wait for Charles. He soon joins me. Now tell me, he says. I look at my surroundings. There are too many people here. Let's go somewhere else where people can't hear us, I tell him. Charles and I walk deeper and deeper in the forest until we reach a waterfall. I close my eyes and listen to the water falling. It's soothing to my ears. When I open my eyes, I look around to make sure that there aren't any people around. When I'm really sure that only Charles and I are present here, I face him. Matt thinks that I'm not moving on with my life, I say. He thinks that I'll be able to move on only if I have a companion in my life. And you know what the craziest thing is? What? He thinks that you will be the perfect companion for me. What? He laughs. I know, right? I say and laugh along with him. After the laughter has died down between us, I ask him on a serious note, Charles, do you feel lonely? Yes, I feel lonely all the time, he replies. I've been feeling lonely ever since Ulrich broke his bond with me. Do you think that a companion in my life would help me get rid of my loneliness? Chris, we are wolves. We are supposed to have our mate as our companion. Choosing someone else as our companion won't make us happy, or help us get rid of our loneliness, he explains. So, you don't believe in giving a second chance to love? No, I don't, because I know that it's impossible to fall in love with someone who is not your mate. Charles, did you ever try to fall in love again? No, I didn't. I interrupt him. Then how can you say that it's impossible to fall in love with someone who is not your mate? You think that falling in love again will help us get rid of our loneliness? Maybe. Then you should fall in love. I'll try, I say. But promise me you will try too. We look at each other and smile. After our conversation, we head back to the pack house. When we reach there, we find Matt and Ulrich outside. Where were you? Ulrich asks sternly. Chapter 42. Where were you? Ulrich asks sternly. I was in the forest talking to Griselda, Charles answers. You could have at least informed me. Charles doesn't say anything. It's time for us to return to our pack, Ulrich says. Matt and I should also return to our pack. We shared the same taxi with Ulrich and Charles. We even boarded the same plane. Everything was fine until I realized that I'll be sitting beside Ulrich throughout the flight. Do you want to change seats with me? Matt asks when he sees the seating arrangements. No. I guess I'll be fine, I tell him. Are you sure? I nod. I make my way towards my seat with Matt following behind me. I occupy the seat beside Ulrich and put the seatbelt on. When the plane takes off, Ulrich turns his head in my direction and says hi. I look at him confusingly. You're talking to me? I ask while pointing my finger to my chest. Yes, I'm talking to you, he replies. Matt and Charles are listening to our conversation even though they are pretending not to. How are you? Ulrich asks next. I give him another confused look. I guess I'm fine, I say and turn to look ahead. What has happened to him? Why is he even talking to me? Why isn't he ignoring me? When the plane shudders due to turbulence, I put my arm on the armrest to steady myself, but I instantly take my arm back when it brushes against Alaric's. I can feel the awkwardness in the air. Sitting beside him was not as awkward as my arm brushing against his. After that awkward moment, Alaric and I didn't dare to look at each other. When the plane lands, we all head out the airport to hail a cab. I watch Alaric take out his phone from his jeans pocket. As soon as he switches on the phone, it starts ringing. "Hello, Benjamin," he says as he answers the call. Due to our enhanced hearing, Charles, Matt and I are able to hear Benjamin's anxiousness as he speaks. We all are left shocked as Benjamin informs Alaric that Anne has been kidnapped by Kurt. Chapter 43. We all are left shocked as Benjamin informs Alaric that Anne has been kidnapped by Kurt. Alaric doesn't ask Benjamin any questions. He just ends the call. We all quickly hail a cab and head towards the Dawnfall Depths pack. When we enter the pack house, we find Benjamin and Mrs. West waiting for us in the living room. Mrs. West has tear stains on her cheeks. She bursts into tears as she holds out a letter to Alaric. He snatches the letter and reads silently. His jaw clenches as he reads further. When he finishes reading, he crushes the paper in a ball and lets it fall on the floor. I look at the paper ball on the floor. What is written on that paper? I bend and pick it up to read for myself. "Dear Alaric, I'm taking your sister with me, and I'm going to do the same thing to her that was done to you many years ago. I guess history is going to repeat itself. I hope to see you soon. Your loving friend, Kurt." "Alaric, what happened to you in your childhood?" Matt asks seriously. "I don't know when he came to stand beside me. He must have read the letter along with me." "It is none of your business," Alaric answers. "It is my business. And is my mate, and I need to know what Kurt is going to do to her," Matt says in a deadly tone. "I've never seen him like this." "And is your mate?" Alaric asks with a surprised look. Even Mrs. West looks surprised. "Yes, she is my mate," Matt replies. "Now tell me, what happened to you in your childhood?" Alaric looks away. "It's better if you don't know." Before Matt can make a grab for Alaric, I come between them. I know that Matt is frustrated with Alaric's answers, but a fight between them is the last thing that we all would want, and is our top priority. I grab Matt's shoulders in order to calm him. "Matt, nothing will happen to Anne. I promise," I tell him genuinely. He looks a little relaxed now because he knows that I always keep my promises. "Let's search for Anne," I say. Matt nods. "Where is Daniel?" Alaric asks Benjamin. "He has already started searching for your sister along with your father and Gamma Darius," Benjamin informs. Alaric, Charles, Matt and I also start searching for Anne along with a few of Alaric's pack members. We all head out in different directions to cover as much territory as possible. Kurt can be anywhere, and we are at a disadvantage since we don't know his exact location. Alaric has already informed the other alphas about Anne's kidnapping, so all the alphas are also searching for Anne and Kurt. I hope that we are able to get to Kurt before he harms Anne. As the beta, it is my duty to protect my Luna, and I will do my best to perform my duty. I've been running in my wolf form for God knows how many hours. I've kept my eyes and ears open to my surroundings for Kurt. After running in the dense forest, I stop when my gaze falls on a cave. It can easily go unnoticed due to the trees surrounding it. If I didn't have enhanced sight, then I wouldn't have seen the cave in the first place. I shift into my human form and wear my clothes. I look at the cave. I'm having a bad feeling about it. I quickly rush towards it and enter carefully without making any noise. The cave is in darkness, but still I'm able to see due to my enhanced sight. The cave seems really old and unoccupied with webs and dirt around. I don't think that Kurt is hiding here, but my instincts tell me to look till the end of this cave. When I reach the end, I'm left shocked at the sight before me. I see Anne struggling in the hold of 4 men while Kurt turns to face me. "Welcome, Beta Turner. You're right on time," he says with a sinister smile. Chapter 44. When I reach the end, I'm left shocked at the sight before me. I see Anne struggling in the hold of 4 men while Kurt turns to face me. "Welcome, Beta Turner. You're right on time," he says with a sinister smile. "How do you know my name?" I ask, trying to gain some time to think how I can get Anne out of here unharmed. "How can I not know the name of the first female beta?" He says. "What are you planning to do with Anne?" I ask. "I may have a slight chance against fighting 5 men, but there's no guarantee that I'll win. Why don't you see for yourself? Don't you dare touch her. Threaten him. What if I do? He asks in a challenging tone. Your fight is with Ulrich, not with his sister, I say. You know, I'm capable of hurting him, but I don't want to hurt him just physically. I want to hurt him emotionally just like he hurt me by killing my father, Kurt says. The man before me has lost his sanity. He continues with a venomous tone. I still can't believe that a kid killed a strong alpha. He pauses. Ulrich killed my father. Now I'll kill his sister. Before Kurt can strike at Anne, I grab his arm and throw him away with as much force as I can manage. I won't let him hurt my Luna. I do the same thing with the 4 men holding Anne. While Kurt and his men are recovering from my attack, I rush to Anne to check up on her. There are bruises on her hands and legs where Kurt's men were holding her. I look at her. There's so much fear in her eyes. When she looks at me, she bursts into tears. I hug her to calm her down. I won't let anything happen to you, I tell her. Soon I get pulled away by Kurt's men while Anne screams my name. Kurt's men start punching and kicking me while I try to block them. I try to attack them as well as defend myself. Soon Kurt joins his men in fighting me. I try to fight them with all of my strength. Blood, bruises, wounds, cuts and broken bones. That's my condition. But my enemies are in worse condition, which is a good thing for me. After the fight, Kurt and his men are on the ground groaning in pain while I try to steady myself. Are you okay? Anne asks as she rushes towards me with a worried expression on her face. Before I can respond, her eyes grow wide and she screams, Griselda, look back. Before I can turn around, I feel a jab at my neck. I take out the syringe from my neck and examine it. Suddenly, I feel my system shutting down. I turn around slowly and seeing the blurry figure of Kurt running away. What did that prick inject me with? The syringe falls from my hand as I feel the world spinning around me. I fall on the ground as the weakness overwhelms my body. I hear the faint scream of Anne. As I lie on the ground, I try to fight the darkness that is ready to consume me. I'm trying so hard to keep my eyes open because I know that if I let my eyes close then, I'll not be able to open them ever again. From my blurry vision, I see Anne shifting into a wolf. Soon I find myself lying on her back and we head out of the cave. I watch the wilderness of the forest pass me by in a blur as Anne runs with all her might. I don't know where she is taking me, but I hope to get there soon before all my strength leaves my body. After running for a while, we enter into a familiar territory. The territory of her pack, the Dawnfall Depths. Anne runs past the houses and stops in front of the pack house. From the corner of my eye, I see people gathering around us. I look ahead of me and the first person that I see is my alpha, Matt, coming out of the pack house with a look of panic across his face, which is enough to tell me that I'm in the worst condition. I must be looking like a mess. I jump off from Anne's back using all my strength. Thankfully, I land on my feet rather than on my face. I try to walk towards Matt. I want to tell him that I kept my promise. I didn't let anything happen to his mate. After I take the first step, everything happens in slow motion. I hear the people gasp around me as I start falling. I hear Matt scream my name as he runs towards me to catch me. Before I can close my eyes, I see another person rushing towards me. Is that Ulrich? Why does he look worried? He can't be worried for me, right? Before I can think further about it, I feel all of my strength leaving my body. And I finally close my eyes. Chapter 45, Matt's point of view. As soon as Griselda closes her eyes, Ulrich takes her from my arms, shouts orders at his men to get a doctor and rushes inside the pack house. I also follow him along with Anne, who is still in her wolf form. She goes inside a room probably to shift in her human form, and to get something to wear while I follow Ulrich to a room where he lays my friend on the bed. Ulrich's parents, and Darius and Daniel are also present in the room. No one knows what to do. Ulrich gets up from the bed and turns to Anne. What happened? He asks. And starts telling after Kurt and his men kidnapped me. They had taken me to a cave far away from here. They were holding me down and before they could do anything to me, Griselda came and she fought with them. After the fight, I rushed towards her. My focus was on her that I didn't realize that Kurt was back on his feet. Before I could realize that he was behind Griselda, it was already too late. He had injected her with something and then he ran away. After Griselda took out the syringe from her neck, she fell on the ground. I panicked. I quickly shifted in my wolf form and brought her here. As soon as she finishes, Charles enters the room with a man behind him. Probably the doctor. The doctor sits beside Griselda. Her breathing is shallow, he tells us. He then takes her wrist and checks for her pulse. Her pulse is weak. Why aren't her wounds healing? Ulrich asks. The doctor smells the bloody cuts on Griselda's arms. We all watch as his eyes go wide with shock. What is it? Ulrich shouts at the doctor. The doctor says there's wolfsbane in her blood. Chapter 46 Matt's point of view. The doctor says, there's wolfsbane in her blood. Mrs. West and burst into tears, but they are not the only one. Everyone present in the room has tears in their eyes because all of us know the inevitable truth that Griselda is going to die. And there's nothing we can do to save her. Charles rushes out of the room in a hurry. He has seen his mate die because of wolfsbane, and now I guess he doesn't want to see his friend die because of the same reason. My gaze shifts to Ulrich, who is kneeling beside the bed. And I'm surprised to see tears in his eyes. Why are you crying now? You never wanted a mate. Now, your wish is being fulfilled, I tell him. He looks up at me. I care about Griselda, he says. Oh really? I ask mockingly. If you really cared about her, then you wouldn't have broken your bond with her. I never broke our bond, he says. What do you mean? I ask. Before he can answer, Charles returns to the room. He goes to the doctor and shows him a test tube filled with a colorless liquid. I was working on this for a while. I don't know whether this will work or not, Charles says. What's this? Asks the doctor. It may be the cure for wolfsbane, Charles replies. I thought that you had stopped working on the cure, Ulrich says to him. I never stopped working. I was disappointed first, but still I carried on with the research, Charles says. Everyone in the room has their eyes set on the serum in the test tube. It's just not a serum. For us it's hope. If the serum works, then we won't have to helplessly watch another wolf die due to wolfsbane. If the serum works, I'll have my friend back. The doctor takes out the syringe from his suitcase and fills it with the serum. He takes Griselda's wrist and injects the serum in her body. All the people present in the room watch anxiously and nervously. We watch Griselda, waiting for a miracle to happen. But nothing happens. Our hope gets crushed as the seconds pass by. The doctor puts his hand on Griselda's forehead and says, I don't know how to say this. What? Ulrich asks. Her breathing and pulse have returned to normal, but what? She has slipped into coma. But how? I ask as Ulrich is too stunned to ask that question. The serum. The intoxication slipped her into coma. The doctor answers. He continues, technically speaking, she is out of danger. She is in a far better state than she was earlier. But I don't know when she'll wake up or whether she will wake up at all. It's all in God's hands now. Doctor, if she's out of danger, then why isn't her wounds healing? I ask. I cannot say anything at this point because I haven't treated anyone who had wolfsbane in their blood. Usually when a wolf has wolfsbane in their system, they die within an hour or so. But in this case, Griselda is not dying. Maybe the serum that I injected in her body stalled her dying process. This case has somewhat become like the cases where humans slip into coma. I'll have a monitor set up in this room which will display her heart rate, blood pressure, and other vitals. I'll also have the EEG box which will record her brain's electrical activity, and a ventilator to provide her oxygen. I'm going to observe her every day for any signs of improvement. That's all I can do for now. After the doctor finishes speaking, he goes out of the room to arrange for the equipment. Ulrich stands up on his feet. There's fury in his eyes. His whole body is rigid due to rage. And do you remember where Kurt's men took you? He asks without even looking at his sister. Yes, and replies. Take me there, he tells her. Before he can step out of the room, I say to him, I'm coming with you. It's clear to everyone that Ulrich is set out for revenge. He's going to hunt down Kurt and avenge him for putting Griselda in this condition. Ulrich looks at me and nods his head. Charles, Daniel, and Darius also decide to come with us. The 6 of us head out of the pack house in search of Kurt and his men. This time, Ulrich won't make the mistake of putting Kurt in the prison. After a month, Griselda's point of view, I try to open my eyes, but I quickly close them due to the harsh light. When I finally open my eyes, it takes some time to focus on the blurry faces of people surrounding me. When I finally find my focus, I find the concerned faces of Matt, Charles, and Darius looking at me. Hi guys, I say, my voice cracks a little at the end. I realize that there are tubes stuck to my arms. Matt handles me a glass of water and helps me drink it. After taking few sips of water, he keeps the glass back on the bedside table. Just then, a man enters the room with Daniel behind him. Hello. I'm Steve, your doctor. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Answer those questions with the best of your ability, okay? He asks. I nod my head. What's your name? Griselda Turner. What's your age? 19. Do you recognize the people present in this room? Yes. He looks at all the equipment in the room and says, your blood pressure and other vitals seem normal. Even your brain activity seems stable. What happened to me, doctor? I ask. You were in a coma, Griselda. Steve informs me. How? What's the last thing that you remember? He asks. I remember fighting with Kurt and his men in the cave. And then Kurt injected me with something. What was it? I ask confusingly. It was wolfsbane, Steve replies. What? I exclaim in shock. My voice would have been louder if I didn't feel weak. If Kurt injected me with wolfsbane, then how am I alive? Charles was working on a serum for a while. We injected that serum in your body and it worked. We may finally have the cure for wolfsbane, but obviously it needs more working because the serum had made you slip into coma. How long was I in coma? A month, Steve says. While you were in coma, the serum was getting rid of the wolfsbane in your blood. As the amount of wolfsbane kept on reducing, your body started healing itself. You'll be under observation for today. I'll run some tests to find out whether your body is completely free from wolfsbane. If there are no signs of wolfsbane in your blood, then you'll be free from all these tubes tomorrow. I'll be back in an hour to run the tests. When Steve leaves the room, Matt says, Chris, we were so worried about you. We thought that we had lost you. You would have if Charles had stopped working on the cure. I look at Charles. I'm so proud of you. Even Rebecca must be proud of you. Charles gives me a warm smile. Rage builds up in me when I think about Kurt. He killed my father. He even tried to kill me. I swear if he comes across me again, I'm going to make him regret all the evil things he has done in his life. As soon as my health returns to normal, I'm going to find Kurt and teach him a lesson he will never forget, I say. There's no need for that, Matt says. Why? Because Kurt is dead. What? But how? Ulrich killed him. Chapter 47. As soon as my health returns to normal, I'm going to find Kurt and teach him a lesson he will never forget, I say. There will be no need for that, Matt says. Why? Because Kurt is dead. What? But how? Ulrich killed him. When? I ask. Matt starts telling when you had slipped into coma, Ulrich decided that he would go to the cave where and was held. So Darius, Charles, Daniel and I went along with him and Anne. After reaching the cave, we tracked Kurt and his men by using their blood on the ground. We killed the men first. They died a painless death, but Kurt didn't have the same fate as theirs. Ulrich put him in the prison cell. Charles and I made sure that Kurt couldn't escape from prison again. News spread about your critical condition and also about Kurt being held in our custody. Ulrich had called the leaders of every pack and told them to assemble at the training ground. When everyone met there, Ulrich entered the ring with Kurt and brutally killed him. He then announced to all the leaders that you are his mate, and if anyone tries to hurt you or your family or your pack, then they will die the same way Kurt did. Takes me a while to process everything. But when I finally do, I ask, why did Ulrich say that I'm his mate when we have already broken our bond? Matt shares a look with Darius, Charles and Daniel. And at once I realize that they're hiding something from me. What is it? I ask. Before any one of them can say anything, Dr. Steve enters the room with a few other people, all of them wearing white coats. I want you all to leave the room, he says. My friends leave the room and Dr. Steve and his team start running tests on me. It's evening when Dr. Steve finishes running the last test on me. After all the tests, I'm left exhausted. So I easily fall asleep. When I wake up next day, I find my mother and Matt in the room. Also, I realize that there are no tubes stuck to my arm and no equipment in the room. Baby, I was so worried about you, Mom says as she sits beside me. Her eyes are glossy. Mom, I'm fine now. There's no need for you to cry, I tell her. Mom nods. Dr. Steve enters the room as he asks, how are you feeling? Fine, I say. Matt and Mom help me to sit up on the bed. Griselda, your body is still weak. You need rest. Avoid doing any physical activity which may put pressure on your body. Eat healthy and your strength will return within a week or so. It all depends on how much rest your body gets, he advises. Doctor, can I go home? Of course you can. Just keep in mind all the things I've said. He smiles warmly at me before exiting the room. I'll be going home soon, I say with all the enthusiasm I can manage. Mom and Matt share a look between them before their gaze is on me again. I think you should talk to Ulrich before we head home, Mom tells me. Why should I talk to him? I ask. Don't you want to know why he said that you're his mate when he broke his bond with you? Matt asks. Oh, I had completely forgotten about it. To be honest, I'm done with him, I say. I'm tired of asking all the questions and getting no answers in return. This time you will get all the answers that you want, he says. Due to my body being weak, Matt helps me to walk to Alarich's study. When we are in front of the door, I say to Matt, I'll go on my own now. He nods. I open the door and enter the study. The first thing that I see is Ulrich standing by the window looking out, thinking something deeply. I close the door behind me and make my way to the chairs since I won't be able to stand for too long. When I sit on the chair, Ulrich speaks. There are times when some wolves don't find their mate. So instead of waiting for their mate, they decide to move on and settle with other mateless wolves. After a pause, he continues, my mother belonged to the Silver Moonstone Pack. Many years had passed, but Mom didn't find her mate. She thought that her mate was dead. So she decided to settle down with her childhood friend, Richard, who was also mateless at that time. Richard? I ask. Richard was Kurt's father, Ulrich replies. Note: Chapter 48 involves themes of violence and a sensitive topic. I've carefully chosen my words instead of putting it out bluntly, but still approach with caution. Chapter 48. After a pause, he continues, my mother belonged to the Silver Moonstone Pack. Years had passed, but Mom didn't find her mate. She thought that her mate was dead. So she decided to settle down with her childhood friend, Richard, who was also mateless at that time. Richard? I ask. Richard was Kurt's father, Ulrich replies. I'm left shocked. When the socials were held to introduce Richard as the new alpha of the pack, Mom finally came across Dad and she came here with him. After they got to know each other, they married and started a family. I was their first child. After a few years and was born. Everything was going well until Richard kidnapped me and Mom. I gasped. I was 10 years old back then. Richard's men also helped him with the kidnapping. I don't remember where they took us. I just remember the screams and cries of my mother as Richard assaulted her body. I couldn't do anything to save my mother from that beast, he says with clenched jaws as rage builds up in him. I kept struggling in the hold of Richard's men while Richard kept violating my mother. When he was done with my mother, he said that he loved her, that he was heartbroken when she left his pack to start her life with her mate. That bastard was a fucking liar. He didn't love her. If he loved her, then he wouldn't have treated her that way. He had a wife and 2 children, for God's sake. After torturing my mother, Richard started torturing me. Mom constantly pleaded with him to spare my life, but he didn't listen. He continued to punch and kick me till every bone in my body was broken. He stopped when I lay motionless on the ground. He thought that I was dead. So he left with his men. I guess he was done with his revenge. I still remember the image of my mother crawling towards me. She was crying. I couldn't even move to wipe her tears. I couldn't even move my lips to tell her not to cry for me. I don't remember much after that, for I had lost consciousness. When I woke up, my wounds were healed. Dad told me that he knew everything that had happened with me and Mom. I guess Mom must have told him. Dad said that he wanted me to avenge for what was done to me and my mother. So he trained me. When I was prepared, I killed Richard and his men. Mom and I were sent to counseling. Mom returned to normal, but not me. I wasn't the cheerful kid that I used to be. That incident changed my life forever. Everyone knows that I killed Richard, but only a few people know the reason why I killed him. Everyone was questioning my father about my actions, but he didn't tell them the truth. He didn't want our past to haunt us with every look of pity thrown in our way. When I was made alpha, I put more men on the patrol team to guard my territory so that no mother or child gets kidnapped again, that no one has to go through what Mom and I went through. Everything was going just the way I wanted until Samara informed me that Kurt is going to attack the Night Guardians pack to kill my mate. I had immediately rushed to save you and your pack because it was clear that Kurt wanted revenge for what I did to his father. When the battle was over, we put Kurt in the prison. After pausing, he continues, the night Kurt escaped from prison was the night I met you. I didn't acknowledge you as my mate because I was afraid that Kurt might try to hurt you. So I pretended as if I didn't recognize my mate. The next day you had come to me to talk. When you were asking me questions, all I could think about was holding you in my arms. It took a great amount of self-control for me to not do that. I had to maintain my facade to ensure that you never come across me again. So I tried to hide the truth and kicked you out of my study. I wanted you to stay away from me, but my father had other plans. He brought you here to live with us. I had to be rude to you over and over again, and it hurt every time. All I wanted to do was protect you. And the only way I could do that was by pushing you away from me. I thought I was doing pretty well until the day that we kissed. That day, you were able to break through the walls that I built many years ago. I couldn't take the risk of Kurt knowing that you happened to be my mate. All I wanted was for you to hate me to the extent that you won't see my face ever again. And that's the reason why I told Ciara to manipulate your mind into thinking that our bond is broken. Chapter 49. All I wanted was for you to hate me to the extent that you won't see my face ever again. And that's the reason why I told Ciara to manipulate your mind into thinking that our bond is broken. How could he? I'm so shocked that I get up from the chair, walk towards Ulrich and slap him as hard as I can. That's for telling Ciara to manipulate my mind, I say. He has his head hung low in shame. I continue, I understand that you wanted to protect me, but your way of protecting me was wrong. He is refusing to meet my eyes. We are mates. We are supposed to confide in each other. But instead of doing that, you kept pushing me away. Do you know what I've been through since the day I met you? Do you have any idea how much you've hurt me? He doesn't say anything. Ulrich, if you would have told me about your past in the beginning and about your worries for me, then we could have avoided all of this. I would have stayed away from you. We could have kept everything a secret. No one would have gotten hurt. I don't think I'll be able to forgive you for what you did to me, I say and leave the study. I find Matt waiting for me. Let's go home, I tell him. Without saying anything to me, we head towards our pack. When Matt and I get inside our pack house, I find Joshua waiting for me. Hello, cousin, he says with a smirk. Chapter 50. When Matt and I get inside our pack house, I find Joshua waiting for me. Hello, cousin, he says with a smirk. I roll my eyes. Why are you here, Joshua? I ask. Can't I be here to ask about my darling cousin's well-being? He asks innocently. Since when did you start caring about me? Griselda, I've always cared for you. Yeah, right. Tell me why you're here before you get kicked out, I say seriously. Relax, cousin, he says calmly. I'm just here to congratulate you. Congratulate me for what? For finding your mate, he replies. You must be here to pack your things, right? After all, you'll be living in your mate's pack. I cross my arms and say, I'm not going anywhere, Joshua. Why? You happen to be Alpha Ulrich's mate and you're supposed to live with him in his pack. Not in my case, I say. I know what he's trying to do. I'm going to stay here whether you like it or not. Griselda, you no longer belong to this pack. Since you're Alpha Ulrich's mate, you now belong to the Dawnfall Depths pack as their Luna. She's a part of this pack as much as I am, Matt says. But she can't be the Beta of this pack and the Luna of the Dawnfall Depths at the same time. Joshua argues. I've chosen my position as the Beta over the position of the Luna, I tell him. His face falters. Joshua, you won't be able to get rid of me that easily. We'll see, he says and leaves the pack house. If he would have stayed here for another minute, then I would have broken his jaw, Matt says. Don't spoil your mood over him, I say. It's so evident that he wants you to take the Luna's position so that the Beta's position is available for him to take. If he becomes the Beta of this pack, then he will lead us to our doom. I won't let that happen, Matt. After a week of rest, I resume my responsibilities. Since people know that Ulrich is my mate, they are wondering why I have returned to my pack. They are wondering why I'm not staying with him. I don't know what to tell them. I can't tell them the truth. Even if I do, they won't understand because they don't know what I've been through. I'm sitting at the doorsteps of my pack house, looking at the stars in the sky. Matt sits beside me and asks, are you okay? I don't know, I say. I thought that Ulrich couldn't hurt me anymore, but I was wrong. Do you know that he and I are still mates? That he told Ciara to manipulate my mind into thinking that our bond is broken. Yes, Chris. I know. He had told me everything when you were in coma, Matt tells me. So, you do know about his past. I say as I turn my head towards him. Yes, I know, along with Darius and your mom, he informs me. Matt, what should I do? I ask as I bury my face in my hands. I admit that Ulrich's actions were wrong, but his intentions behind them weren't. I know how hurt you were every time he pushed you away from him, but he just wanted you to be safe. I'm not going to tell you what you should do. I'm just going to tell you to listen to your heart. Do what your heart wants. It will be so hard for me to forgive him, I say. I'm not telling you to forgive him in a single day. It will surely take time for you to forgive him, since forgiving is not an easy thing to do. But once you forgive him, you'll feel as if a burden has been lifted off your chest. I nod slowly as I ponder over his words. I knew I would forgive Ulrich eventually, but before I could convince my heart to forgive him, I had to do certain things. The next day, I head for the Dawnfall Depths pack. Right now, I'm standing in front of Samara's house. I knock at the front door. She answers. I need to talk to you, I say. She welcomes me inside her house. When we're in the living room, I turn to her. I know that you manipulated my mind into thinking that my bond is broken with Ulrich. I hadn't meant to do that, but Alpha Ulrich made me. I'm sorry, she says sincerely. Can you undo the process? She nods. Close your eyes. After closing my eyes, she places her hands on my temples, and slowly I feel the blankets of loneliness and emptiness being lifted off from me. When she removes her hands from my temples, I open my eyes. I bid her farewell as I return to my pack. As weeks pass by, I find myself returning to the way I was before I met Ulrich. Presently, Darius and I are cracking lame jokes together while Matt shakes his head at us. He is able to escape from our lame jokes as he heads towards his study to answer a phone call. After a while, he returns with the news that the Silver Moonstone Pack is organizing the socials to introduce Kurt's sister, Lucy, as the new alpha of the pack. 3 days later, we head towards the Silver Moonstone Pack for the socials. All the leaders are assembled in the living room of the pack house. Beta Derek introduces his new alpha with pride. All the leaders welcome the first female alpha, Lucy, with a round of applause. Then, Alpha Lucy starts meeting all the leaders. Matt, Darius and I are engaged in a conversation about women empowerment before we get interrupted by Ulrich. Hey, can I talk to you for a moment? He asks me. I nod. He leads me out of the pack house and we walk deeper into the forest. So how are you? He starts the conversation. I'm good, I reply. During these weeks I've been thinking about what you said to me, and I totally understand that I was wrong in pushing you away. There were better ways to protect you and I chose the worst way possible. I'm truly sorry for all the things that I've said and done, he says sincerely. Will you ever be able to forgive me? I've already forgiven you, I tell him. He looks at me and tries to give me a half smile. Ulrich, I want to know, where do we stand now? Will we be able to live like other mates? I ask the inevitable. If we try, we can, Griselda, he says with hope. I look at him and the sudden urge to hug him overwhelms me. He is taken aback when I embrace him, but soon I find his arms around me. We continue to stand like this for a few minutes. At that moment I realize that time will surely bridge the distance between us. All we have to do is be patient with it. If you've enjoyed our story and want to follow along, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you won't miss the next chapter.